exam success, we are beyond that quarter mark. And next will be just 2 more days to finish off people. And then we're going to be into process, which a lot of you have been waiting for. Process is heavy, but we're going to survive it. You take care, and don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Thank you very much, and bye for now. Hey my friends, how you doing? It's your buddy Phil here. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. It's always a pleasure to see you, my friends. Today we are talking about mentoring. This day what we're looking at is simply mentor relevant stakeholders. It's that simple. Mentor relevant stakeholders. So what is the difference between mentoring and coaching is a question I often ask my students. And the major difference, mentoring is all about using your expertise, your knowledge, your experience to guide someone to a solution. You could mentor team members towards a certain outcome. It's literally giving people advice about what to do. So the answer pretty much lies within your advice to them. But on the flip side, when we employ the method known as coaching, we are not telling people based on our experience what the best course of action is. Instead, when we coach, we are drawing out the answer from the client. So there's a difference between giving people guidance based on your unique experience and your knowledge, your experience, versus drawing the answer out of people and asking questions such as, what do you think you should do about that? Or why do you think that happened? Or what do you think the best course of action is? And things such as that. That's how it works in the world of mentoring versus coaching. See, coaching, you're drawing the answer out. Mentoring, you are literally giving the answer. And there's a place and time to use each one, but this really uses the word mentor. It could mean coach as well, in my opinion, but let's just talk about task 13. So this is day 13. Allocate time to mentoring. You got to put it on your calendar. Some companies actually have mentoring programs where a very experienced or senior person in the company has an intentional listing of people that he or she should be mentoring on a regular basis. The second one is recognize and act on mentoring opportunities. If you have a mentoring moment where someone has confided in you about a particular matter, something going on in their world of project management or work, and you see an opportunity to mentor that person to be able to get a better outcome, to be able to get better output from the project, why wouldn't you do it? You should. What this is saying is be smart and recognize any opportunity that presents itself for you to mentor someone else. Case in point, my buddy Roy and I train companies, and we trained this company, and we heard someone talking about overtime and how they would force their team, which was meant to be more agile, to do overtime. And Roy and I immediately looked and said, that's a mentoring opportunity. This person still doesn't get it, right? It talks about how the team and the stakeholders should maintain a constant pace indefinitely. But this person didn't get it. He wanted to make the team do some, you could call it crashing, fast tracking, I don't know, but wanted to push the team beyond its normal velocity. beyond its normal capacity. And that to us was a mentoring opportunity, right? We could see, oh, there's a mentoring opportunity. We need to guide person X to understand how it works in the world of Agile. So there are just two things here today. It's very straightforward. Mentor relevant stakeholders. And you can do this by allocating time to mentoring and recognizing and acting on mentoring opportunities. I would advise you to take the quiz that I'm going to put below, the questions that I'm going to put below. Look for the questions, whether they're on the screen or somewhere else, and to the best of your ability, answer them. It's going to help you get a firm grasp of this. The common question is, someone's done something bad on a project. What should you do? Well, that's a mentoring opportunity right there. Don't fire the person. That would not be the best course of action. Don't fire them. Instead, use the concept of mentoring. I hope you found value from that. Thank you very much for joining me today. I wish you all the very best in your prep. You take care, and I will talk to you very soon. Bye for now.
Day 13 questions. You can see we've got 10 open-ended questions for you to take a look at and really embrace and understand what this task is talking about. Now, I apologize for the delay in getting this particular episode to you. Stuff happens in life. You got to take care of it. I actually have been feeling a little bit under the weather. Be aware, though, that whenever there's a delay in me bringing out these videos, it's for a reason. And I want you to know I will continue to deliver that value to you. All right, so those are the questions of the day. Let's move on to our multiple choice. You are using a blend of Agile frameworks very close to Scrum, but with some specific tailoring. During the daily stand-up, the product owner begins asking many detailed questions. Over the past 20 years, your projects have been majorly predictive-oriented, but after Agile training, your firm has made a transition from using predictive methods to an incremental and iterative approach. What should you do about the product owner right now? You got some options. Read them. If you need more time, hit the pause button. All right. I will reveal the answer. 3, 2, and 1. Hit that pause button if you need more time. Now, process of elimination. Immediately stopping the meeting and coaching the product owner on the spot doesn't make sense. That's an anti-pattern in and of itself. You're making a bad situation worse. B, ask the product owner to leave the meeting so the team can focus on the daily Scrum. That is disrespect. One of the tenets of Scrum values is respect, and that is not respect. All right, let's take a look at the last one. Ask management for this person to be removed from the team and replaced with a new product owner. Well, that again is an anti-pattern. Just because we've got someone exhibiting unfavorable behavior, it's not a ground to remove that individual. C states, after the meeting is over, have a one-on-one discussion with the product owner and mentor them. And remember what today is all about. It's about mentoring. So the best option is option C. I'm sure that was an easy one for you. Let's move on. You're a project manager working with a very siloed team instead of a cross-functional team. Communication is very laborious and the pace of work has become very slow. What should you do in a hybrid environment to get things back on track? Choose the best two options. So hit that pause button. All right, I will reveal the answer. So taking a look at all the options, let's start from option D this time at the bottom. Sutherland's rule, hybrid environment are unproductive and should be avoided at all costs. Apart from the incorrect syntax, there's no such rule, so we'll get rid of that. Chaos is normal and needs to be expected in Agile environments. Doing anything will only destabilize the team's equilibrium. Have a second daily Scrum? No. That is not in the spirit of the Scrum idea for daily Scrum. We don't need 2 daily Scrums. You know, it says silo team and communication is laborious. This is making it more laborious. So the best 2 options are A and B. You can find these on page 59 of the Agile Practice Guide. Ask people who are part of the projects to self-organize as cross-functional teams and use servant leadership to help the managers understand why Agile needs cross-functional teams. All right, let's move on to our next question. You're involved in the process of communicating and working with stakeholders to meet their needs or expectations, address issues as they occur, and foster appropriate stakeholder engagement in project activities throughout the project lifecycle. Despite your best efforts, the project stakeholders complain about unclear work assignments or work progress. What should you do next? Choose the 2 best options. All right, hit that pause button for more time. Okay, let's take a look. A, consider an additional daily end scrum just before closing. Whenever you see options with additional scrums, highly suspicious. B, use the sprint planning ceremony to discuss and resolve these issues. So discussing and resolving issues is not what you do in sprint planning. Let's take a look again. It says, communicating and working with stakeholders. Despite your best efforts, they complain about unclear work assignments or work progress. So the work progress piece is definitely not to be done in this sprint planning ceremony. And the work assignments, well, that's really up to the team. But the best way to solve this is not by using the sprint planning ceremony to discuss issues. It's not an issue resolution meeting. And that leaves us with just 2 options. And again, this is a direct lift from page 58 of the Agile Practice Guide. Consider Kanban boards to see the flow of work. That will help with the work assignments. And consider a daily scrum. Consider a daily stand-up to walk the board and see what work is where. And that would be the answer. And there you have it. Consider Kanban boards and consider a daily stand-up to walk the board and see what work is where. Those are the most sensible ones. Anytime you see questions saying use ceremonies other than retrospective to immediately resolve these issues, like sprint planning or daily scrum, it's not really practical because that's not the use of those meetings. Okay, we can identify that there are issues, but as far as the resolve, it's not done in those meetings. All right, best thing to do is just use what will solve the problem. C and D. All right, I hope that makes sense. Let's move on. We got a final one here. To increase the chances of achieving project success on an Agile project, the project manager should do all of the following except. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Okay. 3, 2, and 1. I hope this is obvious to you because this is just good old straight ahead PMBOK. So identifying your stakeholders early makes sense. Analyzing the levels of interest and individual expectations, as well as importance and influence, makes sense. Sticking, as it says, to the same plan used for similar clients when managing stakeholder engagement is not a good idea. The stakeholders are different, and you should intentionally plan for each stakeholder as far as them being individuals. Finally, we get down to D, communicate and work with stakeholders to meet their needs and expectations. That's common sense. And therefore, the answer is C. That's the wrong one. All right, I hope you found value from this. Remember, there's a lot more in the book, PMP Exam Immersion. We have those goal zones that tell you what to expect on a particular task on the exam. We have Roy's Agile Thinking Cap. And we also have a breakdown from the world of PMBOK and predictive, as well as a question or two at the end of every task. And at the end of every section, we have the people, process, business breakdown. So at the end of people, we've got a quiz. At the end of process, we've got another quiz. And at the end of business, we've got a quiz. All right, we've only got one more day on people. My goodness, if you have not caught up and watched all those other videos, you absolutely need to. Okay. Thank you very much, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care, and bye for now.
Project management concepts may seem tough at times, but not to worry. You have a coach who makes it as easy as ABC. Here he is to set things straight for you. Your friend, Phil.
Hello, my friends. How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Today is day 8, and we're talking about negotiating project agreements. The task, it simply states in the people domain, task 8, negotiate project agreements. Agreements could be a number of things, not just contracts. We could have letters of agreement, right? We could have letters of intent. We could have verbal agreements. So how do you tackle these? They say analyze the bounds of the negotiations for the agreement. So what are you really negotiating? What is the boundary around what you're negotiating? That is the first thing you should be thinking about. What is out of bounds? What is within bounds? It's definitely worth consideration. So that needs to be your number one thought. Secondly, you need to assess priorities and determine ultimate objectives. So going into a negotiation, you should always ask yourself, what is the big ticket thing that I need to negotiate? What is the big ticket item that I care the most about? See? And we call that analyzing the bounds of the negotiation and then assessing the priorities. Some things are definitely going to be top priority, and other things are just not worth worrying about, right? Or not worth pursuing with all vigor. Some things you could let them go in a negotiation because you know that the best thing you're looking for, the best outcome you're looking for is X or Y. So that needs to be defined. So assess your priorities coming into a negotiation and determine what do you want ultimately, whatever that looks like. Next, you're going to verify the objectives of the project agreement. Make sure that those objectives are met. Remember though, there's one thing that should be at the back of your mind that is not explicitly mentioned in here, and you could be tested on the exam in this one. It's the concept of what am I really looking for in the negotiation? You're looking for a win-win outcome. That's what you need to be thinking about. Win-win. In other words, you win and the other party wins. And you collaborate and you work together to get to that optimum outcome. It is possible because everyone wants something from a negotiation. And it is possible to have dialogue and to work together. Remember though, the Agile Manifesto talks about customer collaboration over contract negotiation. So whatever you're looking to negotiate, it's very important you have win-win in the back of your mind such that both parties walk away satisfied. It is possible. And that is always the best alternative. That is always the best outcome. All right? So verifying that the objectives of the project agreement is met, that comes next. So there are two ways to look at this. Going into a negotiation, ensure that your objectives are met, but at the same time, after the negotiation, let's say you've struck a deal, let's say you've gotten to an agreement, your job as the project manager is to verify that the objectives of the agreement are actually met. We're talking about, okay, we've gotten to agreement, let's ensure that the objectives of this agreement are actually met. So there's quite a lot of stuff that the project manager, Scrum Master, facilitator, whoever that role that the question depicts is, right, there's quite a lot of stuff for this individual to do. So just keep this in mind. Now, when it comes to negotiating, we've talked about the concept of anything, but I want to talk specifically about story points. Because when it comes to story points and negotiating features and value that the customer is looking for, it also falls into this domain. So think about it like this. You have customers that want certain features. These features, think of them as costing story points, right? There's only so many story points your team can do in a sprint. So if the customer is asking you to do the impossible, let's say that's 250 story points. How are you going to do that when your velocity has always been 150? You know that you shouldn't be promising the world. You know you cannot achieve that based on your empirical data, right? So when you're coming in to a negotiation such as that, very importantly is the data, right? And the candor, because you don't want to promise the impossible, right? So you always want to have something we call trade-offs. In the world of the PMI, these are quite big because the project manager is meant to apply the concept of trade-offs, right? The concept of having someone buy into an alternative. And it takes skill to do that, but it's one of the things the project manager is expected to do, okay? Obviously, in all of these discussions, you should be participating. So it says, participate in agreement negotiations. You got to remember that there are different types of negotiations. There's straight old bad negotiating, sly, dirty, ruthless negotiating. You don't want to be like that. You want to have good negotiating, ethical. Remember, someone from the world of the PMI, you should always be thinking about that ethical incline in everything you do. So you want to have that natural, okay, is this above board? If it's not above board, I'm not going to do it. Like lying in a negotiation just to win it, no. All of those things are poor. And that's why in the world of the PMI, right up front, we talk about verbal agreements. You are expected to uphold verbal agreements. If you agree to something, even if it's not documented, you're meant to uphold it. You see, that is one of the ways we need to be thinking about this stuff, okay? In closing, the final enabler states determine a negotiation strategy. There's something we call best alternative to a negotiated agreement. What is the best alternative to what you're looking, right? Call it the BATNA. So what is your BATNA? What is your best alternative to what you're trying to negotiate? If X doesn't work, maybe Y will work, okay? And if Y doesn't work, what is the bare minimum that you'll go for? It's just a good way of negotiating for you to come with something in mind, but if that doesn't work, you go with your BATNA. So I'm just going to read very quickly the concept of BATNA, best alternative to a negotiated agreement. It is the course of action that a party engaged in negotiations will take if talks fail. See? And if we cannot reach an agreement on this, what are you going to do? Okay? It says, in negotiation theory, the best alternative to a negotiated agreement or BATNA refers to the most advantageous alternative course of action a party can take if negotiations fail and if agreement cannot be reached. So going in there, one, thinking win-win is important, but beyond the win-win, if that doesn't work, you need to be ready to go with something else, and maybe both parties, however many parties are involved, can actually come away with something and be happy and content. It's doable. It's absolutely doable. All right, so that's it, my friends. We are at the end of day 8. Negotiate project agreements. What you're going to find on the screen or below is the questions I have for today. Make sure you tackle those questions. Be aware of all the different little nuances in negotiating. Like there's contract types. It's a topic to be understood. We have this in chapter 12 in the PMBOK guide, but in chapter 5, I think. I'm going to miss this one. I'm not totally sure. It's either 4 or 5, but I know the page it's 77 or 78 in the Agile Practice Guide. All right. Take a look at pages 77 and 78 in the Agile Practice Guide and get familiar with the different contract types. I know that we could be negotiating anything, and when you think about negotiating, just to throw this in, story points, through empirical data what you can do, right? Why not have some sort of trade-offs, bartering with evidence? Sometimes you got to show them the evidence, right? Sometimes you got to show them what the velocity has been historically. And you don't want to kill the team by promising what you cannot do. I hope this gives you some good ideas about how to tackle task 8, about negotiating. Did I get that? I'm always saying task 8 when I meant something. Okay, it is task 8. I got it. So there are 35 tasks, and we've been going on this journey for the past 8 days. This means we are about a fifth of the way there. That's not bad. Before you know it, you'll be done. I just wanted to emphasize, if you have not gotten the book, PMP Exam Immersion, you should. It will help you. Going through these questions, going through the rationale, it is going to help you. It's going to help you solidify your focus, and it's going to help you do a lot better. All right? I'll put a link below, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. How you doing?
Friends. So why don't we jump straight into these questions that you've kind of seen on the screen so far? Are you ready? Let's take a look at the very first question. I'll read it. I'll give you a little bit of time to answer. Jump in, answer the question, and let's compare notes. Here's the first one. You are negotiating a contract for shipping very well-defined raw materials from the vendor's location to your various warehouses worldwide. The vendor is a globally dispersed partner with locations within 10 miles everywhere your company is located. In the spirit of good ethics, which contract type should you seek to put in place with all fairness to both parties? I'll give you a little bit of time. What do you think? All right, I hope you were able to get your solution squared away. So using the process of elimination, why don't we take a look at what could be the answer? So right here we have a few things talked about. It says very well defined. That immediately should be a green light to the concept of fixed price, right? And then it says the vendor is a globally dispersed partner with locations within 10 miles everywhere your company is located. So this means there's not a lot of uncertainty here. You're not traveling a far distance. 10 miles isn't far. And it's a very well-defined raw material. So you wouldn't need time and materials because things are so well-defined. And you wouldn't need a CPAF or a CPIF. To be quite honest, the best contract is B. Now, you wouldn't want to throw money away for no reason, right?
It doesn't talk about the need to deliver within a certain time frame or any kind of incentive. So for that reason, since we have a very well-defined raw material and we have the location not being an uncertain factor, we know where it's coming from and where it's going. In all fairness, and this was really just a red herring because, of course, you should be thinking fairness and ethics on all of your questions, right? So, with all fairness, B should be chosen. Firm fixed. Okay, now it doesn't say price at the end. That's a red herring in and of itself, right? The fact that it doesn't say price does not negate the validity of the option. So it says, which contract type? A firm fixed contract. So the best answer is B, okay? You don't throw money away to be fair. Doing a cost plus doesn't make sense because it's a well-defined raw material. Next, your company is in negotiations with 3 subcontracting firms on a very competitive turnkey project for work that is very predictable with requirements that are well-defined and not likely to change. You want to incentivize the sellers. Which contract type is the best one to use? Okay. Is it FPIF, FP-EPA, CPIF, or FFP? Now, in the spirit of the PMP exam, you do know you have roughly 1 minute, 15 seconds for each question, all right? So if you need more time, hit the pause button. All right, so I'm about to reveal the answer. Spoiler alert. FFP does not have any incentives. It says you want to incentivize the seller. That's the main thing, right? FP-EPA has no incentive, so it boils down to 2. If you take note of what it said prior, it says, with requirements that are well defined and not likely to change. That's a case for fixed price. Coupled with the incentive fee that's needed, the best answer is A. Okay. So, PMBOK guide, it says FPIF, fixed price contracts in general should be used when the requirements are well defined and no significant changes to scope are expected. Let's move on to our next one. You're working on an Agile aviation administration project that has consistently delivered 150 to 200 story points each iteration. This project will revolutionize air travel by switching from radar to satellite-based flight tracking technology, along with other technological advances such as improved weather forecasting and communication systems. During Sprint 6, your CEO asks you to step things up a bit and commit to 200 story points. What should you do? So I want you to take a look at the number of lines in this question. So roughly going on 6. These days, the feedback is the questions could be long, so do keep that in mind. I'll give you a little bit of time to answer. All right. If you need more time, hit the pause button. Spoiler alert, I'm about to reveal the answer. So, first one said, negotiate terms based on your expert judgment. Well, you got to remember that in the world of Agile, teamwork makes the dream work. So this is an absolute no-no. It's not based on you, whoever you are. It just says you are working. And if you're a project manager, or if you're a product owner, or if you're a Scrum Master, whatever your role, it's not yours to negotiate based on your expert judgment. Let's take a look at option B. Negotiate terms based on empiricism. What is empiricism? It's all about learning by the doing. So you got real data that shows the historical information, and you use that to predict the future. Not bad. Let's take a look at C. Negotiate terms based on goodwill
and team synergy. While this sounds intelligent and nice, we don't negotiate based on goodwill. Oh, I'm feeling happy. I just want goodwill with you, customer, so I will grant you 3 extra wishes. No, we don't do that. And it's not a question of team synergy. Team synergy is already built into the empiricism. So C is not better than B. Let's take a look at D. Negotiate terms based on story size and prioritization. Well, you don't negotiate terms based on size of a story. You negotiate based on reality, right? And you don't just prioritize and negotiate based on prioritization. While that is a good thing to do, your negotiation isn't based on prioritization. The question here isn't which stories, which would be more prioritization, right? The question here is how many. Now, even though you've done between 150 to 200, that is a wide band of 50 story points. So for the CEO to say, commit to 200, no less, you can't do that. You got to negotiate based on empiricism, and you got to consider the cone of uncertainty when you're doing that. So the best answer is B. All right, I hope that makes sense. Let's move on to our next question. Jack Brown has been working as project manager for the largely agile California high-speed rail project of 800 miles of high-speed rail lines connecting Los Angeles and San Francisco. The customer has requested to have in place a particular non-negotiable element that is not executable using an agile approach. One of the vendors will not partner in an incremental collaborative way. Which approach should you employ? I'm going to give you some time to think about this one. All right, my friends, well done. Why don't we give it the countdown of 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at the answer. So, taking a look here, it says you're working on a largely agile. It didn't say completely agile. It's a largely agile project. So with that in mind, you want to immediately begin looking for things that are not largely agile. So B says use a predictive-oriented approach. That doesn't make sense because it said largely agile. Largely agile means it consists of agile and something else. And the only other thing it could consist of would, of course, be something predictive, right? So it cannot be predictive only. So B would be wrong. Towards the end, it said one of the vendors will not partner in an incremental collaborative way. Hold on to that word incremental because you're going to need it to eliminate one of the options that is clearly not incremental, and that is option D that says use an iterative approach with predictive workflow. Again, it's trying to make you think iterative is anything other than a one-time delivery. It's not. Iterative is a one-time delivery. Take a look at the Agile Practice Guide pages 18 and 19, and you'll see how iterative delivers one time. So option D is not helping because it is strictly a one-time delivery. Okay? Now let's look at A. A says use an agile-incremental approach. Well, it said it's largely agile, so we can't use an agile. Incremental is already built into Agile. So it doesn't make sense to say use an Agile incremental approach, because Agile is both incremental and iterative. So the best option is C. Use a largely agile hybrid approach. Common sense, right? I'm sure it didn't deceive a lot of you. Quite straightforward. Let's move on to our final question. Two firms are in the middle of a negotiation and all is going well, and a positive outcome seems highly possible. Midway, a top executive joins the discussion from one of the sides and he overwhelms collaboration. By the end of the episode, everyone ends up worse off. Which negotiation model does this describe? Think about it for a bit. And 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at the answer. The best answer, by process of elimination, and if you're aware of the PMBOK Guide 7th edition, PMBOK Guide 7th edition has some content around the models. The 3 models it talks about: win-win, lose-win or win-lose, and lose-lose. Okay? Now, if you take a look at what is being said, if everyone, it didn't say one person ends up worse off, everyone ends up worse off, that points to a situation where the parties don't win, nobody wins, right? So it's not win-win and it's not lose-win. Zero sum is actually the same as a lose-win. It's not that. Zero sum means when you add up the win and the loss, it's zero, but that's not the case with a lose-lose, right? It's not one party wins, another loses. No, lose-lose is where everyone ends up worse off. So the best option, based on definition and based on what we know about these models, is lose-lose. So I hope you found this to be helpful. Let's take a look at our open-ended questions one more time. Those are our open-ended questions for the day. Make sure you go through them, read the pages I've recommended, and if there are any questions, you put them in the comments below. If you're looking for the immersion book, going down to the Praizion site, you'll find the immersion book. It's a very helpful book going through every task day by day. So at the end of every day, I'm expecting you to go into the book, do the reading, and take the quiz in the book. You got a couple or even more questions every day in the book. All right, so make sure you do that, and it will pay off in the long run. All right. Thank you very much for joining me. We've come to the end of day 8. Keep up the days, my friend. If you missed any of the days, look for the videos on day 7 and previous, and I look forward to seeing you on day 9. Just by virtue of how it works, we are very, very close to being out of 40. We have 8 out of 40. That's 1 out of 5. That's 20% of the way, my friends. You're doing well. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share with your friends.
Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, Project Management Trainer Coach. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. We're about to go on another adventure, and it's day 9. Day 9, we're going to be talking about collaborate with stakeholders. There are 3 enablers we've got to talk about, and they start with evaluate, optimize, and build trust. Evaluate the engagement needs, optimize alignment, and build trust and influence. So we're going to talk about these right away. All right, so let's get rolling. It's a journey. You know how it's been these number of days. I normally talk to you when I'm on the road, and you could learn a lesson from how I approach my training. I approach my training in such a way that as soon as I get a moment to talk to you, I am talking to you. I am using every waking moment to align thoughts, to align ideas, and to really hammer down on what needs to be done. And There are 35 things that need to be done as you're studying for the exam. And the question is, are you hitting the days? Just like I am, right? Because it's hard. Life comes at you. I've got my real job to do, right? I've got other family responsibilities, just like you have. So how are you maximizing your day to put in the time and the effort to do what needs to be done? One of the ways you can do it is using audio. You could use audio to get ahead in your studying. But anyway, let's talk about collaborate with stakeholders. You got to understand that collaborate means you are working together, you are communicating, and you are working in such a way that it ends up in the best outcome for the project. So which process do you think this is in the world of predictive? In the world of predictive, this is actually managed stakeholder engagement. It's that simple. So in managed stakeholder engagement, you are specifically communicating and working with stakeholders. In the world of Agile, you already know the Agile Manifesto said business people and developers should work together daily throughout the project. That's the key thing. You're working together continuously. So the whole concept of collaborating is very easy to see in the world of Agile. Another Agile Manifesto snippet says business people and developers should work together daily, and then it says collaborating is more important than negotiating, or valued more than negotiating, right? That's what the Agile Manifesto tells us. So we value customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Collaboration is huge. All right. So the very first enabler says evaluate engagement needs for stakeholders. So how much engagement does a stakeholder need? What type of engagement does a stakeholder need? The answer to this could be a stakeholder needs face-to-face collaboration and engagement. Or maybe it is a stakeholder needs email collaboration, and that's what works for them. Anything else you're doing may not work for them. See what I'm saying? So you as a project manager, you need to assess what works best for each stakeholder, especially the key stakeholders. All right, and that's what PMI means when they say evaluate engagement needs for stakeholders, because it's going to vary, it's going to differ. Now, one of the things you want to use in the world of traditional is the SEAM. I call it the SEAM, SEAM, and that's Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix. Remember, the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix breaks down categories of stakeholder current dispositions. So I use the mnemonic earns less, URNS L. It's a play on words. U is for unaware, R is for resistant, N is for neutral, S is for, I've blanked out, can't remember what S is, I'll remember in a little bit. L is for leader, no, S is for supportive. You see, that's the value of a mnemonic. If you've got a mnemonic, just like I self-corrected now, you'll be able to do that. Without a mnemonic, I couldn't. See what I'm saying? So you got to use your mnemonic. You got to self-correct when you need it. Anyway, the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix helps you to identify the current position of a stakeholder, their current disposition to the project. Are they engaged? No, they're unaware. They're not in a supporting role, they're not in a leading role, or it could be they're resistant. So based on where they are on that continuum of states across those 5 categories, you can decide how to engage a stakeholder or how to re-engage a stakeholder. Okay. The next thing that PMI talk about is optimize alignment between stakeholder needs expectations, and project objectives. So what does a stakeholder need? What are the project objectives? What are their expectations? And you know the best way to do this it's the consistent engagement of stakeholders to ask questions. Simple questions such as, are you satisfied with this? What do you think about this? Does this meet your needs? Does this meet your expectations? What do you think? What do you expect? I was talking to a project manager many years ago, and I advised the project manager to engage the stakeholder early because the stakeholder was upset about something, and it could have been called with a simple survey. And when this project manager went to her boss said, I would rather not hear about it. What if they're mad? I'd rather hear about it at the end of the project. Really? That manager missed the boat. The whole idea about a survey is to check to ensure that people are engaged. Stakeholders are engaged as they should be, to make sure stakeholders are happy and satisfied like they should be. See what I mean? So my advice to any project manager working with stakeholders, especially when there's not a very solid understanding between stakeholder and customer, have more touch points. That's what we do in the world of Agile. All right? So optimize the alignment. It takes an expert to optimize the alignment between the stakeholder needs, the expectations, and project objectives. But it can be done. That's why they pay the PMP certified project managers top dollar. You got to use your interpersonal skills, common sense, right? Attentiveness, leadership, interpersonal and team skills. And there you are. You'll be able to do it. Optimize alignment. All right. The final thing we're going to talk about is the T word. T for trust. My mentor, John Maxwell, he says, trust is like change in a leader's pocket. With it, he's solvent. But without it, he's bankrupt. You don't want to be bankrupt, so you got to build trust as a project manager. You got to earn trust. And how do you do that? By keeping your word, by showing truthfulness and honesty and care and empathy. That's how you build trust. So it says, build trust and influence stakeholders to accomplish project objectives. If stakeholders don't buy into you as a leader, they ain't going to do much. They're probably not going to do anything. You know, the idea that many people come into projects with is, I'm going to do the bare minimum needed from me. But if you're able to influence effectively, you're going to, in other words, lead stakeholders to do what they really should, and even more. That's what influence does. You know, my mentor, John Maxwell, again, another quote from John, he says, the true measure of leadership is influence. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. So what do you think this is? Build trust and influence stakeholders. It's saying lead stakeholders to accomplish project objectives. Get the needle to move. And the way you do that is good old interpersonal skills and leadership. Leaders buy into you. I mean, people buy into the leader first, and then the vision, right? People would buy into you first as a leader, and then they'll buy into the vision. And when they buy into you, when they know, like, and trust you, they begin to give you even more than you bargained for. They begin to give you more output, more information, more dedication. That's how the game is played. And one of the big things is likability. They don't like you. They're not going to buy into you. They're not going to give you what you're looking for. But if they do buy into you, the sky's the limit. Upwards and onward from there. Okay? So my friends, today we talked about the aspect of stakeholder engagement. It's really stakeholder engagement. It says collaborate with stakeholders, right? But there won't be any collaboration if there's no engagement. Okay, I hope this gave you some food for thought. In the world of Agile, it works similarly, but there are a few things I want to accentuate in the world of Agile. And one of them is the business people and developers working together daily. There's a direct conduit You don't have to go through a project manager. So keep that in mind. And as far as who can communicate with stakeholders, anyone on the team at any point in time. The only thing we don't want is we don't want people to divert the team's focus. You know, we often call the Scrum Master a diversion shield for obvious reasons, right? We don't want people to bother the team when they're meant to be heads down, really focusing, doing something, right? We want the team to stay focused on what it should, and we don't want to derail them during the sprints, okay? But as far as working with stakeholders, stakeholders are our allies. When we talk about the sprint review, this is where we expect stakeholders to give feedback. Talk about even sometimes you could call stakeholders into a backlog refinement ceremony to get clarity on a story or an epic, an item, whatever it might be. All right, so that's it, my friends. I hope it gave you some food for thought. Don't forget, we've got questions for today that are going to be shown at some point. Always look below or just keep watching the video. They'll pop up. Open-ended questions for you to get good with today. Also, if you haven't purchased the PMP exam immersion book, make sure you do that, because it will help you to really hone in on these areas. They're not expanded the way I'm expanding them in the PMBOK or Agile guide. So it would make sense for you to get the immersion book in your efforts to success. All right? I wish you all the best, and I hope all of this made good sense.
All right, welcome to our question section. Let's take a look at these questions one by one. On your Agile project, when facilitating a meeting with stakeholders, it is critical to... All right. Is it hold the meeting in person, develop and distribute an agenda prior to the meeting? Is it minimize what talkative people can say, or is it use technology to record the meeting so you can reference as needed? All right, you probably figured out the best answer to this as a good project manager is to always go prepared. So the best answer to this is develop and distribute an agenda prior to the meeting. That is best. All the other options are just that. You know, A is optional, D is optional. It's not a must. It's not critical to do that. Minimizing what talkative people can say is presumptuous, and that's not in the spirit of Agile. We can have time boxes for people, but saying I'm going to minimize just what the talkative people say, that's not in the spirit of good project management. Next, to increase the chances of achieving project success, the project manager should do all of the following except... All right, let's reveal the answer. The most sensible response to this is option C. And this is really just making sure you're reading. That's all. This is just a reading test at the end of the day for this question, because it says as much as possible create conflicts. Why would you want to do that, right? All right, next question. You are developing management strategies to effectively engage stakeholders through the project lifecycle based on the analysis of their needs, interest, and potential impact on project success. This is known as what? All right, and the answer staring right at you at the bottom, that's going to be a freebie on me. The obvious answer is plan stakeholder engagement. All right. These are just process teaser questions to make sure that you are process aware. They're not difficult, but they're here to call your attention to the importance of at least knowing what you are doing and perhaps even put in a face to the name as far as the questions are concerned. All right, so that was a bonus on me. Let's go to the next one. You are involved in the process of communicating and working with stakeholders to meet their needs or expectations, address issues as they occur, and foster appropriate stakeholder engagement in project activities throughout the project lifecycle. This is known as what? All right, so the key words here to reveal the answer, you have communicating and working with. These are things you do in executing. So it's not planning, it's not controlling. There's no such thing as control stakeholders. It's not monitoring stakeholder engagement, because that would be checking versus doing. This is the actual doing. So the best answer is A. All right, let's take a look at this next question. An accepted deadline for project approaches. The project manager realizes there is a certain disagreement and misalignment of understanding on the project. Certain elements under discussion and in dispute have also arisen as a result. What should the project manager do? Is it process as potential conflicts in project documents updates? Is it document these as potential changes in the change log? Is it document these as issues in the issue log? Is it document this as conflict in the action item log? All right. So, the best answer to this has nothing to do with the project documents updates. You wouldn't put conflicts in there, right? You wouldn't put conflicts in an action item log, right? This misalignment is what it's saying. It's disagreement and misalignment. Doesn't necessarily mean full-blown conflict, but whatever the case, this is not for the change log either. This is all about documenting disagreements and misalignment in an issue log, and these just need to be resolved. Life as usual for the project manager. All right, let's go to the next one. Before the phase has drawn to a close, the project manager meets with the project team to document issues and lessons learned from the current phase regarding project stakeholders. Which of the following is true? Okay, so this is a very process-specific question. In order to answer this right, you really need to understand tools and techniques used in stakeholder management. So, procurement documents is not an output of anything in procurement, so it's not A. Communication methods is a tool and technique, and it's not an input. It's not an artifact. It's not an output of anything in stakeholder. So saying communication methods is an input, this is a tool and technique, so it's not right in and of itself. So we have B and C. So approved change requests and updates are an input to this process being discussed, or stakeholder engagement assessment matrix is a tool and technique. So think about it. Where do approved change requests go? They go to direct and manage project work, and they go to control quality, but they do not go to anywhere in stakeholder. So it's not C. Just sheer common sense will tell you the SEAM, the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix, is used to really see, has someone gone from a current to where they are desired? Have they gone from the C to the D? So the best answer is B. All right. Final question. Now, I do want to comment on the length of this question. You can expect questions of this length easily on your exam. I know there's people that have different exams, but you can actually expect a question this long. All right, so I'm going to let you read it. Read it for a bit. Hit the pause button if you need more time. And the best answer to this question, my friends, is nothing with two dimensions. So it's not a log, that's two-dimensional, right? It's not stakeholder representation, and it's not stakeholder mapping. The obvious answer is stakeholder cube because it gives you that tip into a three-dimensional model. The only three-dimensional model listed here is the stakeholder cube. All right. I hope that makes sense for you, and I hope that gave you a little bit of trivia. Remember, this is not the be-all, end-all. Okay. When it comes to the topic of stakeholder, there's a lot more to go into. Remember, though, do read up the relevant chapter in the immersion book. If you need the immersion book, look for it below. Also, remember that in the world of Agile, you also have stakeholder engagement, business people and developers. They should work together daily throughout the project. So just remember that, okay? And let's take a look at some of the open-ended questions that I would like for you to tackle today. And here are the stakeholder questions for day 9. Go over them. If you got any questions about the questions, you know what to do. You put a link or you put a question to whatever you're referring to below so that I can answer that for you. All right. I hope you found this to be helpful. Remember, you should be reading the book. Highly advised, because if you're not reading the book, you're only getting half of the story. You need a full story. So get the PMP exam immersion book and you'll be extremely glad because it has a lot of great detail. All right, my friends. Thanks for joining me on day 9. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. We are on our final day of the people domain. Final day of the people domain simply demands that we pay some good attention to a very important topic: emotional intelligence. I remember working for a company where one of my bosses had a tantrum. He got mad and flung a glass container on the wall. It shattered and everyone was scared, and he just created a very hostile, terrible environment. It's just awful. Now, this guy, a few weeks later, found a team member basically copying what he did, having a tantrum and powering up on him. He created a very bad environment, see? And that takes us to our final task for the people domain. This final task is promote team performance through the application of EI. So what exactly is EI? Well, it's something my boss was lacking. He lacked emotional intelligence. See that? He was not promoting team performance by applying EI. He was not. We don't want to be like that. You know, when you come to work and you're a project manager and the team is at the receiving end of whatever your emotions are, you know that that's not the great way of promoting team performance through the application of EI. What is EI? Emotional intelligence simply means you as a leader have the ability to tune and control your emotions. You are aware of your emotions. You're able to bridle your emotions. So EI is all about bridling your emotions and being able to influence the emotions of others by, of course, being in tune with the team, being in tune with the collective emotions of the team, and being able to influence, to lead, being able to hear the team out, give them the environment they need, give them the nurturing and inspiration they need, the motivation they need, whatever, but being able to do all of those things to influence the collective emotions of the team and also individual emotions of people on the team. That's what it's all about. Now, let's talk about the enablers for day 14. It reads, assess behaviors through the use of personality indicators. Now, let's be honest. How many people go around with a Myers-Briggs dictionary in their head saying, well, Phil seems like he's an INTJ today, or he's always an INTP. No one's doing that. Trust me. Now, the reality is, over time, you may get familiar with a stakeholder and understand some of their tendencies, maybe understand their general temperament, right? But we don't go around with a measuring stick saying, this is what you are, that is what she is, that is... No, we don't do that. So how do we make this practical? The practicalities are in the very beginning, when you are just about to get started with this whole project or employment situation. You very well could get your HR folks, human resource team, to do a wholesome, sensible Myers-Briggs test. There's nothing wrong in doing things the right way, and there's a right way to do it, right? And even though I'm not 100% vested in the idea, it could be done the right way. And there are people who have studied that kind of stuff, and that's their lane. That's what they do. But in the world of project management, I can tell you, no one's going around passing flyers around and saying, everyone take a Myers-Briggs test. I want to use personality indicators to know how to control this project and how to lead this team. No one's doing that. No one should be doing that. So let's get that out of the way. But assessing behavior is not uncommon in all forms, all lines of work and business. And there's some HR departments that do a great job, you know. But for project managers to do this on a day-to-day basis, I can tell you, at least not the PMs I know. Because what they're doing is going by intuition. Well, maybe that will give you an idea about Myers-Briggs if you know what intuition is. Intuition is one of the categories. All right, so I'm going to go over the Myers-Briggs concept with you, and I am just going to give you a few terms and mnemonics to remember. So I want you to remember these letters: E, I, T, F, S, N, J, P.
Myers-Briggs mnemonic. Pay close attention to the following words. Everyone sometimes talks jive. I never feel pain. Fiddle, F-I-D-L. So, think about the big buckets. How you focus, how you process information, how you make decisions, and how you live your outer life. That's F-I-D-L, fiddle. And then, remember, everyone sometimes talks jive. That's the first category going down, and juxtapose that with I never feel pain. And then you have all of the categories. E, extrovert, I, introvert, S, sensing, N, intuition, T, thinking, F, feeling, J, judging, and P, perceiving. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, my friends. And there's your Myers-Briggs mnemonic.
But for E and the I, the key thing is, how are you focused? Are you inwardly focused or outwardly focused? If you're inwardly focused, you're an introvert. If you're externally focused, you're an extrovert. Do you get energy when you're amongst people, or do you get drained when you're with people? If you're energized, you're most likely tending towards the extrovert side. And if you're drained, more toward the introvert side. Someone said, Phil, it depends on the people. Some people I'm drained by. Well, you get the general idea. Some people love to be in the company of just anyone who will give that type of energy. It's an energy. And those are extroverts. So that's outgoing. The next group we talk about is how you process information, how you take in information. You're either sensing. To be sensing, you need to have facts, and you're someone who could be literal. That's sensing. You go by your general senses, right? Not some magical sixth sense. You go by your general senses. Now, the next category, which is the N, you could say your extra sensing, if you will. It's going to that next level. So you're not just going by what you're sensing, you're going by some magical intuitive sense. Intuition. Intuition is all about someone who uses their imagination, someone who dreams. You think of them as a dreamer, right? And that's the second bucket. The third bucket is all about decisions, how you make decisions. You either go by hard thinking. I almost said hard logic. You know where that's from. You're either going by logic or you're going more by emotion. You're going more by that humanistic side before you make a decision. Some people are just like, what are the facts? What's the logic? Give me the logic, okay? And they use the logic to weave their decision. The feeling person goes more by emotions. And this is very straightforward. It's either you're thinking through logically or you are feeling through the decision by emotion. You know, I often joke about a friend who wanted to buy a vehicle and was purely going by emotion. You know, I really like it. Why are you buying it? I like the color. Why are you buying it? I like it. But for me, I'm going by the facts. I'm going by the logic. If you get this vehicle, you are likely to spend this amount of money, you know, on fixing it because it has transmission issues. It has a track record of transmission issues. You get what I'm saying? So depending on the individual, we could be very logical, which is thinking, or we could be more emotional, which is feeling. The last bucket here is how we choose to live life. So, are you a reckless risk taker, thrill seeker? Do you like improvising? Do you like flying by the seat of your pants as far as plans are concerned? Or must everything be planned out with deadlines and milestones? Some of you PMs, you see yourself, oh, that's me. And other PMs say, no, I am a risk taker and I like to improvise. And that's why some of you like Agile. Let's be honest. Some of you love to improvise. I was teaching that same Ivy League school I told you about. I was teaching there at Yale, and I told them about Agile, and I actually taught them about Agile. This was back in 2014. And all of them got excited in the room. A lot of them, not everyone, but a lot of them got excited. And they're like, wow, Agile? That's what I want to use. The deadlines and the rigidity of traditional. Yeah, I want to break away from that. So jokes apart, we have 4 buckets, all right? And the one I just told you about was how you live. You go by deadlines, you go by improv. So we have these buckets. I'll go over them again. Focus, you're either inwardly or outwardly focused. Information you take in, you either take in information by the facts or you take in information in an intuitive way, an imaginative way. You are poetic and things like that. The next bucket is the area of decision. How do you make decisions? Are you logical or are you emotional in your decision making? And lastly, how you live. Do you like improvising or are you driven by deadlines? And that is the summary of Myers-Briggs. So to get any of the combinations, any of the 16, you choose between an E and an I, an S or an N, a T or an F, a J or a P. So you could just choose any E, S, ENTP, for example, or ENTP, or ENTJ, or ENFJ, just like that. Just choose from the buckets: E O N I, S O N N, T O N F, J O P. E O N I, S O N N, T O N F, J O P. That's it. And you come up with these unique combinations. And that's how it's done, my friends. All right, so let's go over what we've been processing for the past number of minutes. We talked about promoting team performance through the application of EI. The first enabler is assess behavior through the use of personality indicators. You could get a drag and drop question about this on the exam. Look for a link below where I'm sharing a drag and drop question set for you to test your knowledge on this Myers-Briggs stuff that we've just talked about. The second enabler is analyze personality indicators and adjust to the emotional needs of key project stakeholders. So the bottom line is this: you got to understand your stakeholders' temperaments or their mental state at any point in time, because that could also contribute to how they are feeling and how they react on the project. And you have to adjust to their emotional needs. If a stakeholder isn't very conversational and that's how their disposition is at this present time, then adjust to that. Understand they may not want to get in dialogue. If they do want to, then be able to adapt accordingly. Project manager has a very, very big task of being able to adapt, to the emotional needs of key stakeholders. All right. And that's it for today, my friends. We're going to take a look at some of the Myers-Briggs things in the questions I'm going to ask you after this, but definitely do the drag and drop. Okay. And that's it for today. And that concludes day 14 of the people piece, just the people piece. We need to take this up a notch. We need to go into the process piece next. What I would like you to do, if you have the book, get the book. You can get it on Praizion.com. Just scroll all the way down and look for it. But if you've got the book, all the way at the back of the book, and by the way, this is a very, very colorful book. It gives you the impression that you're having a great time when you're reading it. But at the back of the book, we have the people, process, and business breakdowns of quizzes. Highly advise you take the people domain, just the people domain, because every day you've been taking the quizzes under the tasks, right? For each day. Now we're gone to the day where you take the big old 30-something question people test.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to day 14's questions. This is where we talk about promoting team performance through the application of EI. I've already established that a big topic is Myers-Briggs. So whatever you need to do to get these categories down, just do it. I've created a mnemonic for you. It's the Fiddler mnemonic, F-I-D-L, fiddle on the left, focus, how you process information, how you make decisions, and how you live your outer life. 2 categories, 1 and 2. Just remember the mnemonic. Everyone sometimes talks jive. Second column, I never feel pain. Remembering these 2 and putting them side by side, it's either an E or an I. You're either extrovert or introvert, sensing or intuitive, thinking or feeling, judging or perceiving. And that's it. So I hope that helps you in being able to recall these categories. Again, F, focus, E or an I, information, S or an N. Remember, intuitive is an N. Decision making, thinking or feeling, living your outer life, judging or perceiving. Quick question. The ability to identify, assess, and manage the personal emotions of oneself and other people, as well as the collective emotions of groups of people. What is this best known as? Keyword being best. All right, if you need more time, hit the pause button. The definition is emotional intelligence. This defines EI. Okay, So look in your PMBOK guide, do a search in the PDF of the PMBOK 6 and look for all the definitions of EI, and do the same if you can in the Agile Practice Guide. Let's go to the next one. Improving inbound and outbound competencies. This is an example of what? All right. So my friends, it is not using personality indicators or participative leadership or communication training. This is a direct cutout of the PMBOK guide, and this is option B, investing in personal EI. All right. And that's it for the day, my friends. The final thing I would like you to do is, one, watch this video. I'll endeavor to put a link below. Also, the open-ended questions, go through them. The open-ended questions are there to get you to shipshape. So on every aspect of the task, you're rock solid, okay? Don't forget, take the drag and drop test. I'm also going to endeavor to put a link below. I hope I remember to put all these links in there. Take that quiz. You are going to learn a ton. And full disclosure, I actually flunked this quiz. I put the quiz together, but I flunked it because it's hard. If you're one tiny bit off, you'll get it wrong. So have fun with it, okay? Don't freak out. The exam may not be as hard. Make sure you go through all of these big buckets, the 4 buckets, right? And understand them at a high level. I believe you're going to be just fine, okay? This is the end of the people domain. Wow. Next, we are going into the process domain, and we have some special events coming up. You need to be part of it, and the best way is to go to the website, hpmexam.com, because we are going in on process in our daily scrums. You know, we have daily scrums for the 40 days to PMP exam success. We've been meeting every day. We are going in on process because a lot of folks have found it hard. So if you want to be part of that, you need to jump on the bandwagon. Okay? Looking forward to seeing you there, my friends. You take care. All the very best. And don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share this great news with your friends. Process, we're coming for you.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success, Day 14. You've been going extremely strong, and now we're at the point where we wrap up everything we've been doing over the past 14 days. That's 2 weeks. So thank you for following. Thank you for hitting that like button all those 14 days and subscribing to the channel. Let's have a quick recap on the people domain. Task 1. This is where you resolve conflict. We talked about this at length. You are the facilitator. Be open-minded, and remember, you have the options of avoid, smooth, compromise, force, and problem solve. Know that compromise is also called reconcile, smooth also called accommodate, force also called direct, and problem solve we also call that confronting. Be aware of the different terminologies used here. Number 2, lead a team. Lead and reward situationally. Remember servant leadership. The terms social contract, team charter, team agreement, you should be all over that, and understand the importance of the Agile Manifesto values and principles. Number 3, support team performance. Appraise and support growth. Remember, productive feedback is important. We want to give the team that productive feedback and verify improvements in their performance. Number 4 is all about empowerment. So empower the team, organize around team strength, support accountability, team task accountability, evaluate accountability as well. Number 5, ensure adequate training. Put aside the right resources for the training. Number 6, build a team, appraise stakeholder skills, deduce resource requirements, assess and refresh skills, and ensure that knowledge is being transferred. Number 7, remove impediments, obstacles, and blockers for the team. Remember, as a Scrum Master, as a servant leader, you are an impediment remover. So use your influence to remove those impediments. Number 8, negotiate agreements. Analyze bounds of the negotiation, but most importantly,
ensure there's a strategy. So determine the strategy for the negotiations and be aware that this is not just about money. This could be trade-offs. It could be scope, schedule, cost. It could be story points. So be aware that when we say negotiate, we're not just talking about money. We could be talking about anything on the project. Number 9, collaborate. Collaborate with stakeholders. Evaluate engagement needs, align expectations and needs, and build trust. On day 10, we talked about building understanding. Build a shared understanding. And be proactive to find any potential misunderstandings. Make sure you survey for consensus. Remember, consensus is all about the group deciding. We talked about this at length on day 10, so watch that video if you haven't. Number 11, virtual teams. We talked about examining virtual team needs. We talked about evaluating these continually and making sure we can function as a virtual team. Number 12, ground rules. Talked about team contracts already, social contracts. Well, this is where we really hone in on the ground rules and we ensure that there's an environment that upholds fostering those ground rules. Mentoring stakeholders. Number 13, allocate time for mentoring stakeholders. Recognize the opportunities and be intentional. In other words, schedule it. Number 14, on day 14, we just talked about EI, emotional intelligence. I've given you a bunch of Myers-Briggs content, and I asked you to click on that button and go to the Praizion site and take that Myers-Briggs type indicator test. And those are the 14 tasks under the people domain. Next, on day 15, my friends, we are moving into the process domain. And you do already know that process is a beast. So I want you to come prepared. I want you to come ready. Some of those videos are already out there. Start watching the videos. Start hitting this hard. And let's show the exam who's the boss. Looking forward to seeing you on day 15. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome, my friends. It's day 1 of Domain 2, Process. I know process is huge. You want to stay with us as we cover the content. We're going to break down the questions and do a little bit before we get into content, just to assess how much we know. And then after the content, we're going to do another set of questions. So why don't we start off with this? As the Agile team completes the features, usually in the form of user stories, the team periodically demonstrates the working product. The product owner sees the demonstration and accepts or declines stories. As a general guideline, what should be the frequency of the demonstration? I'll give you some time to think about it. Hit the pause button if you need more time. I will reveal the answer in 3, 2, and 1. Using the process of elimination. We know what we are told in the Agile Manifesto, and it talks about the delivery. Remember, just because you complete an iteration doesn't mean you have to deliver, but as a general guideline, if you waited more than a month, big problem. It's less of a problem if you did it in smaller pieces, but it's not as small as once every week. So it's not A. The general guidelines in the Agile Practice Guide do not say whenever a feature is ready, because it could take forever to be done with a feature, so it's not D. Saying that the team should demonstrate a working product at least once every iteration, if the iteration is 10 weeks, still doesn't help the matter. So it's not C. The best answer is B. The team should demonstrate a working product at least once every 2 weeks. Now, for those of you who have read the Agile Practice Guide, you might recall a particular page
55. Page 55. Do you recall that on page 55, it reads, as a general guideline, demonstrate whatever the team has as a working product at least once every 2 weeks. That frequency is enough for most teams, so team members can get feedback that prevents them from heading in the wrong direction. That is also frequent enough so that teams can keep the product development clean enough to build a complete product as often as they want or need to. You do understand that today we are taking a look at the very beginnings where we ask the question, what can we deliver? How soon can we deliver it?
Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today, we are stepping into the process domain. And the process domain is huge on the exam. You know, it's 50% of the test. And it cuts across both predictive as well as agile and hybrid. So you really got to be good with all of the practices, all of the processes, all of the artifacts, whether you want to call them inputs, outputs, tools, techniques, methods, models, artifacts, whatever you want to call them, you have to be really good with them. So today we're going to start off with the very first task. Okay, now, while I don't like the positioning of this task because it kind of negates planning, however, it should come first by virtue of what the enablers are. You see, so it says, execute the project with the urgency required to deliver business value. But when you dig into the details in this task, the enablers tell you things that should come in the beginning. So the very first one, it says, assess the opportunity to deliver value incrementally. That does come first. And that's not executing. That is actually a lot of strategy and a lot of initiating, a lot of planning that comes up front. It really boils down to the question, which approach should we use to tackle this project? Should we use an incremental approach? Should we use an iterative approach? Should we use an agile approach? Should we use a predictive approach? And for that reason, in the Agile Practice Guide, you really want to hone in on page 18 and 19. Be all over those charts, be all over that table. Know what exactly it means when we say incremental, when we say iterative, when we say predictive, and when we say agile. They all mean different things. So predictive is a one-time delivery. Iterative is a one-time delivery. If you're not really focused on these pages, you could wind up making the mistake thinking that incremental is the same as iterative. No, they're different. Iterative is a one-time delivery. Incremental is frequent, smaller deliveries. So what the PMI is saying here is you need to assess the opportunities to deliver value in increments. And if you are going down an iterative path purely, that is not going to cut it. However, if you decide, oh, we can use Scrum or we could use Kanban, then you're talking about delivering value incrementally. So that's the very first one. The second one is really examining business value throughout the project. You always have to examine value from a future state and a current state perspective. So the question is going to be, what is the value we're looking to realize from this? And then the next question as you proceed through the timeline is, have we delivered the business value that we set out to or not? You know, in the world of traditional, you would talk about a business case and a benefits management plan, and the benefits management plan is managed by a benefits owner. So next question would have been, do we have a benefits owner? Are we likely to realize the benefits at this point? Based on what we're seeing, are we likely to realize those benefits? Are we realizing the benefits? Depending on what the timeline is for realizing those benefits. But you want to examine the business value all throughout. Business value in the beginning. What business value are we seeking to deliver? Are we delivering it? Are there any other opportunities to even deliver more business value? And when all is said and done, and you've delivered the final release or increment, the question is, are we checking to make sure that we're realizing this business value? And then the third thing that you do in this very first task is you support the team. This comes real early on. As a servant leader, you support the team by subdividing the project tasks as necessary to find the MVP, the minimum viable product. So you as a servant leader, you should support the team in subdividing these tasks as necessary. Now, it's not necessarily tasks, but it's the work. That would be another way of saying it. So how do you break the work down to find the minimum viable product? But let's back up and ask another question. What is the minimum viable product? The minimum viable product is the minimum amount of a product that you need to deliver to a customer to get enough valuable feedback to determine if that product is really what the customer wants. And that's why we call it the minimum viable product. Now, while it is called minimum viable product, be aware that in industry, a lot of times you may not even need to build an entire product or even part of a product. It is the minimum thing you need to do to get the feedback necessary to tell you if that product is viable, if that product will fly in the marketplace. For example, Uber Eats. If you wanted to implement Uber Eats, assuming you didn't even know it existed, just even use a survey for your minimum viable product. And based on the response you get, you know if it's going to fly in the marketplace or not. But to take it up a level, take it up a notch, you could actually have a product. And it's the minimum amount of product you need to deliver for the valuable feedback. It's feedback. It's really all about feedback. MVP is all boiled down to, is this product viable? Okay? And that's pretty much it, my friends. That's it for today. It's that simple. So for you to get a very firm grasp of this task, binding certain choice pieces of predictive, see that? And certain choice pieces of agile. And it's very possible that at some points you are delivering incrementally, and at other points you are delivering just one time. Maybe it's a one-time rollout, but maybe it's agile to develop the software or the system. You get what I mean? I hope this has helped you. Remember, you look for the questions below because I've got multiple open-ended questions that I would like you to answer for me, and we will touch base on these and get some answers for tomorrow. All right, thank you very much. I hope this made sense, and if you got any questions, put them below. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Let's go to our next question. Our next question is also from the world of Agile. And it reads, you are working in an Agile team to ensure quality and speedily deliver value Your team performs frequent incorporation of work into the whole, no matter the product, and then retest to determine that the entire product still works as intended. You are doing which one? I'll give you some time. All right, hit that pause button if you need more time. So, frequent incorporation of the work into the whole. The answer is therefore not spikes, because spikes is all about research and prototyping in order to work on a story. It's not A. It's not TDD, where you write a test that obviously fails and then get the code to be green and then refactor and clean it up. It's not B. That's not what this describes. Test at all levels is testing all the different levels of the system. This is not talking about testing at that multi-level. It's not testing at all levels. The language is very specific about frequent incorporation of work into the whole. And therefore, the best answer is option D. Let's take a look at some of the references that we have again in the document known as the Agile Practice Guide. So what exactly are spikes? Let's read. It reads, spikes are time-boxed research or experiments, useful for learning and may be used in circumstances such as estimation, acceptance criteria definition, and understanding the flow of a user's action through the product. Spikes are helpful when the team needs to learn some critical, technical, or functional element. Test-driven development, writing automated tests before creating the product. Test at all levels, employ system-level testing for end-to-end information and unit testing for the building blocks. But the language, like I said, right here for continuous integration is very specific, as you can see here. And it reads, continuous integration is about performing frequent incorporation of work into the whole, no matter the product, and then retest to determine that the entire product still works as intended. With those two questions, my friends, we have come to the end of the first intro segment. When we are done with the instruction, we'll have a few more questions. So let's take a break and come back to it. Now let's take a look at question 3. For tracking the Agile project progress, measuring finished feature is an example of what? Hit the pause button if you need more time. So using the process of elimination, it is not A or B, neither is it D. The best answer is C. When we measure what we have actually finished in the world of Agile, we call this an empirical measurement. This is different from all the other measurements defined in the answer rationale. Let's take a look at the answer rationale. Example of surrogate measurements is % done. Example of empirical measurements is finished features. Qualitative measures typically focus on practices the team has chosen and assess how well the team uses those practices. For example, the business satisfaction with delivered features and the morale of the team. Collective measurement is just a red herring. Let's go to question 4. Move into question 4. It reads, you are part of an Agile team. Your team can only finish one story at a time. The team is working on a large feature that contains several stories. Few of the stories have already been completed, but there are remaining stories to complete the feature you are working. Which tool should your team use to show completed value? Okay. Let's round this up. All right. So if you need more time, hit that pause button. Let's take a look. So it reads, keyword, large feature. See that? That's the key word. It says, few of the stories have already been completed, but there are remaining stories to complete the feature you're working. Remember what a feature is? It's a cluster of stories released for convenience or because it makes sense to release them at the same time. So which tool should you use to show the completed value from this feature set? Remember, burn ups show what we have completed, burn down show what is left. So it's not burn down. Okay. Going straight to the Agile practice guide, the simple logic tells you a burn up chart can show you what you're accomplishing across weeks, across a sprint, but the more specific term, going straight to the answer. Let's take a look. Scroll down. The best answer is product backlog burn-up chart. Burn-up charts show the work completed over time, but the more specific best answer adds to burn-up the word product backlog burn-up. So a team can only finish one story at a time. To complete a large feature that contains several stories, the team will have remaining stories to complete and may not complete that entire feature until several more time periods have passed. The team can show its completed value with a product backlog burn-up chart. I know that you may not have heard this term before, but if you go to the Agile Practice Guide, page 68, it becomes clearer. Okay, so the best answer is D. Let's go to our final question. In an Agile team, the product owner needs to work with the team to prepare some stories for the upcoming iteration. When should she is what it should read. So I'm going to make a correction on the fly. Excuse my cobwebs. When should she conduct the session for the preparation? All right, go ahead, choose an option. Let's move this up so that you can see just that question. All right. So let's use elimination again. As you all know, this is backlog refinement. And the place to do backlog refinement is not at the end of the current sprint or iteration. That's too late, right? It's not at the beginning of the next iteration. That's already sprint planning, and it's too late for you to do sensible refinement by then. And initiating is a phase in the world of traditional. We don't even use those terms here, but even if you were to use those terms, it's not realistic to say while you're putting together the project charter, just go ahead and do backlog refinement. Well, the backlog has barely even been put together. So the best answer is B, in the middle of the current iteration. Let's take a look one more time at the rationale behind this. So in iteration-based Agile, the product owner often works with a team to prepare some stories. Agile Practice Guide, page 52. In the middle of the iteration, the purpose of these meetings is to refine enough stories so the team understands what the stories are and how large the stories are in relation to each other. I might actually have one more for you, you know. Why don't we take a look at the final one that I've got, and that is going to be question 6. So let's make it fit on the screen. Okay. You are a product owner. You are about to start an Agile project, which is completely similar to the one you've just completed. The product is completely similar, but different. The team size and competencies are also similar. Even few of the previous team members are part of the new team. What should you do while estimating the story sizes? What do you think? All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. So, using process of elimination, A is not ideal because it says even few of the previous team members are part of the new team. It's few, it's not all of them. So we can't go off historical information to do this. All right. B says consult with previous team members who are part of the new team and make the estimation. Well, again, it's few. This is a new team. There are many new things at play, new dynamics, new synergies. So you might even underestimate or overestimate. So that's not the best answer. D, apply parametric estimating technique, which is very heavily formulaic, is not how we roll in the world of Agile. Remember the way we do estimating with our planning poker, wideband Delphi, or we use affinity estimating is very different. So the best answer is C. Make a new estimating session with the team. Let's take a look at the rationale. Each team's capacity is different. Each product owner's typical story size is different. Teams consider their story size, so they do not try to commit to more stories than there is team capacity to complete within one iteration. Many things at play. You got to estimate the story point, but you also need to factor in, for us as a team, how are we viewing these stories? It's going to be different from any other team you've been on when you look at the sum total of all those factors. And that concludes our review for today, my friends, of the questions section. I hope you found this to be useful. Process is a beast, okay? So today we have not even touched on a lot of things I would have liked you to study. Just so you know, if process has been a beast to you, you're going to need more than these day-to-days. You're going to have to jump on a system, study, work on a learning system that has questions, get involved in a community that has engagement. I highly advise you to join us at HPMexam.com by joining our hybrid project management exam.com. That's really what it is. HPM just stands for hybrid project management because this exam is hybrid, right? And today I've not talked about anything predictive. I've stayed really focused on the Agile stuff because Agile is a big component. If you want to attend a half-day boot camp and then get plugged into a community that meets on a regular basis, sometimes daily, I jump in there, quiz the team, help remove any impediments in their studying. If that sounds like something you want to be on to help your velocity, because you could look at this as an Agile project. Many of you, your velocity is not even it's a 1. That's all you're doing. You're getting a small little story done every week. How are you going to get certified when you're not moving content? You got to move the content. So I would advise you to really consider joining us by coming, first of all, for a half-day boot camp and building on your prowess by being plugged into the community. HPMexam.com will afford you the opportunity to get on a learning system where we go even deeper. The video for day 1 on our learning system is 1.5 hours, actually. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. I would highly advise you to join, and let's get some momentum going for your exam success. All right, HPMexam.com. And if you are just starting and you need a 35 contact hour course, you want to go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com, and you can also access that from our parent site, Praizion.com. Okay, so a lot of options, but it's important that you have a support system that you can plug into. All right, so moving on here, today I really want you to hone in on page 14 of the Agile Practice Guide. I want you to really understand what the Stacy model is. And then I want you to read pages 18 and 19, also in the Agile Practice Guide. So you've got a very good understanding and idea of iterative, incremental, predictive, and agile. You need to be all over that. And I need you to read the rest of chapter 3 so that you understand the difference between flow-based agile versus iteration-based agile. You got to be really solid on those. So at a high level, chapters 1 to 3, this is big for this task. Task 1, in process, a lot of folks are they're gonna find it hard if they've not studied the Agile Practice Guide, if they don't understand the concept of the minimum viable product, if they don't understand concepts such as the potentially shippable increment, if they don't understand the difference between an iteration versus a release, or a sprint versus a release, if they don't understand the hierarchy of the product backlog, which is the product, the epic, features, stories, tasks, where defects lie in that hierarchy, the concept of spikes, the concept of technical debt. If these are things that sound foreign to you, you could find task 1 tricky. So I encourage you to do more. These are great building blocks to start off with, but we need to go to that next level, okay? Thank you for joining me, my friends. Don't forget, close the gaps that we found today. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and I'll see you tomorrow. All the best and bye for now.
Hello and welcome to day 16, domain 2, task 2. This is managed communications. Let's jump straight into some content. Let's talk about questions. First question. You're a project manager. You're analyzing and combining the type and format of information with an analysis of the value of that information
so that you can effectively and efficiently meet the information needs of your project stakeholders. This is an example of what? Is it sensitivity and confidentiality of the information? Communication requirements analysis? Stakeholder engagement assessment? Communication modeling? Hit the pause button if you need more time. I will reveal the answer. 2 and 1. The answer to this is not A. It's not about the sensitivity and confidentiality of information. It's also not C, stakeholder engagement assessment. Neither is it D. Here's the logic. Each of those options is explained. The one that fits best is B, communication requirements analysis. It's a tool and technique of planned communications management. But beyond knowing it's a tool and technique, just understand what exactly you're doing. An analysis of the communication requirements, determining the information needs of stakeholders. It's quite straightforward. Next question. In the sample interactive communication model for a successful communications process, the receiver's feedback response is very important since the receiver is responsible for ensuring that the information is interpreted correctly while received. By getting the feedback response, the sender can confirm that the message is correctly interpreted on the other end. Which skill should one apply to ensure that the feedback can be achieved in communication between people? Is it A, nonverbal, B, networking, C, active listening, or D, cultural awareness? All right, let's reveal the answer. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this is active listening. All the other options are different things. Nonverbal is all about body language. Networking is interactive communication and exchange of information with others to develop contacts. So if you take a look, active listening makes the most sense. Cultural awareness is understanding differences between individuals, groups, and organizations. So your best option is D. This is all very, very simple and basic stuff that I expect you to already know. And that concludes our review of these initial questions. Remember, at the end, I will have open-ended questions for you to take back as homework and solve. Let's jump into it.
Hello, my friends. How you doing? Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. As usual, we are going to be covering one of the tasks from the 35. And today we're in the process domain, and our task is task 2. And task 2 simply states manage communications. Now, there's something about saying manage communications, especially to those of you who have read the 6th edition, and you know there is a specific process which is called manage communications. Well, let me make it very clear, this is beyond that singular process. In fact, I would title this task Project Communications Management in the World of Agile and Predictive, not to mention hybrid. That's what I would call it. The reason I'd call it that is there's a lot of information to take in this task. So what is communication? Communication is based on a model which has a sender sending a message through a medium to a receiver. It also involves the concept of communication blockers and overcoming those communication blockers and barriers in order to effectively communicate. And some of the blockers that we experience when communicating are things like noise itself, things like language, generational barriers, cultural barriers, and things such as that. PMI has quite a number of them mentioned in the PMBOK guide. If you read the 6th edition, quite robust actually. So communications involves many things, but the PMI boil it down to 3 processes, which are planned communications management, manage communications, and monitor communications. Now, while these are quite robust in the 6th edition, you need to go to that next level and ask yourself, what does communications look like in the world of Agile? So you go to the Agile practice guide and you get familiar with how Agile teams communicate. And Agile teams don't have as much red tape. In fact, they have no red tape. What we have in the world of Agile is a team charter, which pretty much guides us when it comes to the aspect of communicating. And then we understand what the manifesto tells us about business people and developers working together daily. We understand the concept of team space, and we understand the concept that news must travel at a much faster rate, a more rapid rate than in the world of predictive. And the reason is we're doing things in very quick turnarounds. We need that feedback, and that needs to be put back in. All right, so I hope this gives you an idea of communications in general. You know, you also need to remember things like the information radiator in the world of Agile, things like osmotic communication, things like the fishbowl window concept and remote pairing. We've talked about these in the past, so I would recommend going for another read of these. Just search for them in the Agile Practice Guide. Now, in the task for today, we have some specific enablers, such as analyze communication needs of all stakeholders. You could say that maps back to plan communications management. That's when you analyze the needs of the stakeholders and you plan accordingly. We also have another enabler which reads, determine communication methods, models, channels, frequency, and level of detail for all stakeholders. So here we're looking at some more information as it pertains to stakeholder communication, going into a little bit more minutia. And the next enabler says, communicate project information and updates effectively. And that really maps back to your managed communications process, because that is where you are actually doing the communicating. See? And the final one simply states, confirm communication is understood and feedback is received. This is referring more to sender-receiver models, which we employ in monitor communications. In monitor communications, this is where you are checking to ensure that the plan worked and that your mode of communicating is sufficient. It's also where you ask, what do we need to improve on from a communication standpoint? See? And that's pretty much it. Now, there's various pieces in communication, such as the communications management plan, communication methods, communication models, communications requirements analysis, communication styles assessment, and things such as that. Lots of minutia when it comes to the actual tools of communicating. So I encourage anyone who is studying for this exam to really know the tools and the techniques of communicating very well, because the PMI is not going to say what is a tool and technique for managed communication. No, the question is going to take the concept and they are going to dress it up with a pretty little scenario and a bow around it. Okay, so learn about communication models, communication methods, communication requirements analysis, communication styles assessment. Understand how the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix comes into play. Understand what you do in the world of Agile. Communicating with the stakeholders. Like I said, business people and developers, they got to work together daily, and therefore you're communicating daily. Understand that every event in the world of Agile is a communication opportunity. Every single one, whether it's sprint planning, sprint review, retrospective, refinement, all right, they are all avenues for you to get good with your communications, right? Because you do, you inspect, you adapt. If that didn't work, if something didn't work, you do something else. You try to get better and better, all right? That's what we call the TIA, the TIA factor of Agile, right? Transparency, inspection, and adaptation. You got to inspect, you got to adapt, all right? It's that simple. I hope this gave you some clarity, my friends. I look forward to seeing you the next episode. Look for the questions. And please remember to hit like and subscribe, and do share with your friends so that they know about this awesome free program for those of you getting ready for the exam. Talk to you soon. Bye for now.
In closing, your questions for today are on the screen. Take some time out, understand all of this terminology. There are several questions in this day because you know the process domain is very heavy. It is important that you master all of these, get them down pat, and make sure you close any gaps found by opening up the PMP exam immersion book. I highly recommend this book because it has everything in one place. And while we covered a few questions today, there are a lot more questions in the immersion book across people, process, and business. If you want to be part of a course that goes into the details regarding this and on a regular basis has meetings outside of that bootcamp to keep you on the straight and narrow, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com. The value is tremendous. You're going to get the book, PMP Exam Immersion. You're going to get a half-day bootcamp. And after that course, on a regular cadence, you will be held accountable. You will be given extra content to help you narrow down any gaps. So I highly recommend going down to hpmexam.com for instruction and for support system. Thanks for joining me today. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I'll see you in the next episode. Bye for now. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. It's day 17, and today we're talking all about risk. This is huge. We're going to spend a significant amount of time getting into the nuts and bolts and the definitions. There's so much stuff to cover. Let's jump into some multiple choice questions. Your project is part of a program, and on the top level, part of a portfolio. Some risks identified at higher levels are delegated to your project team for management, and some project risks are also escalated from your project to higher levels as they are best managed outside the project. This is an example of, is it non-event risk management, project resilience management, enterprise opportunity management, integrated risk management? Hit the pause button for more time. Now let's take a look at the answer. The answer is not A or B, neither is it C. The answer is D. Going straight to page 399 in the PMBOK guide, integrated risk management. Projects exist in an organizational context, and they may form part of a program or portfolio, so have that in mind. And risks exist at different levels. Some risks, as you can read, will be delegated to the lower levels, and some are escalated to the higher levels. And this coordinated approach to enterprise-wide risk management is integrated risk management. Let's take a look at one more before we jump into the content. You used some frameworks for identifying sources of overall project risk. The frameworks you need include PESO, TCOP, or VUCA as predetermined list of risk categories that might give rise to your project. This is an example of what? All right, hit the pause button for more time. And I will reveal the answer. The answer to this is not A or B, neither is it C. The answer is D. This is a prompt list. That's exactly what it is. If you haven't read page 416 of the PMBOK guide, I advise you to do that. And now that we're done with that, let's jump into our main lesson for the day.
Hey, what's up, my friends? How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the 40 days to PMP exam success. I hope you're doing well, and I hope your studying is coming along good. Well, this is day 17. If you've been following the days, we're getting to the midpoint in the next 3 days. And today we are talking about a huge topic in the world of project management that has to do with uncertainty. It's called assess and manage risks. What is a risk? Let's address that first. A risk is an uncertain event that could impact a project positively or negatively. A lot of times when people hear about risks, they immediately think about the negative. But in this world of project management, we need to think about both the opportunities as well as the threats. So, let's boil down what the PMI tell us in the PMP exam content outline. Ironically, you only have 2 enablers for this task, whereas in the PMBOK guide, you have 7 processes for this risk knowledge area. The 2 enablers: determine risk management options and iteratively assess and prioritize risks. Now, to be quite honest, that is a little bit too lame for the enormity of risk management. Let's take the process route and talk about the 7 things you need to do in the world of risk management. Number 1, plan risk management. Plan how to manage risks. In planning how to manage risk, you're going to come out with a risk management plan that guides you step by step what you are going to do. Part of your risk management plan could include your risk register format decided upon, your risk strategy, and your risk methodology. Now, what is the difference between strategy and methodology? Risk strategy is your overarching approach to managing risks. Risk methodology goes into the specifics of the tools, the techniques, and any methods that you will use to manage risks. But in plan risk management, you do all of these, and your major output is a risk management plan. Now let's go to the second process. It's identify risk, and this is where you identify all the risks, positive, negative. This is where you take a look at your risk breakdown structure format, which you should have already done in plan risk management. And this is where you begin to identify risks using those prompt lists or using the lowest level of your RBS as a checklist. You identify the risks, both positive and negative. You log them. You could also decide any preliminary approaches to dealing with them. But the bottom line is you are going to create a risk register and a risk report. When you're done with identifying risks, you move into perform qualitative risk analysis. And this is where you are analyzing the risk from a qualitative standpoint. You got to remember that qualitative is that high, medium, low, or risk score, which is probability rating times impact rating. You get a risk score, and that risk score helps you to prioritize the risks based on score. Probability rating times impact rating. Now let's talk about the probability rating on a scale of 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. 5 is a high probability, let's say on a 1 to 5 scale, or 10 would be the highest probability on a scale of 1 to 10. And then as far as the impact on a scale of whatever it is, 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 would be a high impact. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 would be a high impact. So you multiply these, whatever scales you're using. And the key thing is you're going to prioritize these risks. You're going to rank the risks. And those that are ranked highly, you will do a further analysis on. Those that are not ranked as high, you're going to leave to fall to the bottom of the register. And we call that a watch list. So the bottom line is you prioritize the risks, you categorize them as well, and by categorization, you need to put them in buckets. Which one is a technological risk? Which one is a business risk? And so on. Just think about your risk breakdown structure as giving you those buckets for categorization. When you're done with perform qualitative, you then move into perform quantitative risk analysis. And this is where the expert judgment comes in. This is where the question of the Monte Carlo or no Monte Carlo could come in, because to do a really great job at quantitative, a Monte Carlo is desired. And that's why a lot of firms don't do quantitative risk analysis. They just don't. Because they don't have the bandwidth to do a Monte Carlo. They don't have the awareness or the knowledge. So, perform quantitative risk analysis will look at the absolute probability using percentages and the impact in dollars. Whatever the impact is that you're looking at, it could be impact in dollars, it could be impact in resource hours, but the bottom line is you're going to find that impact and you're going to multiply probability times impact, and you're going to get the risk magnitude. We also refer to risk magnitude as expected monetary value. Think about it like this. It's the aggregate effect of risks on the project. We're talking about the aggregate effect of all those risks on the project. Okay? There are many ways it can be done. To get more insight, I would advise you to go to the website palisade.com. That's PALISADE.com. They got a brilliant website. They got brilliant tools, Monte Carlos, add-ons to Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Project, that can help you assess the level of risks on your project and the exposure. So really awesome site. And they have webinars and they have the capability for you to get PDUs. So look into that after you get certified, perhaps. After you're done with your quantitative risk analysis, which shows you the aggregate effect of risks on the project, we then move into what we call planning risk responses. And the planned risk responses process is one in which we are planning how to respond to the higher level risks that we have seen. And when I say higher level, I mean high impact, those that have a high EMV, expected monetary value. What we're going to do is look at all these bigger risks and say, what are we going to do about it? Yes, we know that it could impact the project, but what are we going to do? So you decide what you're going to do about these risks. Are you going to avoid? Are you going to transfer? Are you going to escalate? Are you going to accept? Are you going to mitigate? After you've decided what to do about these risks, you of course log the response strategy in the risk register. Some people refer to this as a risk response plan, but it's really a risk register. After this, you think specifically about who the risk action owner would be. By this time, you would have already thought about the risk owner. See, there's a difference between the risk owner and the risk action item owner. See? So the risk owner is decided earlier on. You could actually do this in qualitative. And you could think about it again here in the light of, okay, I'm the risk owner. Who is the action owner going to be? Who am I going to give the responsibility of the legwork to actually carry out this risk response? See? So risk owner and risk action owner, two different individuals. Now, some people say, Phil, we don't have that bandwidth for my project. I am both the risk owner and the risk action owner as well. And that's okay, as long as the work is being done. In all reality, on a lot of projects, the PM does almost everything anyway. So, after you have planned the responses for the negative and the positive, remember the positive, you also need to plan those. So, just to give you some guidance here, as far as the negative risks, I have a mnemonic. It's A-team. Accept, transfer, escalate, avoid, mitigate. So it forms a mnemonic A-team. For the positive risks, I have a mnemonic which is easy. It's a play on words. It's spelled E-A-S-E-E, easy. So for easy, E, exploit, A, accept, S, share, E, enhance, and the other E, escalate. It's as simple as that. So just remember, you have the A-team for the negative and you have the easy for the positive. Okay? It's important to know your responses, and I would advise you to read in the PMBOK guide what the 6th edition gives you as examples for each one of those. So, we've talked about plan risk management, talked about identify risk, perform qualitative risk analysis, perform quantitative risk analysis. We've talked about plan risk responses, and after you've planned risk responses, you've got to implement them. So, we implement risk responses. Okay? Implement risk responses means you are carrying out that risk response. And this is where you leverage the skill of influence to influence those who need to take action on a risk to actually do so. After you have implemented your risk responses, the next process and the final one is monitor risk. And we say monitor because you cannot control risks. So you monitor the risks, you keep an eye on them, you make sure nothing has changed. If anything has changed, then you need to act accordingly. For example, if a risk's impact has changed from being low impact to now significant, or if the probability has changed from being low probability to now significant, you make the necessary adjustments. Okay? This is where we do a risk audit to make sure that how we're managing risk is good. And this is where we do a TPA, a technical performance analysis, to make sure that technically speaking, we're achieving our milestones and there's no risk of us being thrown off our target date. So that's a long way of explaining task 3 from a predictive standpoint. You also need to be aware that risks, when they emerge, are no longer risks. When they actually materialize, when they happen, right? When the uncertain event is now certain, we call that an issue. So before an issue is one, it could be a risk if it is identified ahead of time. But not every issue is identified ahead of time. Some of them are just upon you. They are emergent. They just happen. But if you were able to track a risk prior and you carried out some attempt to mitigate it or to contain it in some way, if that didn't happen, if you were not able to contain it, maybe, just maybe, you could apply some sort of contingency. And if that didn't work, then there's something we call a workaround. A workaround is an unplanned response to a risk. So it's an unplanned response to a risk that has happened, and the response that you first thought of didn't work, or you just came upon the risk happening and needed to think on your feet differently from what you planned. You see, there's always an instance where your original plan didn't work for risk, and that's what we do with a workaround. Okay, I hope this is all making sense. I know I'm throwing a lot of terminology at you today. In closing, in the world of Agile, the way we manage risk is different. The way we manage risk is through the events, the ceremonies, the flow, right? We do things in an iterative fashion. We do things repeatedly until they are correct. We also deliver incrementally. So Agile, in and of itself, in its frameworks, has risk coping mechanisms built in. And you need to see it that way. Now, that's not to say it's enough. There should still be an intentional discovery of risks. And when you discover risks on an Agile project, they should be logged, and you should go after them before they become impediments. So what do? We put those risks in what we call a risk log, and we create ideas of how to tackle these risks, how to contain them, how to manage them. And for that reason, we have a risk-adjusted backlog as a concept that you need to be aware of. Remember, we just have our product backlog that has all of those things we need to do, user stories, requests, and so on. But we actually look at the risks and say, how does this risk impact this backlog item? Then we need to do some spike work to handle that risk before we can carry out that backlog item. So we have the concept of a risk-adjusted backlog. The risk-adjusted backlog is one that has been populated with the spike work, the risk work that we're doing. So any of those strategies that you need to take to deal with the risk, we put those in the backlog, and we ensure that those are done before the backlog item. All right, so I know I've talked a lot today about risk. I've thrown so many things at you, but at the same time, I want you to check out these definitions. Definition for residual risk, secondary risk, risk transference, and all of those other strategies. Make sure you read the examples in the PMBOK guide, and make sure you understand what risk seeking means. Make sure you know what risk averse means, and make sure you understand stakeholder risk tolerance, stakeholder risk appetite. Make sure you understand these terms, because you very well could get these on the exam. All right, make sure you read the definition of a business risk as well, and a pure risk. Just Google it. Google's your friend. All right, my friends, I hope you enjoyed today. Don't forget to do the open-ended questions that I'm going to put in this video, and it's going to help you master the content even better. Wish you all the best in your prep. You take care. Talk to you soon.
All right, now it's time to get into the meat of the day with the open-ended questions. These are very heavily definition questions. You should be able to open up your PMBOK guide, whichever book you're studying, and use this as a checklist. Okay, use it as a checklist to dig deep and realize if indeed you have mastered everything that is on these 6 pages. This is a lot of questions. I know it's a lot of stuff, but as you go through them, just ask the question, do I know what these are? Contingency reserve, trend analysis. What should the project manager do with unused contingency funds? I mean, this set of open-ended questions takes it to the extreme to ensure you truly have a great grasp of risk. One more question for the day. Your risk analysis shows that the risk item is a high priority opportunity, and the organization wants to ensure that the opportunity is realized. This response strategy is referred to as what? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time, my friend. The answer to this is exploit. This is the exploit strategy. The exploit strategy makes sure 100% that the risk does occur. Okay? Remember, there's a lot more where this came from in the PMP exam immersion syllabus. Get the book. Go to hpmexam.com and sign up for the training. In the training, you get the book, you get a lot of perks. You'll be able to join us in very regular touch point sessions to ensure that you have no impediments. We call it the daily scrums. You will be invited to those. So go on down to hpmexam.com. Sign up We've got one coming up this weekend, and it will be such a pleasure to see you there. Okay? It's a half-day boot camp where we cover all the 35 tasks live. So if there are any questions or impediments, you'll be able to get answers immediately and be on the right track to success. Oh, and of course, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to day 18 of 40 days to PMP exam success. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Thanks for following all the days from 1 to 17. Today, we're talking about engaged stakeholders, and we have 4 enablers for this task. The first one is analyze stakeholders. Use the power interest grid, influence impact grid, stakeholder cube, salience model. It really depends on the size and complexity of the project. Make sure you understand when to use a stakeholder cube versus a salience model versus the power interest grid. That takes us to the second enabler, categorize stakeholders. Categorize them by unaware, resistant, neutral, supportive, or leading, using the stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. Then you could also categorize them by those you need to manage close, keep satisfied, monitor, keep informed. Going to the third enabler, we have engage stakeholders by category. So depending on those categories, you engage those stakeholders. You engage them to move them from unaware to perhaps supportive or resistant to even neutral. It really depends on what you're seeking to do. But you can take these categories from the second enabler and you can proactively engage stakeholders to move them from where they are to where you want them to be, or maybe you just need to keep them there. That's what you do in the third enabler. And the fourth enabler, develop, execute, and validate a strategy for stakeholder engagement. This is where you look to see, are our stakeholders engaged? You monitor the engagement, and you could use surveys or a net promoter score to understand the stakeholders' feelings towards the project and understand how engaged they are. And that's all the stuff we're talking about today. But before we get into content on the road, let's jump into a few simple questions. The first question for today: you are a team member of an Agile project team. You need to communicate to somebody of higher rank in the organization. To facilitate timely, productive discussion and decision making, what should you do? A, engage with a stakeholder directly rather than going through layers of management. B, follow the proper hierarchical channel. C, inform your project facilitator to make the decision. Or D, consult with the project team about what to do. If you need more time, hit the pause button. The best answer to this question, my friends, since you are in the world of Agile, is to take the bull by the horns and engage with that individual directly to facilitate timely, productive decision making. Adaptive teams engage with stakeholders directly rather than going through layers and layers of management. One more question before we move into some content. Which stakeholder classification model is useful for larger projects containing complex networks of relationships with the stakeholder community? Is it the power interest grid, influence impact grid, stakeholder cube, or salience model? If you need more time, hit the pause button. And let's take a look at the answer. The answer to this question is not A and it's not B, because those are in essence very similar, very identical. However, I will say before you exam, make sure you understand the definitions of what power is, what interest means, and what influence means. Also what impact means. They are all different. And I found this out while I was seated in one of the PMI exams. You do not want that to happen to you. The best answer, my friends, is the salience model. The salience model describes classes of stakeholders based on assessments of their power level, level of authority, or ability to influence stakeholders. Now, I do want to point out, if you chose D, you are correct. In my listings of rationale, it does look like C, but it is D. All right, so the answer is salience model.
You use the salience model when you have large, complex communities of stakeholders or where there are complex networks of relationships within the community, all right? And you can find this on page 512 to 513 in your PMBOK Guide 6th edition. So we've covered a lot of information, my friends. Let's jump into today's On the Road. Let's get on the road and let's talk more.
Hello my friends, how you doing? It's your buddy Phil here. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. We are really picking up the pace, my friends. If you weren't aware, we are on to the process piece. And today we're talking about engaged stakeholders. This is day 18. Now let's talk about engaged stakeholders. What is a stakeholder? A stakeholder is anyone who could be affected by the project or anyone who could impact the project, and also anyone who thinks that they could be impacted. You see, those people who think that they could be impacted may actually be impacted, and sometimes they may not. But the bottom line is, if anyone turns up on your doorstep as a project manager to one of your meetings, and the person says, Project Manager A, I feel I'm a stakeholder, I've heard what's going on, and I want to be included in the information, you should take that person seriously, because that person very well may be a legitimate stakeholder. So your job here is to do a number of things. First of all, you're going to identify those people who could be impacted by the project, or those people who could impact the project. We call that identify stakeholders. And then you are going to plan how to get the stakeholders engaged. We call that planned stakeholder engagement. After that, you're going to carry out your plan for how to engage stakeholders by actually engaging them. And after you have engaged them, you should ask the question, am I engaging my stakeholders appropriately and effectively? If it's not effective, you need to change something. And we call that monitor stakeholder engagement. So let's talk about the tasks and the enablers involved with this. Let's talk about the number one task. It's engage stakeholders as far as the process of engaging them. Be aware that in the people domain, you also have tasks associated with people and stakeholder engagement and stuff. But for this one, we're talking more about the process. So this task on day 18 is going to go a little bit more into the technicalities of engaging stakeholders. It's going to go more into the tools and the methods. All right, so the very first one points to a well-known method, a well-known tool, and it's the power interest grid. So the power interest grid should be used to analyze stakeholders. It simply says analyze stakeholders. That is power interest grid, influence impact grid, and so on. It will do you well to explore these in your 6th edition. Make sure you know the difference between power and influence. Power deals more with authority. Influence deals with leadership. Keep that in mind. The next thing, after you have analyzed stakeholders for their level of power at any point in time, their impact on the project at any point in time, because that could change. After you have done that, you ensure that you are given the right amount of focus on these stakeholders that have a high level of power and a high level of interest versus those that have a low level of power and a low level of interest. In fact, we have the MKMK configuration. That's what I call it. It's monitor, keep satisfied, manage close, and keep informed. You want to make sure you follow that configuration as you are interacting with stakeholders. Also remember that your analysis is not a one-time thing, and that is because stakeholders are fluid. They are dynamic. They're humans, so they're always moving on us. They're always changing on us. They're always evolving on us. The way they may approach the project for the first phase may be different from the second phase, and so on. The next thing is to categorize stakeholders. Like I said, you could categorize them by the MKMK, or you could categorize them using the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix. I call it the SEAM. The Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix is a document or tool, if you wanted to call it that you could use to bucketize stakeholders and deduce how to engage them. So a stakeholder who is, let's say, unaware, you need a strategy for that stakeholder. And your strategy needs to be one of, what do I need to do to get this stakeholder from unaware to being aware, to maybe even being in a leading role? What do I need to do to get a stakeholder who is resistant to not be resistant? And things such as that. So you have a 5 configuration. It goes URNLS. And I just call it URNSL, I beg your pardon. And I call this earns less. U for unaware, R for resistant, N for neutral, S for supportive, and L for leading. Leading is the ultimate. So how do we get a stakeholder from being resistant or neutral to actually being in a more supportive role or in a more leading role? It really depends on the stakeholder. But that's what your strategy needs to be. After you have categorized stakeholders, the next enabler is engage stakeholders by category. So again, depending on how you have categorized those stakeholders, go ahead and engage them. Are you monitoring them? Are you keeping them satisfied? Are you managing them close? Or are you keeping them informed? So you need to deduce the strategy and go after the strategy, do it. Engage stakeholders by category. Last but not least, we have a rather long enabler which says develop, execute, and validate a strategy for stakeholder engagement. So this comes more down to what happens after you have analyzed and you've executed. Now we talk about validation. The validation of the stakeholder is what we're talking about here, the validation of your approach, of your method for engaging the stakeholder is what we're talking about here. So the question is, are you going to carry out anything differently? Are you going to do anything differently? What is your strategy going to be? Is your strategy going to be one of keeping things status quo? Or are you going to change something in how you engage in these people? If you're going to change something in how you engage in them, then this is where you do it. You know, this is where you need to ask the question, okay, what is that one thing I'm going to do differently? And then you do it differently. And then you check to see if your engagement that you have modified, that you've tweaked, is actually working. That's how you do it. So I hope you found value from this. As usual, I'm going to put some questions below. Make sure you do what is needed by answering those questions. And I'm sure you will get a lot of value from the process. Like I say, just got to follow the process. And in following the process, you'll get a great output, you know, because these are just memory joggers for a lot of you. It's really just making sure that you have mastered the information. All right, I hope you found this to be helpful. I will talk to you again very soon. All the best and bye for now.
All right, my friends, so we have covered all of the content, and now let's have a brief moment to take a closer look at those questions that flew by. Here's the first page. Again, if there's any question that stumps you, I would like you to put a comment below. Let me know what it is, and I'll get back to you with an answer. Here is the second page of content. in the question section. And finally, a third page, memory joggers, just to make sure that you truly have mastered all the content. All right, and that's all for today, my friends. Thanks for joining me. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I'll see you tomorrow on the next episode. Bye for now. Hello, my most awesome project managers. It's the day 19 session. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Today, we're going to be taking a look at plan and manage budget and resources. Taking a look at the enablers, the first one says estimate budgetary needs based on the scope of the project and lessons learned from past projects. So we need to find out the budget. Now, the words estimate and budget are not complementary, to be honest. Estimating refers to how much each task or each work package will cost, and budget refers to the final total amount of all of those task estimates added up. So it's very important that you understand the difference between estimating and budgeting. Now, based on historical information, we can extrapolate a lot of variables to find estimates using analogous, parametric, bottom-up, or three-point. After that, we talk about determining the budget. We should also be anticipating future budget challenges, and this refers to control costs and earned value metrics and forecasting. In the world of earned value for your exam, it's very important that you focus on CPI, SPI, CV, and SV. Know exactly what these are and be able to understand from a lineup of numbers like this. SPI of 0.5 is bad. CV of $5, that's good because it's positive. SV of minus $50, what's that? It's bad. What about a CPI of 1.01? That's good. What about an SPI of 3.09? Now, this looks like you're way ahead of schedule. In fact, it looks too good, and there may be a problem. So when things like this happen, you need to look into them. What about a CPI of 0.65? That's bad. At a high level, understand what a negative variance means, a positive variance means. Understand from the index perspective, greater than 1, less than 1, equal to 1. Okay? We'll talk about this a little bit more today, but let's jump back into the summary. Going into the third enabler, monitor budget variations and work with governance process to adjust as necessary. So take a look at your earned value metrics, your earned value management, and then re-baseline based on what you're seeing happening on the project, based on what you are anticipating. That will take you into change management. There has to be change requests, and you need to follow the baselining process. Number 4, plan and manage resources. Now, this is a huge shift away from the topic of cost, even though it is related. Plan resource management, estimate those resources and acquire them, develop and lead the team and control physical resources. These are all things that you do throughout resource management. Now let's hone in a little bit more into cost management. Cost management specifically, you're going to plan cost management, you're going to come out with a cost management plan, and then you're going to estimate cost based on how you plan to do so in the plan. You will develop an approximation for the cost of resources needed to complete the project work. Cost estimates are calculated here, and then we determine the budget by aggregating all of those estimated costs to a final total amount. And at the end of the day, we understand what our cost baseline is. We also understand project funding requirements needed for each time period. And then we move into control costs. This is where you're keeping an eye on the status of the project. This is where you're trying to understand, based on those earned value metrics that I showed you, what exactly is happening across the project. Again, you got to know this. You got to know the indices. You got to know the variances. Moving on to the topic of resource management, because we have to talk about that as well, we have plan resource management, estimate activity resources, acquire resources, develop team, manage team, and control resources. Now, what exactly is happening in all of these? Plan resource management is where you develop a resource management plan. Your resource management plan guides you on how to manage resources across the board: human, equipment, material, supplies, facilities. estimate activity resources is where you're estimating how many resources you need, what type of resource, physical resources and human resources alike, skill levels, quality of the resources, all that stuff. And then we acquire the resources, we acquire all the resources needed for the project, and then we develop specifically the humans, the team, training, team development, and all that for the project team. That was talked about quite heavily in the people domain. There's a task specifically for training. And then we go into manage team, that's giving the team feedback, leading the team and guiding them to success. And last but not least, we have control resources. So my hope is that as you've gone through the people domain with me, you're already all over resource management. When it comes to control resources, this is only about the physical resources. This is not about the humans. It's about the physical resources that you're using to get the work done. And that, my friends, is everything we need to talk about today. So it's quite a bit of information. Now we're going to jump on the road and we're going to begin talking about this in more detail. Let's jump on the road.
Hey folks, how you doing? It's your buddy Phil here. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to our 40 days to PMP exam success. Today we are going in on day 19. And day 19 simply reads, plan and manage budget and resources. Plan and manage budget and resources. Now there's something shaky about the enablers in here in that they use the word estimate and budget together. That is a huge no-no, as you know from the 6th edition. You have estimate cost and then you have determined budget. They're two different things. So when someone says estimate budgetary needs, it's kind of like, that goes against the grain, but you get the idea. It should say determine budgetary needs based on the scope of the project and lessons learned from past projects, and then anticipate future budget challenges, monitor budget variations, and work with governance process to adjust as necessary. And all that means is estimate the cost for the project, determine the budget for the project, anticipate any challenges that could happen in the future as far as budget is concerned, and while you are monitoring these variations, work with the governance process in that firm to follow through on any rebaselining efforts that need to take place. Because you can't just say, I need more money, give me more money, there's the money. No, you got to follow whatever the process is for rebaselining. In other words, like a change request. So keep that in mind. The final enabler here is plan and manage resources. Now this is just a cop-out for adding an extra task. PMI should have just added an extra task instead of lumping budget and resources together. They are two different things. You get what I'm saying? Two very different things. So when we're talking about resources, we have human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities. There's a lot to take in this one. We also have 6 discrete processes that we follow. So we've got our work cut out for us, my friends. We're going to take a long trip and we're going to talk about this. Okay? So let's get moving. All right. So let's talk about how cost management works from the 6th edition perspective. And the reason why I go with the 6th edition perspective is it is robust, it is complete. It is hard for you to get lost in the 6th edition. So, the very first process that we have in cost management simply says plan cost management. Plan how to manage costs on the project. And from this, we get a cost management plan. And that cost management plan helps us to fine-tune our focus as to how we're going to manage cost across the board. How are we going to estimate? How are we going to budget? How are we going to control the cost? When you're done with plan cost management, you go into estimate cost. And this is where you're estimating how much each activity or task, if you will, same thing, will cost on the project. So estimate cost helps us determine our cost estimates for each task. Then we go into determine budget. In determine budget, we are aggregating all of the cost estimates that we just came up with in estimate cost. We aggregate them, we put them all together, and then we know what the budget number is, and that's the difference between estimate cost and determine budget. Estimate cost is generally used for a task or work packages in some instances when you are calculating at a higher level. The bottom line is you're going to have to aggregate those costs to get a budget. And that's how it works. You get your budget, you get your project funding requirements, which is an idea of how much is needed periodically and also in total. We call that project funding requirements. After you've gotten your budget and the project is now being executed, the next thing is to control the costs. And one of the big topics here is earned value management. I often tell people you could get an earned value question, but it may not even need you to calculate anything. So for this one, you got to remember SPI, CPI, CV, and SV. What are the formulas for the indices? CPI is equal to EV divided by AC. SPI equals EV divided by PV. What you're going to notice from the C's, the CPI and the CV, they both start with earned value and they both have actual cost. Indices, you are dividing by actual cost, and variances, you're subtracting the actual cost. And it's really that simple. Indices divide, variances subtract. The next thing I would call your attention to is the S's, SPI, and SV. They also start with earned value. So all these formulas, they all start with EV. If it's an index, you're going to divide. So SPI, you're going to divide by PV. So you divide by PV. EV divided by PV is SPI. For SV, EV minus PV is SV. I hope that makes sense, and I hope I got it right. Okay, make sure you check your PMBOK guide, page 267, but don't go all the way down in 267 because I can assure you the TCPI and the EAC probably not needed for your exam. What I would expect is basic questions. SPI equals 1, what does that mean? It means you're on target. SPI equals 0.5, which is less than 1. It means that you're behind schedule. Alright? SPI equals 1, you're on schedule. SPI less than 1, you are behind schedule. SPI greater than 1, you're ahead of schedule. CPI equals to 1, you're on budget. CPI less than 1, you're over budget. And CPI greater than 1, like a 1.5, 1.2, means that you are under budget. So get the convention straight, okay? CV equals 0, cost variance is 0, means you're on budget. CV equals anything greater than 0, you're under budget. And CV equals less than 0, like a negative number, that means you're over budget. Schedule variance equals 0, you're on schedule. Schedule variance less than 0, you're behind schedule. And schedule variance greater than 0, like a positive number, means you are ahead of schedule. That's really what you need for cost management. Now going over to resource management. In the world of resource management, you got to remember you're dealing with human equipment, material, supplies, and facilities. If you have resources of a physical nature, we have a process called control resources, especially to make sure that those resources are being used the way we planned. Control resources is not for your human resources. Instead, we have managed team, and that helps us ensure the team is getting the attention they need, the feedback they need, the guidance, and the leadership they need. So what else happens in resource management? Well, we have planned resource management, planning how to manage resources across the board, human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities. And then we have estimate activity resources. And this is where we estimate the resources, how many, how much. And we do this for the human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities, of course, and anything else. When you understand how many, how much, you have an output. We call it resource requirements. The resource requirements for the project is what is going to trigger your acquiring the resources. So based on how many, how much resources you need, you go into estimate activity resources, or I should say acquire, beg your pardon, resources. So we estimate activity resources, then we go to acquire resources. In acquire resources, we're acquiring all of those resources, and the output is either going to be an assignment for the physical resources or an assignment for the human resources. So we have physical resource assignments and we have project team assignments for the humans. Physical resource assignments for the physical resources, project team assignments for the team members. Okay. All right. When we have acquired our resources, the next thing we do is ask the question, do they have the skills needed to function on this project? And if they don't have the skills to function on the project, we need to get them skilled. In the world of Agile, we have what we call a skills marketplace, and this is a way we cross-train internally. But on more traditional projects, we could have things like job shadowing, coaching, mentoring, and so on, which we could also use in the world of Agile. Don't forget, there are also opportunities to train team members by sending them for offsites together for the sake of synergizing, not necessarily to learn a new trade, but instead to learn how to better synergize what they already know, to be able to synergize their efforts and work together as one unified team. And then we've come full circle, because the final thing is control resources, and that has to do with the physical resources exclusively. So my friends, I hope you enjoy this. I hope it made sense for you, and I hope it helps give you some clarity on what to focus on for your exam. Okay. Thank you for joining me, and I wish you all the very best in your prep. Keep the days up. If there are any questions, make sure you answer those questions. All right.
Okay, my friends, we are done with On the Road, and it's time to look at a few quick questions really fast. Here we go. You've got open-ended questions for today, and I would like you to spend some time really thinking about these to make sure that you've got all the theory down. That's the first page. And here is a second page. It's got so much content. Freeze the screen and read through. Make sure you've got it all down. I want to make sure you got all those definitions, because there's a lot of definitions that could impact other areas. Okay, that's the second page. Let's go for one more page. I know it's a lot of homework. I know it's a lot of stuff to study. But if you spend time on this, I guarantee you, you will come away with enough knowledge, okay? Enough knowledge to understand earned value and anything that could be thrown at you. Now, for the aspects of TCPI and ETC, those likely won't be tested on the exam, but if you've worked in government or aerospace like I have, or if you find yourself working in those fields, you will find a lot of these to be helpful, because this was the story of my life for a straight 1 year while I was at a well-known aerospace firm. All right, you just never know when you're going to need this stuff. So browse through the TCPI. It's really work remaining divided by funds remaining. No ETC is just the estimate to complete, and no EAC is estimate at completion. It's a forecast. ETC and EAC are just forecasts. All right, and remember, if you need to top up on all of this knowledge and everything's loosey-goosey and you need help, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com and sign up for our boot camp. It's a half-day immersion boot camp, and after that you got 60 days on our learning system with 2 full mock exams. It's a steal. Check it out, hpmexam.com. Couple more questions. All of the following data analysis techniques can be used in the estimate cost process except what? All right. Hit the pause button for more time. I will reveal the answer very shortly. 3, 2, and 1. The answer is variance analyses. Variance analysis is talked about in the PMBOK guide, and it's used in the monitoring and controlling aspect. That's where we do our variance analysis. Variance analysis looks at the difference between the planned and the actual. All right, so that's the best answer. Here's another question. All of the following are best practice considerations for managing cost for agile or adaptive environments except what? I know it's going to take some time for you to read through. Read through. Okay. And also be aware that on your exam, you could have some really lengthy questions. You got to get used to reading quick. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right. Let's move on and check the answer. The answer is A. So if you look at this statement, detailed estimating methods, 3 points, so on, we don't use that in Agile. And that's why the answer is A. All right. Another question. A project has the following budget components. Determine the management reserve and cost baseline amount. I'll give you some time to let it marinate. Okay. Let's end and let's check the answer. The answer to this is A. If you do the math, you realize that the baseline amount is 84,000, and because of the information you had in the beginning of 100,000 being the budget minus baseline will give you that 16,000 that is the reserve. All right, so one more time, the answer, the reserve, management reserve is 16,000. That's 100,000 minus 84,000. And then the cost baseline is 84,000. Another question. I'll let you read it. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Okay. So the best answer to this, the SPI, if you calculate it, it's 25 divided by 30. That's 0.83. And the CPI is 2.2 divided by 2.8, and that's 0.79. So the best answer to this, SPI 0.83, CPI 0.79. And that is option A. All right. One more. I'll let you read the question. Hit the pause button for more time if you need it. Okay. So the best answer to this is level of precision. This is really more about how precise the measurement is. Okay? And you can get all of this information if you read through the definitions in the PMBOK guide. Level of precision, this is the degree to which cost estimates will be rounded up or down. If you have not read the details in the guide, again, I recommend that you do. Open up the guide and understand the difference between the units of measure, level of precision, things like this. All right. I hope you found value from this. Remember, go on down to hpmexam.com. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I will see you again on wow, it's going to be day 20. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. It's day 20. In day 20, we're going to take a look at a task that is all about schedule. It's called Plan and Manage Schedule. Now, when you get this language, you got to understand what schedule management is all about first. So let's dive into schedule management at a high level. The first thing you do is you plan how are we going to manage the schedule? How are we going to develop the schedule? And we call that plan schedule management, where we develop the schedule management plan. When we've got a plan of action for how to attack scheduling, we then define the activities. We create a list of activities that further builds insight into what the project is all about. Remember, we've got our WBS, so we're going to take our WBS, we're going to break down the work packages in the WBS even further into a list of tasks. And then we're also going to create these attributes. We call them activity attributes. Think about it like activity metadata. So we get our activity list, activity attributes, and our milestone list. And then we sequence the activities. We put them in the logical order of occurrence. And from that, we get our project schedule network diagrams. We build on that further with understanding of how long each activity will take. Now, you got to understand that these activity duration estimates are all compiled with insight from risk, resources, and many more. So in order to understand how long each activity will take, there needs to be a number of assumptions made, and there also needs to be a number of inputs from resources, from risk, and other areas. At the end of the day, we get duration estimates and a BOE, a basis of estimate. We then put all of this information together, and then we have our project schedule. We have our schedule baseline, schedule data, and a project calendar, to mention a few. We take all of this and it creates that schedule for us. We compile all the information, and then we have our schedule. And the final thing we do is we control the schedule. We ensure that we are preventing delays, thinking ahead, monitoring progress, and we also derive schedule forecasts that tell us if we are on point, schedule-wise or not. Now, there's a lot more that goes into this, and I would really like to break it down by going into a free application called Project Libre. It's just like MS Project. We're going to create a new project here. We're going to call this example. We're going to hit OK. Again, this is free. You can find this on the Project Libre site. So let's put in a few tasks. So the very first thing you do in schedule management is you decide how we're going to develop the schedule, what software. Now we've decided, we come into the tool or whatever we're going to do, and we begin breaking down the work. So assuming we wanted to work on a project to get certified, we could say study initiating. That's the very first task. So what we're doing here is called define activities. We could say study planning, study executing, study monitoring and controlling. I'll just say MC, and study closing. And I would also say study Agile and study hybrid. For example, what we're doing here is just defining the activities. We could also say take exam, and we could say pass exam. Okay, now all of these are activities except the last one, it's a milestone. Okay, milestones have 0 duration. Now that we've got our list of activities, the next thing we're going to do is sequence them. So to sequence them, we reveal the predecessor column, and here we're going to put predecessors of each of these. So the predecessor of 2 could be 1. So we'll type in a 1, and you can see it's now got a finish to start relationship. The predecessor of 3 is 2, and the predecessor of 4 is 3, and so on and so forth. And we could keep going on and on just for simplicity purposes. Okay, now assuming we wanted a relationship that's a start-to-start relationship between hybrid and agile, if we wanted to do those with a start-to-start relationship, we could just put a 6SS, and there we've got a start-to-start relationship. We're not even talking about durations yet. We're just talking about how these things are linked together. Taking the exam, we could say this is a 7 because we need to do that before the exam. And we are going to put here, this is going to be a finish to start. And the final one is a milestone, and that is going to be 8. And that is sequence activities, putting in all this predecessor information. The next thing we're going to do, based on our awareness of resources, assuming we had all the resources and stuff, we could have resources assigned to all of these, but we won't go into that today. Next thing we're going to do is put in some durations. To study initiating could take a day, planning could take 2 days, executing could take 2 days, monitoring and controlling could take a day, closing could take a day, studying agile 2 days, studying hybrid 1 day, and of course we have the exam, which we would say is a day, and the milestone is 0. And that is a very high level way of how we define the activities, sequence the activities, estimate activity durations, and guess what? Now we have our schedule. That's our schedule. So if we were starting working on the 22nd of August 2022, we could study, as you can see, over this span of time. And that is an example, my friends, of how you build a schedule. It's all of these bits and pieces that we are going to talk about today. Okay, so let's jump into the study. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff to talk about, and we're going to get on the road as we always do, and we are going to talk schedule management. Remember, this is day 20, so I want to applaud you. Those of you who have been following, this is halfway. You get done with today, you are halfway there. So very well done.
Hey folks, how you doing? It's your buddy Phil here. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. I hope you're well. Today we've got a very important one which every project manager should know about because it has to do with the schedule. And it's simply called Plan and Manage Schedule. To plan and manage schedule, you got 6 things the PMI gives you in the 6th edition that you should be aware of. And it's plan, schedule management, define activities, create a list of activities. That's really what they're saying when they say define activities. And then we have sequence activities. Sequence activities means put the activities in the logical order of occurrence. All those dependencies, make sure it's baked in. And then estimate activity durations. Based on the sequence, what is the duration going to be as far as how long these things will actually take? So we estimate the activity duration, and then you got your schedule. It's that simple. Develop schedule is where you get your schedule. We also have a schedule baseline that's an output. And after you got your schedule, the next thing you do is you control the schedule. You ensure that the schedule stays on track. Ensure that people working on the project are aware of when their activities are coming up so that they can hit them the right time. So the task, plan and manage schedule, which we're reviewing here on day 20, has a number of sub-bullets. These enablers, we call them. So we have estimate project tasks, milestones, dependencies, and story points. Utilize benchmarks and historical data, which makes sense. Because if you are estimating just based on what you feel versus what is and what has been, you're doing it wrong. And then we have prepare the schedule based on the methodology. So whether you are using an agile approach or a predictive approach, you got to have some sort of plan. You know, in the world of agile, we use a product roadmap to guide us on the high level planning, and then we have release plans for lower level, and under that we have iteration plans, and under the iteration plans each team member, they decide how long it's going to take them and if it can indeed be done based on their capacity for that particular sprint. And then we have measure ongoing progress based on methodology. And that is pretty much controlling the schedule, where you're checking to make sure, based on how we're proceeding, are we likely to finish or not. That's really more for traditional. In the world of Agile, we already know what our time box is. We already have a time box, and our issue is not how long will an activity take, it's will the activity fit within the time box. That's what we ask ourselves in the world of Agile. Next, we have modify the schedule as needed based on methodology. So you modify your schedule in the world of traditional depending on whether you are with a tight timeline and a milestone that must absolutely hit, or if there's flexibility. If there's flexibility, you adjust as needed. But if there's a hard milestone, your question needs to be, how are we going to get this done? Are we going to crash the schedule? Are we going to fast track? Are we just going to re-baseline if we are able to? Sometimes you just got a hard date and there's even no point asking for a re-baseline. You know that can't happen. Could be a compliance type of scenario or something else, and you just know, no, there's no point asking. Other times, there could be wiggle room. You proceed accordingly. All right, and last but not least, we have coordinate with other projects and other operations. Scheduling, many an instance, is not just based on one project. It's based on resource availability across other projects and based on availability of machines and equipment in other endeavors, other things happening on the project at the portfolio, program, and project level. And that's pretty much it, my friends. It's that simple, okay? In the world of Agile, a few things you should focus on are the concepts of sprint planning, your sprint backlog, your product backlog, release planning, iteration planning, concept of sprints, the concept of estimating, because it doesn't have to do with duration. However, it does come into the discussion where this is concerned in the world of the PMI. So understand that estimating is based on complexity, size, risk, and things such as that. But it does permeate into this discussion about schedule. All right, look for the questions that we have for today, answer them, and it's going to be a great outcome, my friends. Thanks for joining me. I wish you all the very best, and I will talk to you very soon. Bye for now.
All right, my friends. Well, that's it. We are back from off the road, and we're going into some fun open-ended questions. So let's take a look at the open-ended questions for today. You know that schedule is a beast. We got 6 processes here in the PMBOK guide, and we've got a ton of stuff in the Agile practice guide, so you do have to hit those pages hard. So here's the first page of content. You can see I got a whole lot of questions for you. So just freeze that frame, okay? Take a look at the questions I have on this first page. That's 23 questions on this first page, okay? Here's a second page. Always go back in and freeze that frame just so that you can get all the questions. There's quite a lot of them, quite a lot. And like I always say, if you have a question about the questions, you need to let me know, because I'm not going to go over all the questions you can check in the PMBOK guide. Most of these you can check in the PMBOK guide easily. So I suggest you do that. But if you've got any one or two that throws you for a loop, then I want to know about those. All right. So I encourage you to go ahead and share those in the chat. It's meant to be a conversation. All right. So don't hold back. Ask questions. Here's page 3. You can see there's a boatload of stuff. I have so many questions on this day, and it's because schedule is a beast. Now, I don't want you to get sidetracked with the calculations for forward pass, backward pass, all that stuff. It's not to be expected on the exam. Another name for ADM, you probably won't find number 10 here in the PMBOK guide. This is just another network diagramming method. So we have precedence diagramming method. We have arrow diagramming method as well, which is ADM, but you won't find that. It used to be in the PMBOK guide before. Probably won't find it, but it's just good information. Remember, it's project management professional, so it's good that you know a lot of stuff even outside of the guide. All right, let's take a look at the 4th page of questions. Okay, so you got to remember this program has been on for over a decade, so there is a lot of content in the program. Okay, so there you go with the 4th page of content. When it comes to compression and fast tracking and all of that stuff, crashing, I would highly suggest paying close attention to this stuff, because I know a lot of questions can be written from these concepts. Right, here's the final one. I know, yes, you're enjoying it. You wish there were 10 pages, but they're just 5 pages, just 5. Hit these pages hard, go through them. Some of them, you're just going to fly through them, and you're going to be like, I already know what that is. I know what that is. All right, very good. Now, before we get into multiple choice questions, I want you to remember, if you need additional help, you really need a solid place to learn. You need to go on down to hpmexam.com. When you sign up, you'll be able to get on our program. We have daily scrums where we hold each other accountable, and we have the PMP exam immersion book. Remember, you can always go on down to the parent site, which is Praizion.com, to look for all of the content we have. We have so much content from so many aspects of the exam and even beyond the exam after you get certified. Coaching, training, mentoring beyond PMP certification is also available on the Praizion site. All right, so let's go into our final lap for the day. It's questions. An Agile team estimates and averages a cycle time of 3 days per story, and there are 30 stories. How much time would it take to complete the project? Again, as usual, if you need more time, hit the pause button. I reveal the answer pretty quick. All right, the answer to this is not D, and it's not A. The answer is not C either. It's a simple calculation, right? You just multiply and you get 3 times 30, right? 3 days per story times 30, and the answer is B. Okay, B is the answer. Remember what cycle time is, the difference between cycle time and lead time. Cycle time is the time required to process an item. The lead time is the time from when the item actually came in to the log till when it finally got completed. So you got to understand that dynamic. Okay, let's move on to the next one. An Agile team implemented a scheduling approach to limit the team's work in progress in order to balance demand against the team's delivery throughput. They did not develop the schedule in advance for the development of the product increments, but rather pull work from a backlog or intermediate queue of work to be done immediately as resources become available. This scheduling approach is called, or is known as, what? What do you call that? As usual, give you some time. Think about it. All right. Let's take a look at the answers. So the best answer to this, my friends, is on-demand scheduling. Okay. So if you open up your Agile practice guide, or your PMBOK guide rather, to page 177, you will find where all of these terminologies are covered. Iterative scheduling, on-demand scheduling, rolling wave planning. Take a look at page 177 right here on the screen. These are the definitions. And on-demand scheduling, typically used in a Kanban system, is based on the theory of constraints and pull-based scheduling concepts. All right, so that's the answer. Let's move on. An Agile release plan contains all of the following except. All right. So the answer to this, my friends, cannot be something that is higher level than the release plan. The release plan does contain iteration plans. So remember, it says except. So we're looking for the except. So it's not A, it's not D, and it's not C. Because these are all in an Agile release plan. But the roadmap is not. The roadmap is higher level than a release plan, so it cannot be in it. All right, take a look at page 216 in the PMBOK guide. Let's move on. Burn-up chart is typically used for what? All right, so the key thing about the burn-up chart, burn-up versus burn-down, is it has the feel-good concept. If you've read the Agile guide, you know what I'm talking about. Burn-down charts, they're a little bit miserable to look at because it shows you all that is left. Okay, so the best answer to this is not A, and it's not B, because this is talking about features. So it's not to do with the features. The burn up doesn't show what's remaining, it shows the points completed. All right, so you might have jumped out and chosen option B. Now that's wrong because of the word features. So the best answer is D. All right, that's the best answer. Just the vanilla flavored burn up chart. It's not about features, it's about those story points. Okay, let's move on. You are a project manager for a construction project. The steering group asked you to accelerate the schedule to meet an imposed date. As agreed with the steering group, you are constructing the foundation for a building before completing all of the architectural drawings. This is an example of what? Okay, let's go ahead. Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. All right. Best answer to this, my friends, is not reprioritization. Okay? And it's not leads and lags. And it's not crashing. Best answer is fast tracking. When you really boil it down, what are you trying to do here? You're trying to compress the schedule. So you're doing things that should have been in sequence, in parallel. Take a look at the question again. Right? It says you are constructing the foundation before completing all of the architectural drawings, which means they are overlapped. And that is fast tracking. Let's move on to the next one. All of the following frameworks provide sufficient guidance for the collaboration of multiple Agile teams in a program or portfolio, except what? Collaboration of multiple teams in a program or portfolio. Hit the pause button for more time. All right, 3, 2, and 1. So this is in essence asking you which of these is not suitable for scaling. So taking a look, the regular suspects, discipline agile, less, the one that I'm always talking about, to not do, safe, right? These are all used for collaboration of multiple teams working on a product. Here, program or portfolio, you get the idea. But if you were going to say, in all fairness, it would really be more of a product or a single backlog. Yeah, you get the idea. But these are all scaling techniques. A is not. And therefore, the answer that you should have chosen is none other than option A. XP. Okay, it said multiple agile teams except. So the except in this case, my friends, is option A. All the others, if you open up the Agile Practice Guide, what you're going to find is LESS, DA, Scaled Agile Framework, SOS, so on and so forth, are all scaling techniques. And with that, my friends, we have come to the end of this rather long session. And it's to be expected because, like I said, scheduling is a beast. So it took quite a long time to get it done. But hey, you are halfway. Day 20. What I would love for you to do is to like this video, go over it again to really master the content, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, so you'll be notified about when the next video comes out. All right? Thank you very much, my friends. I will speak to you hopefully very soon. Be aware that these videos take a significant amount of time to prepare, so any kind of support that you can offer is always appreciated. Look for any buttons below that help you show support, and please be patient, because I would hate to bring out content that is not robust enough to help you understand the task. All right? If you are looking for something quicker, always go on down to the website, Praizion.com. We have a curriculum that has a ton more than what we have on YouTube, right? So my recommendation to anyone who really needs to get this done quick, and maybe the information is not as rapid as you want. Maybe you're looking for all the videos. You want to get so many videos. You want to get all the explanations to all the tasks today. Well, you probably should sign up for the immersion program. All right, hpmexam.com. Thank you very much, my friends. I will talk to you soon. Bye for now.
Hello, my most awesome project managers. How you doing? Welcome to day 21 of 40 days to PMP exam success. I am extremely delighted that we are beyond the midpoint and we're now heading towards the big finish. We've got 20 more to do. So jumping straight into day 21, I've got a little question to test your quality and agile awareness. Here's a question. As you work on the retrospective, a discussion about enablers of agility is started by two team members. As servant leader, they ask you for advice. Which of the following would you use as an enabler for agility? Choose two topics. Which one would you choose? Think about it. All right. Well, the best answer to this question, my friends, remember, choose two. Technical excellence and good design does what? It enhances your agility. It's not about extensive requirements, and it's not about detailed, thorough planning. In fact, in the world of Agile, we tend not to plan in all this great detail up front. We take it piece by piece as we approach the sprints, or the iterations, if you will. And that needs to be the mindset. Technical excellence and good design enhances your agility. Moving on, let's talk about the task for today. It's plan and manage quality of products or deliverables. Now, this is redundant because deliverables means product, service, or result. So in essence, it's saying plan and manage quality of deliverables. All right, so you got to understand what a deliverable is. A deliverable is a product, service, or result. Now, the PMI addresses these in three processes. The first process is plan quality management. Develop a plan for how to manage project quality and improve project processes. You always need to have a plan for these knowledge areas. This one is no different. The next one is manage quality. This is tricky to understand at first, but you need to think about it like this. Executing the quality management plan, that's the easy way of thinking about it. The next level above that is to understand manage quality is code for quality assurance. And quality assurance is all about checking the process, checking the how behind your work. How are you working? Are you following those compliance guidelines? Are you doing the work as you are supposed to? Or are you cutting corners? And this is where quality audits come in. So manage quality is executing the quality management plan to comply with organizational and identified quality standards. The final one is control quality, and this is where you're checking the actual product. Manage quality, checking process. Control quality, checking product. Control quality is all about quality on the project and the product. So you got to keep this in mind, all right? Now that we're done with this, you know what we're going to do. We're going to jump on the road and we're going to talk about this in a lot more detail. So, are you ready? Let's jump on the road and talk about this process of quality. And I'll let you know there's going to be a ton of slides that I'm showing you here, because it's one of those processes where we have to go deep. This task is a deep one. All right, let's get rolling.
Hey friends, how you doing? It's your buddy Phil here, Project Management Training Coach. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. I hope you're studying and I hope you're doing really great. Today we are moving into another topic under the process umbrella, and it simply states plan and manage quality of products or deliverables. Now when you boil it down, a deliverable is a product, service, or result. So it's really just saying plan and manage quality of deliverables, right? You got to plan in how you're going to manage quality, and there are three processes for managing quality. You have plan quality management, manage quality, and control quality. It's so easy to remember. Plan quality management is all about identifying those quality standards that you need to adhere to, identifying any agreements from a quality perspective. This is where you also pull in the customer, because the customer has a huge say in quality. Now, when you define quality, it's three things. It's fitness for use, conformance to requirements, and customer satisfaction. The customer has a say-so in if quality has been achieved. So we take this very seriously. After you're done planning how to manage quality, you've identified the standards to adhere to, you've identified the metrics that you need to use to measure quality. We then go into manage quality. Manage quality is all about checking the process for producing whatever you are. Manage quality is where you would carry out a quality audit. So it's very important that when you think about quality and quality assurance, you think about managed quality, because managed quality is actually where you do the quality audits, and that is actually code for quality assurance. Managed quality is code for quality assurance, if you didn't already know. So the bottom line is, when you think about quality assurance, you got to be thinking about quality audits and checking the process. There's a difference between quality assurance QA and quality control QC. Quality assurance is checking the process. Quality control is our next one, which is checking the product. There's a difference between checking the process and checking the product. And quality assurance is checking the process, and quality control is checking the product. Okay? We call quality control quality. That's the formal process name. But let's really boil down the difference, because there's a little bit more that we need to delineate. Quality assurance, which is formally called managed quality as far as process name, is checking the process. But one of the things that we do here is we actually begin to identify ways that we are going to effectively inspect the deliverable. See, part of QA or managed quality is beginning to prepare those test and evaluation documents that you are going to use to inspect and record findings from your quality control. See, so quality assurance is a precursor to quality control. It's where you begin to think, which documents do we need, test and evaluation documents wise. Okay, now when you are done with the whole thing of quality assurance at the first stage, and what I mean by first stage is quality assurance is iterative. It doesn't end. So we could have like a first round or layers of it, if you will. But when you're done with that first layer of understanding, what follows is your quality control. So you can do quality assurance, have a little dose of that, while quality assurance is still happening on the grander scheme. You could be inspecting. So you take the test and evaluation documents, you got a quality report as well at this point. The quality report is also something that you get from managing quality. These become inputs as you're working and controlling quality. You are now inspecting your deliverable. You see, there's a difference between checking the process versus checking the product. You get it? There's a difference. So you need to have on your process hat for managed quality and your product hat for control quality. That's how I want you to tackle these two. Otherwise, they keep on messing with you. Product versus process. There is a difference. Okay? Now, in control quality, what we're doing is inspecting that deliverable to make sure that it is fit for use, conforming to requirements, and it is likely to satisfy the customer. This is before you send it to the customer. Okay? We carry out quality control before that deliverable goes to the customer, because we need to get from control quality a verified deliverable. A verified deliverable is one that you have checked yourself as the performing organization and you have found it to meet those requirements that the customer originally asked for. Okay? So, I know it's just 3 processes, but there's a lot of volume to it. Now, on top of this, for your exam, it would be helpful for you to understand quality tools. There are a lot of quality tools for you to master. There's control charts, there's scatter diagrams, check sheets, checklists, so much stuff that you need to get a very firm handle on. Okay? So for the past 10 minutes, we've been just talking about the 3 processes of quality: plan, manage, and control. And we need to break down the actual task for today and the enablers. So let's take a look at what these actually are. So let's digest this one more time. It says plan and manage quality of products or deliverables. The very first enabler is determine quality standard required for project deliverables. What does that sound like from what we just talked about? Obviously, that is plan quality management. That is where you identify those standards, right, for the deliverables. The next enabler is recommend options for improvement based on quality gaps. Now, what do you think that is? If you didn't already figure it out, when you are recommending options for improvement based on quality gaps, that is actually managed quality, believe it or not. Because managed quality is where you get all this quality control measurements from control quality. And you're asking the question, you're analyzing, why do we have the results we have? Whether they're good, whether they're not so good. If they're not so good, it's why do we have the result we have? What are we going to do about the result we have, since the results we have are unfavorable? You know, and you find quality control measurements being an input to the process known as managed quality. In other words, there's a feedback loop that is going back from control quality into manage quality. See? So if you haven't taken notice of that, please do. That's a very important one. And then we also have the final one, continually survey project deliverable quality. What do you think that is? Continuously checking the quality in control quality. So to really get a firm handle on this, you got to master PMI's plan, manage, control. And you need to be all over it, know the tools, understand the flow, get the mindset down. Okay. Now, as far as Agile is concerned, because you might wonder, in the world of Agile, well, how does it all work? How does quality work? Well, you know what we say, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams, right? So you have a self-organizing team that is responsible for architectures and design, right? And even requirements. The team is extremely instrumental when it comes to this concept of quality. You should also remember that the product owner needs to know the deliverable, the product, whatever is being built inside out. If you're building the wrong thing, it's not quality. So part of the product owner's job is ensuring that the right thing is being built. That is huge. And then as far as how to build it, building it the right way, that's where the team comes in. The team gets good with its quality within the entire sprint at different points. You know, you got the daily scrum, that's an opportunity for inspection. You got the sprint review, that's another opportunity. You've got the sprint retrospective, which is a huge opportunity for you to check quality as a team introspectively. All right, so I hope all of this stuff is making sense to you, and I hope it's giving you a good idea of how all the different pieces of quality interweave, you know. And again, that's the task. It's plan and manage quality of products or deliverables. It's task 7 under process, and you just got to remember that quality is right in the middle of the iron triangle, right, of schedule, cost, and scope. All of those could impact quality. You don't want to sacrifice quality for speed. So it is important for you to think about quality as, you know, the most important aspect, because if it's not fit for use and conforming to requirements and satisfying the customer, what a waste of time. All right. Thanks for joining me today, my friends. Look for the questions. I'm going to put the questions. They'll follow. Make sure you answer those questions. And if you have questions for me, make sure you answer them, or ask them rather. Thank you very much. Speak to you very soon. Bye for now.
All right, my friends. Well, we got to get back into those questions. So let's take a look at those questions. The open-ended questions. We have 2 pages here. And as usual, I highly recommend that you take time out and use it as a checklist. The intent is for you to use this to validate that indeed you have all of these concepts down. Okay, so there we go with page 1. Freeze the screen, take a look at it, make sure you understand these terms. Number 9 is about the control chart. I flashed it on the screen for a little bit. Make sure you understand the control chart and what it does. It's one of the favorites. It could be camouflaged and cloaked on the exam, but you can expect to find some topics around control charts. All right, second page is more voluminous. I have a lot of questions for you here. Okay, so think about these, and if you have any questions about these questions, like I ask you, I do my part, you do your part. Your part is to put the questions about any of these questions. Okay, I do it in such a way that it makes you take action so that you can absorb this for yourself. All right, and remember, we have these boot camps. They're called PMP exam immersion. They are half-day boot camp. If you want to be part of that, go on down to hpmexam.com. all right, with that said, let's take a very quick look at a concept that I have shown a few times on this channel. It's a concept of quality, what exactly it is. So let's explain. We get a deliverable, but while the deliverable is being created, managed quality is happening in the background. When the deliverable is done, it goes to control quality, and from there we get a verified deliverable, hopefully. That means this deliverable is good to go to the customer. So it goes to the customer customer may have a change request. That change request goes to CCB, and from there we get an approved change request to tweak something because the customer is not pleased completely with it. Now there's a feedback loop from control quality to manage quality that has quality control measurements, and that helps us analyze what is wrong with the process. Why isn't the process working? And that's how we come up with the idea of how to improve, how to get better in whatever we're doing, how to improve that deliverable to customer specification and satisfaction. Same cycle, only that this time it goes to the customer and the customer accepts the deliverable, and that goes to close project or phase. We put it into production, we get a final product, service, or result transition, and that closes out the cycle. All right. In addition to this, I also want to call your attention to the importance of the many tools of quality. We don't have enough time to go through all of them, but regarding tools and techniques of quality, pay close attention to cause and effect diagrams, scatter diagrams, design for X, know what affinity diagrams are, know what flow charts are, know histograms, understand a concept of matrix diagrams, and there are many different types, but you don't have to cram this. Just understand the concept. There are L-shaped matrices, T-shaped matrices, Y-shaped and X-shaped matrices, and roof-shaped matrices. The key thing about the matrix, it shows you relationships between those rows and columns. Understand the difference between a check sheet and a checklist. A check sheet is used to gather data as well, not only to check things off, but to gather data as far as where did you find the defects, how many did you find on each day, and we refer to this as a tally sheet as well. Like I said, cause and effect diagrams, regular suspect, control charts. I have an extensive video on control charts on YouTube. I would advise that you watch that video and you can actually see how we get the UCL, LCL, and all those points. So there's a science to it, and I explain it quite heavily in that video. Okay. Now let's jump into a few questions before we round up completely for today. I know it's been another of those long sessions, but it had to be. All right, really quick. The category assigned to deliverables having the same functional use but different technical characteristics is referred to as what? Hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer to this is C, and that's grade. When we use the term grade, we're talking about a design category assigned to deliverables having the same functional use but different technical characteristics. Next question, all costs incurred over the life of the product by investment in preventing non-conformance to requirements, appraising the product or service for conformance to requirements, and failing to meet requirements is referred to as what? Hit that pause button if you need more time. The best answer to this, my friends, is B. Cost of quality. Highly advised that you take a look at the cost of quality. There's a very intricate breakdown that if you don't pay attention to, you could easily miss free, cheap questions. So you got to understand the breakdown, cost of quality, understand all the things under cost of conformance, understand all the things under cost of non-conformance. Okay, cost of quality, COQ, regular favorite on the exam. All right, let's move back into our questions. Next question, cause and effect diagrams are known as all of the following except what? If you need more time, you hit the pause button. The answer to this, the bogus one here, did you note the word except? There's no such thing as why-how diagrams. So Fishbone, YY, Ishikawa. Next question, you are inspecting work outputs and deliverables. What are you doing? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. The best answer to this, based on what we discussed, is control quality. This is where you're monitoring, recording results, but you're also inspecting those deliverables. Next question. Manage quality is considered the work for? Hit the pause button for more time. The answer to this, my friends, it's everybody. And you might have heard quality is referred to as everyone. Managed quality is considered the work of everybody: the project manager, project team, project sponsor, the management of the performing organization, even the customer. They all have roles in managing quality on the project, although the roles differ in size and effort. Next question. Which quality management process is sometimes called quality assurance? All right. Based on what we discussed in the training, the answer, manage quality. Okay. All right, my friends. Well, there you have it. I hope you've enjoyed this. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. These take a long time to do because it's like a full course on one task. So I would love for you to appreciate the effort put in. There's a lot of moving parts. You see me on the road, then I'm back in the office, then I'm putting all this stuff in. So please be patient with me. I know that it takes a little time extra, but there's no point putting out something that doesn't explain the concept enough for you. All right, for those of you who are in a manic rush to get all this content down, going down to our website, like I said, hpmexam.com is a good place for you to start. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. I will talk to you very soon. Bye for now. Hello, my awesome colleagues. Welcome to day 22 of 40 days to PMP exam success. Let's jump into scope for today. Task 8, plan and manage scope. We've got so much to talk about. So let me jump into a few questions for you, okay? Very first question. You collected descriptions of required functionality from a requirements workshop. The descriptions are short textual forms that describe the stakeholder role, who benefits from the feature, what the stakeholder needs to complete, and the benefit to the stakeholder. These form of descriptions are called what? All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. I'm guessing you know the answer to this. It's not A or B or D. It's C. This is a user story. Okay, let's move on to the next one. A variety of industries such as film, advertising, instructional design, and software development projects use storyboarding to show mock-up navigation path through web pages, screens, or other user interfaces. This is an example of what? All right, the best answer that I was looking for is the least obvious, or I should say, so obvious that it almost looks like it can't be that. And that's D. It's prototyping. We're really talking more about storyboarding, but storyboarding is a prototyping technique. Okay? All right, let's go to one more question before we jump into some content. So you are a project manager. You were facing difficulty collecting requirements for a particular activity since the person doing it is either reluctant or unable to articulate the details. Hence, you assigned one of your team members to perform that person's job or tasks to carry out processes to experience how it is done to uncover hidden requirements. This is an example of what? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Think about it. For this one, I'm going to give you a little bit more time. And I'll actually give you a clue. You can find the answer to this in your PMBOK guide. Okay. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right. The answer to this is not D. It's not role-playing because this is actually real world. It's not personas because that would be a description putting yourself into the life of that user, but that's not what this is. This is actually going in to learn the hidden requirements by putting yourself on the job. And it's not facilitation, obviously. Okay. The best answer that we were looking for is option A, participant observer. So let's read a little bit about the minutia behind this. Observation and conversation provide a direct way of viewing individuals in their environment and how they perform their jobs or tasks and carry out processes. It is particularly helpful for detailed processes where the people who use the product have difficulty or are reluctant to articulate their requirements. Observation is known as job shadowing. Is usually done externally by an observer viewing a business expert performing a job. Can also be done by a participant observer who actually performs a process or procedure to experience how it is done to uncover hidden requirements. Okay, so this is hiding in plain sight in the PMBOK guide, believe it or not. Okay, so if you search in your PMBOK guide, 6th edition, you will find this information. Okay, and with that, we have to jump into some content now. So let's jump into Domain 2, Task 8, by jumping on the road and listening to some content. Here we go. I'm just going to recalibrate and make sure it starts right from the start. Here we go.
Day 22 of 40 days to PMP exam success. Day 22 focuses on the process piece with scope management. It's called Manage Scope. So you think about it. What do we do in scope management? What is in the content outline is significantly shorter than what is in the 6th edition. We have 3 broad categories of these enablers, and I'm just going to give you the paraphrased version. 1, collect your requirements. 2, break down the scope using a WBS. And 3, control the scope and get it validated in the form of the validate scope process. Now, while it doesn't use that explicitly, that's what it boils down to. So let me tell you the full story so that you get a better breakdown. 1, the very first thing you do in the world of the PMI is to always plan, how am I going to manage this knowledge area? And that's called plan scope management. Plan scope management guides you on how you're going to manage scope. It's all about the big how. And then we have the requirements management plan, which is also an output of here. And it's a, how am I going to collect the requirements? How am I going to manage the requirements? That's really what the question is. Now, to go a step further, you go into the next process, which is collect requirements. And in collect requirements, we're collecting those requirements. Whatever those requirements are, we're collecting them. After collect requirements, we get to a process called define scope. And define scope is where we break down what is needed to actually deliver those requirements. Think about it like this. It's one thing to say, I want a chicken sandwich that's hot, right? The requirement, hot chicken sandwich. But the work to actually make that sandwich, that's what we do in defined scope. We need to break down the work to understand what do we need to do to deliver this requirement. Get it? And that's it. After you're done with this step, define scope, you then consolidate all of your scope findings and ideas into what we call a work breakdown structure. We call it create WBS. We create the work breakdown structure. And as a result of that, we get something known as the scope baseline. The scope baseline has 3 things in it. It has a WBS dictionary, and a project scope statement. That's it. Those three things make the scope baseline. And the scope baseline is part of the PMI's holy grail. It is so important. Everyone talks about the scope baseline in the world of the PMI. Now, after the scope baseline has given you the baseline for what is in scope, and you now know what is not in scope and what is in scope, you're moving into the monitoring and controlling process group now, and this is where you're going to the validate scope process, where the customer validates the scope. Could say it's one of the stakeholders, key stakeholders, sponsor, whoever it is. You validate scope, and that's where your customer says, yep, this meets what I was looking for. This is exactly what I wanted. Or they might say, no, I want to change request. This is not what I requested. All right. And then the last thing that happens is the control scope process. And control scope is where the project manager should ensure that extras are not added. This is where the project manager ensures that anything that is done on the project is in scope. So in other words, we are controlling the project from scope creep and from gold plating. And that's the general idea. And that's scope in a nutshell. Now, in the world of Agile, you know, it works differently. Scope is variable. It's not fixed. So the way we tackle scope, it varies. Okay? And in the world of Agile, we have flexible scope, which means we plan in iterations. Scope is variable. It's not fixed. What's in your product backlog, it could change. It could vary. So for today, I want you to take a look at the questions I have. I have a number of questions. Some of them are from the world of Agile and some of them are from the world of predictive. I want you to do your very best to answer these. And by the time you're done, you'll get a much more robust idea of the aspect of scope. All right? I hope you enjoy this night episode. I'll speak to you soon.
Let's take a look closely at what we have for today. Here are the first set of open-ended questions. Again, go through them, and if there's anything you need explained, do put a question in the comments. Here's the second set of questions. Use it as a checklist. Make sure you understand what all this is talking about. And here's the third set of questions. So roughly 70 questions on scope. This is definitely more than enough for you to play with. Definitely more than enough. I think we're at almost 100 questions on scope. But they're open-ended. You should know what these are, okay, before you exam. All right, so let's move into final questions. I've got a few more, so here we go. Okay. You are a team member on an Agile project. Your team broke down epics into user stories. This is an example of what? What would you call that? All right. The best answer is this is decomposition. It's B. Okay. Look at all the other options. It's none of those. It's not elicitation. It's not prioritization. Breaking epics into stories is a great example of decomposition. All right. Let's move to the next one. Which of the following is an output of validate scope process? All right, this is one of those you either know it or you don't. The best answer is not A, it's not D, it's not C, it's B. It's accepted deliverables. All right, this is pretty straightforward stuff that you should already know. All right, let's take a look at the final one. Final question. The uncontrolled expansion to product or project scope without adjustment to time, cost, and resources is referred to as what? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer, best answer, is scope creep. That's the general term. Now, one of the children of scope creep is gold plating, but not every aspect of scope creep is gold plating. There are many ways to increase scope, such as nibbling, keep adding extras, keep asking for extras as a customer. So it's not always on the team side. It could just be the customer that is nibbling, and that leads to scope creep. Okay, so scope creep is the parent, gold plating is one of the children of it. All right, my friends, so that concludes day 22. Again, don't forget to go to hpmexam.com if you need additional help. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share this video with your friends, and as soon as I'm able, I will bring you another episode. But that concludes day 22. A lot of content. I hope you enjoyed it. Speak to you soon, and bye for now. Hello, my most awesome project managers. I appreciate you giving me time to prepare this lesson for you. I know it's been some time, so this is day 23. Day 23, we're going in on the topic of integrate project planning activities. We've got 5 things to talk about. Consolidate the project or phase plans, assess consolidated project plans for dependencies, gaps, and continued business value, analyze the data collected. Now it seems like a repeat. This next one, it's collect and analyze data, which is kind of repeating number 3. But the difference here is to make informed project decisions. This is really focusing on what you're doing when you analyze that data. You know, you get work performance information from work performance data, and you got to make informed decisions with that analyzed data. And lastly, determine critical information requirements as far as who needs to be communicated with, when, why, how. That's what we're going in on today. Now, before we get into it, I want to give you some questions up front. So this is your day 23 discussion, and we only have 1 page, thank goodness, for today, unlike other days when we had 4 or 5. So hit the pause button, go through all of these open-ended questions first, and let's jump into the questions for the day. I'm going to be giving you some of the questions for the day up front because I expect you've been reading your immersion book. I hope you have, and now we can jump into some questions so that you can very rapidly find gaps. Who is dedicated and responsible for project integration management? Okay, hit that pause button if you need more time because I will reveal the answer very quick. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this is D. Project integration management is specific to project managers. You can read all the rest, page 72 in the 6th edition. All right, so the project manager is dedicated to integration management. Let's go to the next one. Number 50. The project team uses the project charter as a starting point for initial project planning. All of the following are true about using the project charter while developing the project plan, except. All right, hit that pause button, my friends. 3, 2, and 1. When you take a look at all of these, the one that sticks out like a sore thumb is not option C, and it's not option D or B. It's A. So the except, the best answer is A. The project charter describes the necessary information from a business standpoint to determine whether the expected outcomes of the project justify the required investment. That is not what the charter does. That's what the business case does. All right. So page 77, page 83, you can get some additional information about this. Let's go to number 51. The project kickoff meeting is usually associated with the end of planning and the start of executing. As a project manager, you use the kickoff meeting for all of the following outcomes except. Go on and hit that pause button if you need some more time to think about it. Remember, your exam is 1 minute, 15 seconds on average per question. So I'm not giving you that. So if you need that time, you got to hit that pause button to be fair to yourself. All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer is not A or C. And it's not B. It's D. To formally authorize the existence of the project, we all know the kickoff meeting comes after that has happened. Okay? So end of planning, we've already authorized the project. So that's why the answer is D. All right, let's move on. 52. Which of the following documents is not part of the project management plan, however, is necessary to manage the project effectively? Okay, 3, 2, and 1. The one that sticks out because it's not a plan. It's not D, it's not C, and it's not B. It's option A. Now, I know to some folks that haven't read the PMBOK Guide 6 in depth, you're wondering what all of these are. I want to encourage you to go on down to page 89, know what's in the plan, okay? All this stuff on the right, PMI lists 19 things that could be in the project management plan. Make sure you know them. But I can tell you requirements documentation is considered to be a project document, not part of a project management plan. All right, let's move on. You are a project manager. You have just completed the project management plan for your project, and it is ready to be baselined. However, a key stakeholder just discovered a critical error and requested an adjustment to the project management plan. What should you do next? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time. So if you've read the PMBOK Guide, page 83, you will know that a number of the things here are things that you should not do when you have an unbaselined plan. It hasn't been baselined. So you don't need to do B, C, or D. You just need to go straight to A. You don't need a formal change. You don't need to seek advice from CCB because you haven't even finished the plan, right? And you haven't baselined it. And you shouldn't refuse the request. That would be dumb, especially since it's a critical error. So the best answer is A. Before the baselines are defined, the project management plan may be updated as many times as necessary. All right, that's on page 83. Take a look at that. Number 54. Which of the following is not a process in project integration management? Okay, this is so easy. 3, 2, and 1. You probably already know the answer without taking a second thought. It's option D. D is incorrect because if you go back, managed project communications happens in communications management. Newbies may be stumped by this, but not you folks. Many of you have been studying for upwards of 5 or 6 months. All right. So now that we're done, let's jump into the content. I'm going to get on the road.
I hope you're doing well. And I hope you've been doing all the studying that you know I want you to do. You know that every day I want you to open the immersion book. Every day I want you to hit the chapter that aligns with what we're studying. And you also know that every day I want you to hit those quiz questions, right? You know, every day there's a quiz in the book. Even if it's 2 questions, it does a whole lot. So I'm looking for you to do the work, all right? Today is going into the 23rd day, and it's titled Integrate Project Planning Activities. Now, reading this one right off the bat, integrate, I know it immediately sounds like plan-driven, right? Sounds like predictive. And I wouldn't blame you for thinking it is predictive, because when you take a look at the enablers, it does sound rather predictive. So the first enabler under Integrate Project Planning Activities reads, consolidate the project or phase plans. Now, everything was going good until it mentioned phase. The moment it mentioned phase, you know, okay, this could be very predictive, because in the world of Agile, we generally don't do phases. We do iterations, right? So, as you're reading all this stuff, I want you to begin delineating, that could be hybrid, that could be Agile, that could be predictive. And that kind of thinking is just going to help you all the more on the exam. So at a very high level, integrate project planning activities is exactly what it sounds like. Everything to do with planning needs to be integrated across the team, across the iterations, across the sprints if you're doing Scrum, whatever you want to call it. But integration is key. In the world of traditional or predictive or plan-driven, the responsibility for integration lies with the project manager. But in the world of Agile, as the PMI tells you, if you've read the Agile Practice Guide, pages 90 to 95, they tell you that the integration of the project is the responsibility and the accountability of the Scrum team, or the Agile team, if you will. You know, not everyone uses Scrum, so let's just say Agile team, right? The Agile team is responsible for the integration. Think about the places where planning in some way, shape, or form takes place. At the very beginning, you've got some authorization, right? You've got an Agile project charter. But even on top of that, before you get to the Agile project charter, you should have first had a vision, product vision, right? After your product vision, you put together a product roadmap, right? Product roadmap, and then we began thinking about release planning, and then down to iteration planning. This is all in the PMBOK guide, by the way. And then the lower level down away from iteration planning is getting into what you do on the day-to-day as a team member. So it's like peeling the different layers of an onion, right? You got to integrate all the moving parts. Release planning, iteration planning, the product roadmap, the day-to-day things you're doing as a team member. It's all integrated, and it's integrated by the team. And when I say team, I'm talking about those three responsibilities. I'm talking about the product owner, talking about the facilitator or Scrum Master, and the team. And don't be surprised if on the exam they don't budge from that mantra of project manager. They may not even one time mention that you have a Scrum Master. They may just mention that you have a project manager, right? So just be ready for language that is a little bit different from what you expect. So now you've got a good idea about what exactly this task means. This task could refer to something in the world of predictive. It could also refer to something in the world of Agile. You got to keep that in mind, okay? So let's jump a little bit deeper into the concept of integrate project planning activities. Number one, consolidate project or phase plans, and that has to do with all the other plans I mentioned from the world of Agile. And then it has assess consolidated project plans for dependencies, gaps, and continued business value. So what they're saying here is whatever aspect of the project has been planned, integrate stuff, and then assess to ensure that it is a cohesive, airtight plan. In other words, there are no gaps, there's no holes in the project management plan. In other words, you've got it all down pat, okay? The next thing they say here is analyze the data collected. Now, we've got to be careful when we say analyze data collected, because you know data comes from executing. So when we say data, we could be talking about data collected to replan, right? But data, work performance data, we identify that as generally coming from the director managed project work process, don't we? So you got to keep that in mind. Like, data is a very loose word. If we're talking about integrating planning and someone's talking about data, you gotta keep that WPD, WPI, WPR hat on, and you really need to ask, okay, are we talking about data, face value, or are we talking specifically? When you read it, analyzing data collected, it's really neither here nor there. We could be using data very roughly to refer to basic form of abstraction that we're going to use for planning. But we got to be careful with it just to make sure we're focused on what data is it. This is not necessarily data being generated in executing, right? Or it could be. Maybe there's data from external that we're using. Maybe there's data from internal we're using. Maybe we're using historical data. Whatever the data, bottom line is you got to analyze and make sure that your plan is airtight. That's really what it's saying. And as you proceed through the project, You also want to make sure you are updating the plan according to the data that you're collecting. Because remember, work performance data is fuel for you to create the work performance information. And from that, you can replan these integrated plans all day long. It's just normal. But it's important that you really think through the flow. All right, next it says collect and analyze data to make informed project decisions. And I'm glad they refer to informed project decisions, because now we know for sure they're talking about executing data. We're going to get that executing data and we're going to use it to make informed project decisions by converting the data to work performance information, right? Your work performance information is going to be put into a work performance report, and through the abstraction from the work performance report, the project manager and the team are going to glean what exactly could be done. What are the options based on the analyzed data? All right, so it says collect and analyze data to make informed project decisions, which is right down the monitoring and control alley. Okay, the next thing we have here, and the final one, is determine critical information requirements. So right here, what they're asking you to do is make sure you understand information requirements as far as the integration of plans, because as you're integrating, there's going to be information, and that information needs to be shared with the right individuals, the right stakeholders, the right entities. All right, so I hope this all makes good sense for you. The bottom line is you got to integrate scope plans, schedule plans, cost plans, quality plans, resource plans, communication plans, risk plans, procurement plans, stakeholder plans. Any plan that pertains to your project, you got to make sure you're integrating those plans with everything else. All right, I hope this makes good sense for you, and I really hope you have put it on your to-do list to read page 600 and no, that's not the page 90 to 95. Yeah, those pages in the Agile Practice Guide, where you have, this is how we do it in predictive, or this is what we call it as far as knowledge areas are concerned, but this is how we tackle those knowledge areas in Agile. Yeah, I 100% advise you to cover your bases in that regard. Please read pages 90 to 95. That is really going to help you get a good handle of how integration works. The other page I want you to take a look at is page 89. So all of those project management plan components, all of the plans, all of the baselines, all the other components that make up the project management plan, you got to know those, and you got to know how they affect each other. All right? Because integration is huge. I was just looking through different results I was coming across, and I realized integration can be a beast to you on the exam. So you really need to have integration down pat. All right? I hope this makes good sense. I hope you are really taking note of your weak areas, and I hope that you'll play with the questions. Questions come in right after this segment. I look forward to speaking to you again tomorrow. You take care. Bye for now.
Hello, my awesome colleagues. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. It's day 24, and we're moving on to task 10, domain 2 of the process domain, and it's manage project changes. Manage project changes starts off with anticipate and embrace the need for change. In other words, follow change management practices. The second step to take is to determine a strategy to handle change. Third one here is execute change management strategy according to the methodology. And finally, we have determine a change response to move the project forward. As usual, today I have a number of open-ended questions for you to answer right here on the screen. Some of them are from the world of Agile. It is important that you identify Agile as a change coping mechanism. Agile is great when you're dealing with rapid change, copious change. And I also have questions about the predictive domain. Now, let's jump into the questions for today that are multiple choice. A change request may include which of the following? If you need more time, do hit that pause button. And I will reveal the answer shortly. All right, let's examine what the answer is. So the answer to this is D. The answer is all of the above because change requests includes corrective actions, preventive actions, defect repair, and updates. Updates to documents, updates to deliverables. All right, let's move on to the next question. Which of the following is true about initiating a change request? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time. All right. So, taking a look at these, what you'll observe is that all of these statements are correct. Changes could be from any stakeholder, they could be initiated verbally, and they may not impact the project baselines. So there's a fallacy going on that if changes don't impact the baselines, then you don't need a change request. That is not true. Okay, so the answer to this is D. And those are the pages to refer to. Here's your next question. Your project's change control board is internal to the organization. The customer is not included in the CCB since they are an external party. A change request got approved from the CCB. The change requires revised cost estimates, activity sequences, schedule dates, resource requirements, and analysis of risk response alternatives. What should you do next? Give it some time. Okay, if you need more time, hit the pause button and let's review the answers. So taking a look at the answers given, make adjustments to the project management plan and other project documents, communicate to stakeholders about the revision, seek approval from the customer by sharing the impact of the change, or execute project work to implement the change. So taking a look at all the options, they're pretty much the same. A and D are all about taking immediate action without involving the stakeholder, in other words, the customer and the sponsor, right? Because it says the customer is not included. So this is really more about the customer. Now, if you read the PMBOK guide, you realize that when the customer is not part of the CCB, you should include the customer. So the best option for this is C. You should seek approval. Customer or sponsor approval may be required for certain change requests after CCB approval unless they're part of the change control board. Okay, let's move on to our next question. An approved change request review meeting is arranged to discuss all approved change requests and ensure they are reviewed and they were implemented as approved. Also, the meeting will help check that changes are completed and all parts have been properly implemented, tested, completed, and certified. This meeting is organized as part of which of the following process? And make sure you hit the pause button if you need more time. All right, let's go ahead and end the poll. And let's take a look at what the results could be in 3, 2, and 1. All right, my friends. The best answer to this is exactly where you find it, which is B. This is a direct cutout of the control quality process. This will obviously go unnoticed except you have done due diligence to investigate every one of these little nuances. But more than just cramming where it's from, it is helpful to know what an approved change request review is. And this is reviewing change requests to ensure that they were implemented as approved. Just makes sense, but it's a special type of meeting the PMI talk about. Let's move to the next one. How do Agile teams keep their project changes documented? And this will go very quick. This is a short one. All right. 3, 2, and 1. Be sure to hit the pause button if you need more time. Now, taking a look at the question and the options, which of the options is from an Agile world? It's definitely not A, because that talks about a change log and issue log, which we don't use. It's definitely not C, because we don't deal with a change management plan. And sprint review document is just a bogus made-up term. So the best answer, as you might have guessed, is into the backlog. Believe it or not, this is talked about in the 6th edition on page 671. Iterative, agile, and adaptive approaches track, review, and regulate progress and performance by maintaining a backlog. And that's the way we do it in the world of Agile. It's using a backlog. If you are just joining, this is our day for changes under the process domain, and the questions we're looking at are of a change management nature. Let's move on. All right, next question coming up. Your project involves high uncertainty, high rates of change, high complexity, and high risks. To ensure that your customers get value sooner, you should follow all of the below approaches except. Which one would you not do? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. All right, my friends, the best answer wouldn't be any of the things we do in Agile. So we allow frequent adaptation, we provide frequent delivery, and we utilize very short feedback loops. So the best answer to this is A. A, that states restrict changes. You would not restrict changes in the world of Agile. That is not congruent with our Agile principles. All right, so that's it for the questions, both open-ended, which I showed you previously, and the multiple choice questions. Remember, if you're working on your PMP exam and you need help in a half-day boot camp, go on down to hpmexam.com, come on the full program, or just go on down to Praizion.com and grab the book. You can always just grab the book and use that for your studying. All right, so with that said, we are jumping on the road and we will talk more about managed project changes. Let's jump on the road.
Hello, my friends. How you doing? Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today, we're talking about a very far-reaching topic, and this is the 10th task in the process domain. And it's simply titled Manage Project Changes. Now, this is not to be confused with the business domain that talks about organizational change and much higher level type change. This is about change at the project level, so it's an appropriate place for it to be. Now, what is change management in the world of PMI as it pertains to the project? As it pertains to the project, we're looking at changes to project documents, changes to any aspects of the deliverable, and changes to processes that might have already been in orbit on the project. We have some very straightforward enablers, and the first one is anticipating the need for change. There are going to be some instances on projects where you anticipate that a change is needed. That is what this is referring to. So it says anticipate and embrace the need for change. If change needs to happen, lead the charge, be a change agent, right? And it says follow change management practices. It's quite straightforward. Don't stand in the way of change. Talk about being an enabler, being a catalyst for change. And then we have determine a strategy to handle change. What do we mean by this? Higher level strategy. We're not talking about lower level stuff. We're not talking about the procedural stuff or the methodical stuff yet. We're talking about higher level. What is your mindset at the higher levels as far as change across the entire project? This is where you could begin thinking about a change management plan. This is where you could be thinking about how to manage change across the entire project. So what is your overarching mindset going to be? Are you going to have an intentional, deliberate response to change? Or are you just going to be dealing with change as it comes up? And then after determining a higher level strategy, having a plan, like a change management plan, having a configuration management plan. If you haven't watched my video on the difference between configuration management and change management, definitely do that because it is going to help you. Configuration management is about changes to particular widgets or artifacts or drawings, which we refer to as configurable items. A configurable item has to go through configuration control, and one of the ways we do this is through versioning. We also call it version control. That's big in configuration management. So just Google Praizion configuration management, change management, and it should come up. The next one, after determining the strategy to handle change, simply states execute change management strategy according to the methodology. Now, in my mind, the strategy comes first. It's a higher level way of thinking about whatever is at hand. For example, a risk strategy comes first, and then the risk methodology is how you're going to carry out that strategy at the lower levels. So it sounds backwards the way the PMI put it. I would recommend thinking about change management at a much higher level, and then when it comes to the methodology, we're talking about the tools, the approaches, the techniques, the lower level actions that you need to effectively manage change. Last but not least, we have the enabler called determine a change response to move the project forward. So how are we going to respond to change? How are we going to respond to this opportunity for change? Get it? Now, we have not talked about the methodology. So we need to talk about the lower level methodology for managing change on a project. So think about the different steps. it usually starts off with an awareness that someone needs a change, or someone is flat out asking for a change. It could be a verbal request. It could be a written request. On projects, there's something known as a change request form, and the change request form has to be completed, and then it is formal, it is official that a change is being sought. Okay? You might hear the term change request. You might hear the term change request form, change order. These are all alternate names that people refer to these things as. Change order, change form. The bottom line is, if someone asks you for a change request, makes a verbal request, as a project manager, you should put that into a formal request. So it could be actually doing it for the customer, helping them, put it into a change request. Or it could be asking them, can you complete this? If you ever get a question that's nickel and diming and saying, ask the customer to do it themselves, or reject the request and tell the customer to do it themselves, it's likely to be the wrong option. You could actually help the customer complete it by showing them, by walking through it with them, especially on the first occasion. After you have filled in that change request form, the next thing that should happen is the project manager and the team should analyze that change request form and get a better understanding of what is being asked, do some analyses, try and get down to the bottom of what exactly the customer wants. And what is the impact going to be? What does the customer want, and what is the impact? After doing that, you could send the change request form along with your recommendations to the change control board, if there is one, if there is a change control board. If there's not a change control board, it might be a very simple step, such as the project manager reviewing the change request. See? The project manager reviews the change request and decides yay or nay. It's that simple. Project manager decides yes or no. If the project manager decides to go ahead and approve the request, the outcome is documented and is communicated to whoever needs it. If a project manager decides not to approve a request, then what happens is it is documented in the change log, and at the end of the day, customers are made aware of the outcome. It's that simple. See? So at the end of the day, every change request should be analyzed, should be reviewed, should be investigated as far as what will happen if we do this. Also, what will happen if we don't do this? What happens if we don't approve the change request? Perhaps a customer is going to be really upset and may not do additional business. That's not good. Okay. So let's go through the overarching steps. 1, change request comes verbally. 2, put it in formal writing into a change request form or change request. 3, log that change request into something we call a change log. 4, review the request and decide the impact that approving or rejecting the request could have. The cost, the scope, all those pieces. Next, send on all of that information to the change control board. The change control board will review it, decide whether to approve or reject it based on what the project manager and team have sent in. And ultimately, their decision is documented in the change log and again communicated to stakeholders. Also be aware that the change board, the change control board, or even the project manager at any time could request additional information from whoever the requester is. At the same time, they could offer something different. They could say, we can't give you what you're asking, but we can give you option B. So that could also be something that happens in change management. Now, when it comes to change management in Agile, just be aware that Agile in and of itself is a change coping approach. You know, in the world of Agile, we manage change with Agile. See, we manage complexity, we manage uncertainty, we manage change with Agile thinking and with an Agile framework. So just keep that in mind, okay? Agile is a risk coping mechanism, change coping mechanism, complexity coping mechanism, okay? And as far as how change is managed in Agile, it's extremely fluid, extremely dynamic. Okay, I believe we've covered everything you need to know, so check up change management plan, change log, change request, change order, accepted changes, accepted change request. Just understand all that terminology, and I'm sure the exam will be a lot more bearable for you. All right, I hope that gave you some good insights, my friends. Check for the questions. Make sure you answer all those open-ended questions. Make sure you answer any multiple choice questions.
All right, so regarding questions, my friends, you already know the drill. This is the express version, so there are no questions, just the content. I want to cover this one more time so that you've got a robust idea of how change works. All right, so let's talk about that really quick. So let's backtrack, okay? In the video, I talked about a number of steps, and then when it came here, I talked about going back to the requester to ask for additional information. That is very, very normal. You get additional information, you may even negotiate to give something different. If the sponsor and the customer are not part of the change control board, you bring them into the discussion, and then you loop everything back into the main chain, and that final decision, whether to approve, reject, on hold or pending, whatever the classification, those decisions are made. But if ultimately you're going to carry out the change request, then of course you do that once you've communicated all the information in step 9. I hope you found value from this, my friends. Again, remember, if you are on a very rapid cycle and you need to get all this content really super quick, my advice is for you to go to our site for hpmexam.com. If you go to hpmexam.com, you'll see that we have a very robust curriculum with 4 hours of live training, 2 months access to our learning system, and all of this great extra stuff. All right? Thank you very much. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. I'll see you in the next episode. Bye for now.
Hello, my awesome project managers. Welcome to day 25 of 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today, our task is task 11 in domain 2, which is process, and it's titled Plan and Manage Procurement. Plan and Manage Procurement has got 5 underlying enablers. 1, define resource requirements and needs.
So this is coming into the procurement in planned procurement management, where you conduct a make or buy analysis. There has to be an understanding of resource requirements and needs first. 2, communicate resource requirements. This could be to potential sellers or people who could fulfill whatever is needed from a procurement standpoint. Number 3, manage suppliers and contracts. And this means a contract has been awarded. It needs to be managed. Number 4, plan and manage procurement strategy. Now you can see the order is getting out of whack because this actually happens before managing the awarding of a contract. Plan and manage procurement strategy has to do more with deciding upon the delivery method and the payment approach to the contract. And number 5, develop a delivery solution. That could be done in conjunction with a seller, or that could be a delivery solution that is requested. In some procurements, the delivery solution is part of a request for proposal response, which means the proposal response has the delivery solution in it. And as a result of how good that solution is, how it appeals to the buyer, which is you in this case, you'll go ahead and award a contract. So there you go, 5 steps. Remember though, in the world of procurement management in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, there are only 3 processes: plan procurement management, conduct procurements, and control procurements. Today, we have got more questions of an open-ended nature. So here's the first page. Make sure you really go through them and ask, do I know what this is talking about? Do I understand what it's talking about? Page 2. Page 3. All right, and remember, if you are looking for additional help, go on down to hpmexam.com. Now let's get into the multiple choice questions for the day. The following are best practice considerations for procurement in agile or adaptive environments, except time, all right, so going through all of these options, my friends, there's one that will jump out at you. It's not D, it's not B, and it's not A. It's option C. Adaptive and predictive approach should not be mixed. That is an untrue statement. So the answer for this is C. In agile environments, we could use an adaptive approach for some deliverables and a more stable approach for other parts. Next question. The following are best practices for setting up contracts in agile or adaptive environments, except be sure to hit the pause button if you need more time. All right, let's take a look at the answer. The best answer is not A, it's not D, and it's not B. It is C. Multi-supplier strategy. This is an untrue statement. Let's examine what the Agile Practice Guide really does say. Agile Practice Guide says, favor full service suppliers. That is the statement. So in order to diversify risk, customers may seek a multi-supplier strategy. However, the temptation will be to contract the work such that each supplier does only one thing, which creates a web of dependencies before any usable service or product emerges. Instead, place an emphasis on engagements that deliver full value, as in the idea of completed independent feature set. So let's go back to the question. This is one to really understand. Understand the value of favoring full service suppliers. Let's go to our next question. You are a project manager for an automotive design team. The team lacks skills, experiences, and knowledge about the latest automated assembly techniques. Which of the following could be a suitable option for you? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. Okay, so the best answer to this is all of the above. Hiring a consultant, sending a designer to a seminar on the subject matter, and including someone from manufacturing as a member of your project team are all legitimate options. So, taking a look, you can see that this is a direct cutout of the Agile Practice Guide, or the PMBOK guide in this case. So if you go to page 322 of the PMBOK guide 6th edition, you can see this language is a direct lift. It says an automotive design team needs to be familiar with the latest automated assembly techniques. The requisite knowledge could be obtained by hiring a consultant, by sending a designer to a seminar on robotics, or by including someone from manufacturing as a member of the project team. Considering need, demands, cost, and other criteria, the decision should be made. Let's go on to our next one. Number 64. All of the following are examples of procurement delivery methods except. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right. So taking a look here, remember what it says. Procurement delivery methods. There's a difference between contract types versus delivery methods. The delivery methods here are B, C, and D. A is a contract type, and therefore the answer, since it says except, is option A. Delivery methods are different for professional services versus construction projects, and you got all these talked about in the PMBOK guide on page 476. You got build, own, operate, transfer, design, build, bid, build, operate. These are just good ones to know, just in the context of exam options within the questions. Let's go to our next question. Question 65. In an infrastructure project, a walkthrough of the site was performed by a few experts from the project team and the contractor to ensure a mutual understanding of the work in progress. This is an example of what? All right, let's take a look at the answer. So the answer to this is not C or D. It's not B. It's actually A. This is very peculiar to the world of infrastructure and construction. It says in the PMBOK guide, page 498, an inspection is a structured review of the work being performed by the contractor. This may involve a simple review of the deliverables or an actual physical review of the work itself. On a construction, engineering, infrastructure project, inspections involve walkthroughs of the site by both the buyer and the contractor to ensure mutual understanding of the work in progress. Let's move on to our next question, number 66. Which bid document is commonly used when more information is needed on how vendors would satisfy the requirements and or how much it would cost?
Is it RFI, RFQ, RFP, or IFP? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look. The answer is B. It is RFQ. You might have chosen RFI if you didn't read the rest of the question beyond more information, because the key word here is how much it would cost. RFI is used when more information is needed, but RFQ is specific to how vendors would satisfy the requirements and how much it will cost. So I hope you enjoyed these opening questions for today. Let's jump into the session. Let's get on the road and talk more about plan and manage procurement.
How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here. I hope you're doing well. We're on the road as usual, taking a trip. Today we are talking about the aspect of procurement. We've really been going pretty strong here, my friends. And today, this is day 25. We are getting really close to being done with process. But let's talk about procurement at a very high level. This is called plan and manage procurement. Now, it's very easy to get this mixed up with conduct procurements only, because I know it says manage, and there's a tendency to think anything that says manage means you are in the executing process group, but that's not the case. This entire task is about procurement in its entirety. So we're talking about planning, how to manage the procurement, actually acquiring those resources, those sellers, vendors, whatever you want to call them, suppliers. And then we also talk about controlling the contract. So all of those components is what this task pertains to. And the first one simply says, define resource requirements and needs. Could be a bit misleading, but we're talking about resource requirements that we need to procure. Okay, those resources that we need to procure from outside, that's what we're talking about. So that is something you would do in planning, procurement, management. You will define, are we going to make or buy? Okay. The next thing is you would communicate those resource requirements to whoever needs to know about it. It could be a procurement department, could be anyone who is assisting you on the project in that regard. When PMI use language like this, you need to understand who they are talking to. Really, they are talking to you, the project manager. So whoever you need to inform in order to move the area along proactively, you would do that. The next one is manage suppliers and contracts. So we are going to assume that those contracts will be awarded, and then you would move into managing the suppliers and the contract. And that's just the language used. You know, we talk about customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Well, perhaps for your exam, and also in the world of Agile, you want to think about these individuals or these entities as partners. Okay? You want to think about them as people that you are collaborating with to achieve that end goal. That needs to be the mindset. All right, so the word manage, it's really more of leadership if you ask me, but again, the language used is subjective in some cases. The next one is plan and manage procurement strategy. So you got to remember that the procurement strategy has a lot to do with the payment plans or the payment systems that you're deciding to use. Well, let me just go ahead and call it contract types, right? So whatever the delivery method is, whatever the contract type is, that is something that would be in your procurement strategy, all right? And then we have develop a delivery solution. So whatever the solution is going to be, you might develop it and request that it be a particular solution, or it could be the sellers that propose the solution to you. Okay? So it really depends. It could be a solution that you have decided, or it could be a solution that you're looking for input from a seller on. Okay? So when you boil it down, like I said, there are three things. Planned procurement management is where you are developing the procurement management plan, the procurement strategy. You're also getting an output called a make or buy decision. You're also getting ICE, which is independent cost estimates. And these cost estimates give you an idea of what the price should be for whatever is being bid on, right? So when you send out these RFPs, RFQs, RFIs, you want to make sure that the bids you're getting back are on par with expectations and with the marketplace. You want to make sure that what they're giving you is typical. All right, and then we also have, like I said, the make or buy decisions. And if you decide to go ahead and buy, then you're also going to get something known as source selection criteria. And the source selection criteria is going to help you to choose whatever seller, vendor, supplier you're looking to hire. Based on what you're looking for, you know whether that is a sensible decision to award the contract. So from conduct procurement, you are going to get an agreement, hopefully, which means you're going to award a contract to a seller or sellers. And after the contract has been awarded, you move into control procurement. And in control procurement, this is where you are, as the task put it, managing the seller or sellers. Okay? You're managing the seller or sellers, managing the contract, making sure that you got what you asked for. And that's it in a nutshell. That is task 11 in the process domain. I hope you found it to be useful.
Hello, my most awesome project managers. Welcome to day 26 of 40 days to PMP exam success. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for following all those videos and hitting the like and subscribe button. Really appreciate it. You know, these videos, they really take time to put together. Now, the video part that you watch later on was actually recorded eons ago. It's the questions. So today I have questions I'm going to share with you from the artifact section. My question writer, he came up with some crazy stuff. But before we talk about the questions, let's dive into what it means to do this task. It's manage project artifacts. Manage project artifacts in the PMBOK guide is not explicitly broken down, which is why the content outline comes in handy. So in the content outline, the very first enabler that we see under this task simply reads, determine the requirements, what, when, where, who, and so on for managing the project artifacts. And then validate that the project information is kept up to date. That is version control and it's accessible to all stakeholders. And finally, continually assess the effectiveness of the management of the project artifacts. Very high level. Today, I have some open-ended questions that I would love for you to take a look at. I know these open-ended questions, a lot of you have been whizzing past them. You don't fool me. I know some of you have not hit the pause button and actually gone through. But I want to encourage you, do it because it's going to help you in the grand scheme of things as you prepare for your exam. All right, so here's the open-ended section for today. You can see I've got different questions about artifacts. Please go through them, especially those from the world of Agile. Hone in on those. And remember, I have these sessions at hpmexam.com. If you are struggling and you need help You need to take advantage of it. It's a half-day boot camp, gets you into the heart of the matter so that you can master all the 35 tasks really quick. All right? So on top of joining me on this journey, I would love to see you in one of these hpmexam.com boot camps. Let's jump into the first question for today. The project management processes, inputs, tools, techniques, outputs, internal enterprise environmental factors, and organizational process assets are described in the PMBOK guide as what? Give you a few moments. Think about what the answer could be. All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, is not A, B, or C. The answer is actually project artifacts, D. Direct cutout from the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, page 558. The term artifacts includes project management processes, inputs, tools, techniques, outputs, EEFs, and OPAs. Now, for those of you that might not have read that particular section, it came as a surprise to me. You know what I was arguing with? I was arguing with the EEFs. I said, there's no way an EEF is an artifact. But I realized this is a direct cutout of the PMBOK. And I know the 7th edition, it calls them methods, models, and artifacts explicitly. So there's no confusion about the artifacts. But I will say, do know your EEFs and OPAs, not because you're going to be asked explicitly about them, but it's just something that's nice to do as a PMP. Let's go on to the next question. Next one here says, past project files, forms, and templates best describes. What does it best describe? Think about it for a few moments. I'll give you some time to think. All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right, my friends. The answer to this is, of course, OPAs. This is a direct cutout of PMBOK Guide again. Project files from the past, forms and templates. It's not EEFs, and it's not C, and it's not D. All right. So the more you understand what these templates, tools, and other documents from the past are, the better. I do not expect the exact language to be used on your exam, and I'm talking about the exact language that says OPAs, EFs. You probably won't find that. But just understanding the relevance of these organizational process assets is important. In the 7th edition, we refer more to them as more like factors, if you will. We talk about factors that can influence your project, either internal or external. That's how we roll in the 7th edition. So don't expect to see OPAs on the exam, but do understand their context and relevance. A lot of PMPs from before 2020, they still use that information and language. All right, number 69. How are enterprise environmental factors best described? Okay. Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. Let's move. The answer, talking about factors, it's A. It's not B, C, or D, right? You see? Enterprise environmental factors are best described as factors outside the organization's control. That's best. I know some of you would say, well, you know, B, influence how a project manager is allowed to manage a project. This is not such a question of allowance. It's common sense. It's not allowance. Enterprise environmental factors are just factors that they affect you, right? We could have factors that are within the organization and outside the organization, but the best language here is A. You know, if you look at option C, create boundaries and policies set by the organization, that relegates that to OPAs. And D, process assets, no, that's OPAs, right? So if you really look at it, the word allowed kind of talks about what is within your control. EEFs, a lot of times, they're outside of your control. That's why they're factors that influence. All right, so I hope you found that question to be eye-opening. Again, it's just good project management information. You can see here, direct cutout from the PMBOK guide says, these factors refer to conditions which are not under the control of the project team that influence, constrain, or direct the project. So let's take a look at number 70. The plans, processes, policies, procedures, and knowledge bases specific to and used by the performing organization are best described as what? All right, hit the pause button for more time. All righty, 3, 2, and 1. If you guessed A, you are right. It's organizational process assets. Again, a lot of these assets, we use the word artifact in place of some of these. All right, so this again is a direct cutout from PMBOK Guide, page 557. And you got to know what these plans, processes, policies, procedures, knowledge bases are. They're OPAs. All right. Let's move to the next question. Next question. Number 71. The project manager and the project management team select and adapt the appropriate artifacts for use on their specific project. This adaptation is necessary because... choose the best option. All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. So what does this describe? This whole thing describes the concept of tailoring. When you're tailoring, you got to cut the ITTOs, methods, models, artifacts, whatever you want to call them, but you got to tailor those to the specific project. And that's why the answer to number 71 is option, as you've guessed, B. Okay? The project manager and the project management team select and adapt the appropriate artifacts for use on their specific project. You read the next line. Not every process input, tool, technique, or output is required on every project. Okay? So, my friends, we have just one more question. Question 72. It's a rather curious question. Let's see how you roll with it. Which is the most prevalent artifact? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okie dokie, here we go. Well, this should not come as a surprise because those of you PMBOK Guide aficionados, you know the recurring theme you see every single place. Every single process except 2, right? It's D. It's the project management plan. It's very prevalent. We see it everywhere. Let's see what PMBOK Guide says. The project management plan is the most prevalent artifact. So you see what my question writer did in these? He pretty much took the PMBOK Guide and spat it out in all of these questions. It has many components such as the subsidiary management plans, baselines, and a description of the project lifecycle. And that, my friends, brings us to the end of this first section. Next, we're going to get on the road and we are going to flesh out this whole topic of artifacts because there's a lot to be spoken about when it comes to artifacts. I haven't talked about Scrum in particular. I haven't talked about Agile artifacts and what could constitute those, and I will. So let's jump into it.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. It's day 26, and we're talking about Process Domain Task 12, Manage Project Artifacts. Now, remember, this is the express version. This does not have all the questions, so we're getting straight into some content. Let's go ahead and listen.
This is your buddy Phil here, Project Management Trainer and Coach. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today we're talking about the topic of project artifacts. what exactly is an artifact in the world of project management? That's a good question to ask. When you hear people talk about artifacts, a lot of times it refers specifically to baselines, plans. It could even refer to some sort of record that is not necessarily a plan or a baseline, but is something that is managed by a project manager. For example, in the world of Scrum and Agile, one of our artifacts is continuously maintained. It's called a product backlog. The product backlog contains all of the stories or customer related requests that the customer wants. That is maintained all throughout the life of that agile endeavor. Now, in the world of predictive, our artifacts may include the project management plan or subplans in the project management plan. It may also include the baselines. It may also include some of those documents. When we talk about the documents of project management, those are on page 89 of the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. But when you really boil it down, in the 7th edition, we call these artifacts explicitly. You know, we've got the section of methods, models, and artifacts. So in the 6th edition, we just say artifacts. But in the 6th edition, you find the language of outputs, inputs, documents, plans, baselines, and things of that nature. So for this one, we have some very specific tasks associated with that word, but today, the one we're talking about again is all about managing project artifacts. And we have 3 enablers for this. So let's talk about these one by one. The first enabler is called determine the requirements. What, when, who, where, what, when, where, who, and so on. Just think about the 5 W's, you know, the what, when, where, who, why, and the H, the how, right? So determine the requirements for the artifacts. That's the first one. The requirements for managing the project artifacts. The second one is validate that the project information is kept up to date. That is version control and accessible to all stakeholders. Now, there are a number of tasks associated with this, like I said, and one of the tasks has to do more with configuration management. That I have mentioned in the past. So we're not talking about that one today, but I want you to remember that version control is something that we've talked about in the past. Okay. In fact, when it comes to the concept of change management, we do talk about the aspect of configuration quite a bit. Okay. So again, validate that the project information is kept up to date. That's version control and accessible to all stakeholders, and continually assess the effectiveness of the management of the project artifacts. So when you boil it down, you need to know the requirements for the artifacts. If there are any peculiar requirements for those artifacts, we want to identify them. We want to validate that the information we have in those artifacts is kept up to date. Like I told you, some of the artifacts regularly change, like a product backlog. Also in the world of Agile, we have the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is used just for that iteration of sprint, but it is considered an artifact as well. And lastly, you want to ensure that your configuration management, your configuration control, your updates to those artifacts, you want to continuously assess. Okay? So that's the general mindset for this one. Okay? Very straightforward. You could think of it as a 3-step process, you know. Requirements, updates to those artifacts, and assessing the effectiveness continually. Okay, and that's pretty much it. It's a very straightforward task with very straightforward enablers. The only thing that I would add to this is to understand the word artifact could be used quite loosely in the world of Agile. So when we talk about Scrum, there are 3 roles: product owner, Scrum Master, and team. 5 events. People also call these ceremonies, right? We have the sprint itself, we have sprint planning, we have the daily Scrum, we have the sprint review, and we have the sprint retrospective. And then we have the 3 artifacts, and that's why you constantly hear me say 3-5-3 in Scrum, 3-5-3, because I'm talking about the 3 roles, 5 ceremonies, and the 3 artifacts are very important as well. And the 3 artifacts are the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the potentially shippable increment, also called the increment or increment. Okay. And the increment is also an artifact. It's very specific in the world of Scrum. But beyond the world of Scrum, going into just general Agile, things like your burn charts, they could be called artifacts. And you do need to be aware of that for your exam. They very well could be called artifacts. You know, things like your cumulative flows, things like your product roadmap, your team charter. We could also refer to those in general Agile as artifacts. So any documents, any plans, records that are used, we could refer to them as artifacts. You could refer to a Kanban board as an artifact as well. A lot of times it is something like that that you use for your product backlog anyway, right? Storyboards, story maps, all that stuff, okay? I hope that gave you some context about this.
Hello, my awesome PMP warriors. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success, Day 27. Day 27, we're going into Domain 2, Task 13, and it's called Determine Appropriate Project Methodology, Methods, and Practices. The very first enabler simply states assess project needs, complexity, and magnitude. The second enabler, recommend project execution strategy, that is contracting, finance, and so on. And then recommend a project methodology, that is predictive, agile, hybrid, and so on. And lastly, use iterative incremental practices throughout the project lifecycle, that is lessons learned, stakeholder engagement, risk, all that stuff in the Agile Practice Guide from pages 90 to 95, transformed into the world of Agile. And everything from pages 50 to around 56. You got to make sure you understand that stuff in the context of Agile. Let's jump into our open-ended questions for day 27. I've got about 17 questions, and I've got certain pages that I want you to pay close attention to in the Agile Practice Guide. Please do that, and always remember, those Sundays where we have the PMP exam immersion, you can cover all 35 tasks with me in just half a day. Now let's get into our multiple choice questions for today. You're a project manager working on developing a new high-tech product, followed by a rollout and training to thousands of users. Considering the uncertainty, complexity, and risk in the development portion of the project, you applied an agile approach, followed by a defined, repeatable rollout and training phase in a predictive way. This is an example of what? Hit the pause button if you need more time. You know the drill. All right. 3, 2, and 1. I will reveal the answer. The answer to this is not scaled agile or discipline agile, and it's not an incremental life cycle. This is in fact a hybrid. Projects often combine elements of different life cycles to give a hybrid approach. make sure you hit pages 26, 27, 28 in the Agile Practice Guide. It's going to help you on this one. Okay? Next question. You're a project manager on a 10-story building project. To reduce potential rework and ensure expectations, the customer asks you to deliver a finished floor of the building before they continue with the remainder of the building. You have been asked to complete a floor with fixtures, paint, and everything else intended for the finished floor before proceeding to the next floor. The customer is able to see and approve the style, color, and other details, allowing adjustments to be made before further investments of time and money are made. This is an example of what? I know it's a long one, so I'll give you time to think about it. All right, my friends, I believe that is enough time. The answer to this is not A, and it's not B or D. The answer to this is incremental. This is described in the Agile Practice Guide on page 23, and you can see the example on page 23 is exactly what this question is about. Providing a customer a single feature or a finished piece of work is an example of the incremental approach. And it gives you a very lengthy example, which was replicated in the question. Let's move on to the next one. Number 75. Which of the following life cycles may take longer because they are optimized for learning rather than speed of delivery? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer, my friends, to this is iterative. B. Iterative life cycles may take longer because they are optimized for learning rather than speed. Agile Practice Guide, page 21. Let's move on to our next question. Which of the following activities do you need to perform incrementally and iteratively in a predictive, that is, traditional project? Hit that pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. Now, one of the hallmarks of PMP questions is they are right there in your face. You almost want to argue that there must be at least 2 of these that are correct. And I'm guessing some of you have gone for option C, and some of you have gone for option A. And some of you might have even gone for option B more than C. But I want to tell you this. In traditional, predictive, B, C, and D are not guaranteed because on many a project, it is fixed, fixed, fixed. However, what is not fixed is what you cannot control, and that is uncertainty. And the best answer to this, my friends, is A. It's risk analysis. High variability environments, by definition, incur more uncertainty and risk. To address this, projects managed using adaptive approaches make use of frequent reviews of incremental work products and cross-functional project teams to accelerate knowledge sharing and ensure that risk is understood and managed. Risk is considered when selecting the content of each iteration. So think about it. You address the risk when you are delivering an increment, and you address the risk when you are starting each iteration and all through. That's why we have spikes. And that's why that's the answer, my friends. I know it's rough, but that's how they roll. Number 77. All of the following are criteria for recommending a project methodology or approach that is predictive, agile, hybrid, except. I'll give you time on this one.
All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Now, my friends, the answer to this one is revealed on page 126 of the Agile Practice Guide. In fact, you should read 123 all the way through to the end of the whole narrative, and 127 as well, and know what that image looks like. So the answer to this is not A, it's not B, it's not C, it's D. It's risk again. And it's risk because risk actually falls under the category of project. So we have the culture category, the team category of questions, and the project category of questions. And if you haven't already done that, I highly recommend that you go through those Agile Radar questions. The Agile Radar chart has got questions that go with it. Know what the questions mean, and know the mindset behind the Agile Radar is not to robotically introduce agile or hybrid approaches or even predictive, but it is to have a discussion, a dialogue, and to ensure that the data points are congruent with what is happening in the firm so that you can make your way forward as far as what Agile means to you in the firm. Let's go to our next one. Next one, number 78. The evolution of a product from concept through delivery, growth, maturity, and to retirement is referred to as what? All right, let's go ahead and end this poll and let's take a look at the results. 3, 2, and 1. The answer, my friends, to this is product life cycle. Project life cycles are independent of product life cycles, which may be produced by a project. A product life cycle is the series of phases that represent the evolution of a product from concept through delivery, growth, maturity to retirement, obsolescence, and ultimate disposal of the system. That's it, my friends. I hope you found these questions to be helpful. Next, let's jump on the road, talk about this in more detail.
If I was going to retitle this, I would title it Page 14, Agile Practice Guide, Page 18, Agile Practice Guide, Page 19. That's what I would title it. And you might wonder, why would I title it that? Because those pages give a really nice idea of everything that we're going to be talking about today. So it starts off with an understanding of what this task really wants you to know. What does this task want you to know? It wants you to know that not every project can be predictive. Not every project should be predictive. Not every project should be agile. You might find instances where you may need to lean a little bit more to the world of agile than predictive, or the world of predictive than agile, but you could be in a hybrid happy medium, to be honest. And that is really what this is talking about. Okay, so it starts off saying determine the appropriate methodology for the project, or maybe it's a group of methods for the project, or maybe it's some practices as well. Whatever the combination, you need to determine what that will look like. Now, the first enabler says assess project needs, assess project complexity, and assess the project magnitude. So 3 things: the needs, how complex it is, and how big, the breadth of the project. Once you determine things like this, you identify that your project needs an incremental approach, because the stakeholders, they want whatever you're developing as soon as possible. Maybe their business depends on it, right? What about complexity? Maybe the project you're working on has very little direction as far as the requirements and the technicality. In other words, you are so far from agreement in terms of the technicality to run the project and you're also far from agreement in terms of the requirements for the project. You know you need to work on something, but what you need to work on is not as secure and firmed up. So it is in the complex space. And then the magnitude, if you're working on something that is enormous, really far-reaching, impacting a lot of lives, then your disposition might be to be a little bit more predictive. See where that's going? The second enabler says recommend project execution strategy, for example, finance and contracting. Now this is just saying determine how you will fund the project, determine how the solution of the project will be delivered. Is there going to be contracting involved? If so, what does that look like? And thoughts such as that. The next enabler says recommend a project methodology. Watch this. Or approach. Now the word methodology, it's very finite. When we say methodology, we've got all of these practices and approaches that are meant to be done together in a more procedural way. But when we say approach, it could mean a framework as well. It could mean a collection of just various practices. So it could be a rather custom solution to managing the project. Okay? So it says recommend a project methodology or approach that is predictive, agile, hybrid. You as the project manager, you need to be able to recommend what to do, you know, based on your knowledge, based on your experience. What do you recommend? That is the question. See, so sometimes it takes having a fair amount of experience to know whether an agile approach would do better. You know, case in point, the virtual case file project is a good example of how the FBI tried to use a predictive method to work this project. They failed. It was not until they used an agile approach that they were able to succeed. So hundreds and millions of taxpayer dollars later, they discovered, oh, we should probably be using a more agile approach, and that's how they succeeded. All right, and the next one says use iterative incremental practices throughout the project lifecycle. That is lessons learned, stakeholder engagement, and risk. So all they're saying is where possible, where necessary, deliver incrementally, but plan in iterations. That's all it's saying. All right, so you can plan in iterations, you can execute in iterations, and you can deliver in increments. Because you do know, if you take a look at page 18 and 19 in the Agile Practice Guide, what you're going to realize really quick is that an iterative approach does not necessarily mean that you are delivering in increments. You do know that there is a difference between iterative and incremental. Iterative means you are repeating things until they are correct. It does not necessarily mean that you are delivering in pieces. You see, iterative means you are repeating until correct and you are delivering one time. That's an iterative life cycle. An incremental life cycle means you are delivering multiple times. So you do need to know these definitions really well for your exam. Okay, if you're not familiar with them, I would recommend that you do get familiar with them. Okay, incremental is a single delivery. I beg your pardon, incremental is a multiple delivery, frequent smaller deliveries, and iterative is a one-time delivery. Okay, iterative one-time delivery, incremental frequent smaller deliveries. So you need to be able to distinguish between these two. Now on top of that, when we talk about the aspect of doing things in iterations, we could talk about lessons learned being done at the end of every iteration. You know, we call that a retrospective in the world of Agile, right? So where possible, break down your lessons learned into iterations where possible, address stakeholder engagement in iterations, different stakeholders for different iterations, different levels of engagement for different iterations, and that's how you need to also approach the topic of risk. So approach the topic of risk in iterations as well. Processing the information in chunks, not all at once. See? And that's the general idea. Doing things in iterations and also delivering in increments. So they're encouraging you to use iterative and incremental practices throughout the project. Okay? Wherever you find the opportunity. Doing things in increments helps you to deal with complexity. It is also a risk coping mechanism. Doing things in bite-sized chunks. I mean, it's common sense. The saying goes, how do you eat an elephant? It's a bite at a time. How do you address a big, hairy, audacious goal? A bite at a time. How do you address complexity? A bite at a time. Okay? So that's the general mindset. I just want to stress one more time, really take a look at page 14 in the Agile Practice Guide for the Stacy complexity model. Remember, you've got the simple zone where you do predictive type projects. You got the complex zone where you're tending, excuse me, a little bit towards Agile, some more. And you also have somewhere in the middle, you got the complicated zone where a hybrid mindset is not a bad one to have. But just be aware that complicated does not mean the same as complex. Excuse me. Complicated could mean there are many moving parts. Excuse me. And there's a lot of intricacy. My voice is gone. But complex just means the end goal is not as clear. Okay? Got a coughing bout for a few seconds, excuse that. But when you take a look at the Stacy model, really apply yourself to understand the difference between complicated, many moving parts, many steps, a lot of intricacy, versus complex, which could mean no clarity or not enough clarity about where you're going. Not enough clarity regarding maybe the vision, maybe the ultimate destination. See, that's what makes things complex. When the requirements are not clearly understood, and when the technicality, how you're going to do what you want to do, is not very well understood. Okay? I hope you found this to be useful.
Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Share with your friends if you know of anyone getting ready for the exam that has a bottleneck. And remember that we have a plethora of content in other places. So if you are getting ready for this exam and you don't have a coach, you don't have a trainer, you don't have a mentor, someone who is shepherding you through the process, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com, because that's your one-stop shop to get a boatload of stuff. hpmexam.com, you can sign up for a half-day boot camp. You can get our 600-page book, 200-page handout, just tons and tons of stuff that you see on the screen. All right? So go on down there, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Bye for now. Hello, my awesome PMP warriors. How you doing? Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success, Day 28. We've only got 12 days left. Let's jump into Task 14 of Domain 2, the process domain. And today we're talking about established project governance structure. We've got two enablers here. The first one, determine appropriate governance for a project. For example, replicate organizational governance and define escalation paths and thresholds. We're going to go into this detail, but first of all, let's take a look at questions. Day 28 discussion, make sure you freeze the frame, capture the questions, and go through them mentally and make sure you can answer all of these. Let's move on to our next section. Now, be aware we've got the PMP exam immersion happening on Sunday. If you want to be part of it, go on down to hpmexam.com. All right, so let's take a look. the framework, functions, and processes that guide project management activities in order to create the project outcomes to meet organizational, strategic, and operational goals is called what? All right, make sure you hit that pause button if you need more time. Let's examine the answer. So the answer to this, my friends, is not B, C, or D. It is A. It's project governance. Project governance refers to the framework, functions, and processes that guide project management activities in order to create a unique product, service, or result to meet organizational, strategic, and operational goals. You can find this information on page 44 of the 6th edition. Let's move on. You work full-time designated as a project manager in an organization. You have high to almost total authority for your job role. You also manage the project budget and get supported by full-time administrative staff for your projects. Which of the following best describes your organization's structure? All right, let's go ahead and end this poll in 3, 2, and 1. And the answer to this one, my friends, is PMO, option D. This is the best description of the organization structure. Remember, it says high to almost total authority, all right? So look into the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, page 47. Let's go to the next one. The components that comprise the key functions or principles of general management in the organization are called what? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer to this one, my friends, is option C, management elements. Management elements are the components that comprise the key functions or principles of general management in the organization. A lot of businessy-like talk here, but just to get you into that flow of the language. One plan and one head for a group of activities with the same objective is called what? Okay. 3, 2, and 1. Let's take a look at the answer. The best answer for this, my friends, again, it's that chapter 2 in the 6th edition, is option C. It's unity of direction, one plan, and one head for a group of activities with the same objective. If you take a look at the other subtleties, discipline of action is all about authority, unity of command is all about giving orders, centralization, the decision-making powers are retained in the center. Okay. Let's move to our next question. The PMO of your organization provides support and requires compliance through various means. The degree of direction provided by the PMO is moderate. Compliance involves adoption of project management frameworks or methodologies, use of specific templates, forms, and tools, and conformance to governance frameworks. This is an example of what? All right. Go ahead and hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. Well, the answer to this one, my friends, you can glean it from the word moderate. Degree of direction provided by the PMO is moderate. So we've got low, moderate, and high. The best answer is B. It's a controlling PMO. Believe it or not, controlling PMO is in the middle. You got supportive, which is low, right? The direction is low. Controlling is moderate, and directive is high. So there you have the breakdown. You can see supportive, the degree of control is low. So controlling, the level of control is moderate, and that's the answer, controlling. And the last one, directive, that's the one that is high. If you have not explored page 48 of the 6th edition, I would highly advise that you do. All right, let's move on to our next one. Which of the following is characteristic of an Agile PMO? All right, hit that pause button if you need more time. Okie doke. 3, 2, and 1. The best answer is all of the options. An Agile PMO is value driven. It is also invitation oriented, and it is multidisciplinary. All right. Well, there you have it, my friends. We are done with the questions. I hope it opened your eyes to some business language. Don't forget, go on down to hpmexam.com. But for now, let's get on the road and let's talk about task 14 in the process domain.
And we're talking about process domain task 14. And it's simply titled Establish Project Governance Structure. Now, what exactly is governance? Governance is a framework within which authority is exercised. In fact, let's open up our PMBOK guides. PMBOK guide chapter 2, it's on page 43. And I'm talking about the 6th edition. And it simply reads, governance is the framework within which authority is exercised in organizations. This framework includes, but is not limited to, now pay attention to the specific language, what governance entails, what it's all about. Governance is all about rules, policies, procedures, norms, relationships, systems, and processes. Rules, policies, procedures, norms, relationships, systems, and processes. This governance framework influences how objectives of the organization are set and achieved, how risk is monitored and assessed, and how performance is optimized. So, a lot to take in, but at a high level, think about it as a framework within which authority is exercised. And within that framework, you got to think about the top 4 things: rules, policies, procedures, norms, okay, systems. So when you think about governance, a project without predictability. Let's also read here, still on the same page, 2.4.2. It reads, recent PMI research reveals that governance refers to organizational or structural arrangements at all levels of an organization, designed to determine and influence the behavior of the organization's members. That is the reason for governance. It's to get people in that right behavioral pattern. That's what it's all about. If there are no rules and guidelines and policies and procedures and norms, people do whatever they like. And that is not ideal when you have a lot of people working together. There needs to be a framework to get the work done, to to the end goal. And that's really what governance is all about. If you think about any of the other frameworks that we discussed, like Scrum as a framework, it does have some governance, some pretty tight governance, by the way, because we have 3 very specific roles, 5 specific events, and 3 specific artifacts. And that's what makes a framework. Yes, we can build around it, but those pillars, that structure is in place. All right, still here it says, PMI's research suggests that the concept of governance is multidimensional and includes consideration of people, roles, structures, and policies, and requires providing direction and oversight through data and feedback. So from this definition, my friends, you can tell that the topic of governance is very specific. It is very important because without the right level of governance, it will be harder to succeed in our project environments. All right? So let's get on the road and let's talk about establish project governance structure. Now that you've got a very robust idea, reading from the guide, you now know what to expect in this task. Hopefully this task will make a whole lot more sense to you now that you understand the concept of governance as a framework within which authority is exercised. All right. So let's jump into breaking down the task itself. So, establish project governance structure. What does it mean to establish? To establish means to put in place, to set in orbit, to stabilize. That's what we mean by establish. So you as a project manager, project personnel, PMO representative, whatever you are, the idea is to put in place governance structures. Now the governance structure could do either of 2 things. It could be a unique structure, very peculiar to the project, or it could be a structure that mirrors the governance in the organization. Because you do know organizations primarily have that governance. Mirroring that governance is what this refers to. Okay. So this very well could be mirroring the organization's governance structure. So we got a couple of enablers. The first enabler simply states, determine appropriate governance for a project. So ask yourself that question. What governance is needed for my project? And based on your findings as far as which governance is needed for your project, tailor accordingly, right? But it's important that we understand certain key words associated with this concept. So when we talk about replicating an organizational governance, we're talking about those rules, those policies, those processes that are organization-wide, taking them and making them appropriate for the project. It's really what this is talking about. The second enabler simply states define escalation paths and thresholds. So, we talk about governance, we talk about escalating issues, conditions that may be experienced on the project, especially when they're out of bounds, when they're outside of the project manager's authority or a particular individual's authority. We've got to talk about escalation. And that's really it. Again, governance is a framework within which authority is exercised. So, my friends, that's about it, okay? I hope you now have a solid understanding of the term governance, and I hope you're able to use this to make sense out of task 14 under the process domain. The PMI define project governance separately in the 6th edition, and they define it pretty much as a framework, again, functions, and processes that guide how project management is applied, how project management activities are carried out in order to create that unique deliverable. So these keywords, frameworks, functions, processes, they're always closely associated with the word governance. And a governance framework, as PMI say, should be tailored to the specific firm, to the organization's culture, to the types of projects, and the needs of the organization for it to be effective. All right? I hope this has helped you. You take care, and see you tomorrow.
Hello, my PMP warriors. Welcome to day 29 of 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today we're talking about managed project issues. Now, this is one of the most important tasks on the exam because any knowledge area could present an issue. Remember, it's all about issues. Multi-stacked issues and problems could appear on the exam. In other words, you could have a question that has issues from a number of knowledge areas. You could have an issue that is risk-related, an issue that is scope and schedule-related. In other words, an issue was the result of a risk that materialized from the scope, schedule, and cost areas, and it also has resources associated with it. You see how you can have multi-stacked issues, so there's a lot of stuff you need to know. An issue is also called an impediment in the Agile world. So you need to see this as a possible 90 to 99, in my mind, % of your exam. Your exam is going to have a ton of situational issues, risks, or associated topics. Now let's talk about an issue. What is an issue? Throughout the life cycle of a project, the project manager will normally face problems, gaps, inconsistencies, or conflicts that occur unexpectedly, and that requires some action so they do not impact project performance. This is how you need to see an issue. It is a problem, it is an inconsistency, it is something that appears unexpectedly, but the key thing about an issue is it is happening now. The issue log is a project document where all the issues are recorded and tracked. The issues could be tracked using the issue type, who raised the issue and when, the description of the issue, the priority, who is assigned the issue, and a target resolution date. And of course, a final solution. We also track status all throughout. So the issue log helps the project manager to effectively track these issues, ensuring that they're investigated and resolved in a timely fashion. It is created for the first time as an output of this process called direct and manage project work. Although issues could happen at any time during the project, the issue log is updated as a result of the monitoring and control activities throughout the project's lifecycle. Now you got to see problem solving or issue resolution through the PMP exam lens as a way of you passing the exam. Because if you're able to think about how to solve the issue or problem presented in the question, you're going to be good. You see, problem solving entails finding solutions for issues or challenges, just like your exam. Your exam is going to present issues or challenges that are situational. So knowing about issue resolution today is extremely important. It can include gathering additional information, critical thinking, creative, quantitative, or logical approaches. Effective and systemic problem solving is a fundamental element in quality assurance and quality improvement. And that's why you find problem solving in 8.2 in managed quality. Problems can arise as a result of the control quality process or from quality audits and can be associated with a process or deliverable. Using a structured problem-solving method will help eliminate the problem and develop a long-lasting solution. So we got to go deep right now. We got to go deep into what exactly happens when you solve a problem in a very broad sense. So let's take a look. 1, you got to define the problem. 2, you got to document what that thing is. The issue or problem needs to be documented in the issue log. Work performance data may be collected to solve the problem. Work performance data needs to be analyzed to solve the problem, and we identify the root cause as a result of the data we've generated. Work performance information is generated to help us solve the problem. Work performance reports are also generated, and this could in turn help us understand that there are problems and help us to solve the problem. Then we generate alternatives, we choose the best alternative, and we implement the alternative. And ultimately, we're going to ask the question, was the solution effective? It's a yes. Then we have a final solution. If it's a no, then we go back to the beginning. So we have this cycle of life happening at any point in time, from steps 1 through 12. But you as a project manager, your job is to ensure that everyone who is part of this is talking. There needs to be collaboration. This is not a lone project manager trying to solve a problem. All right, so the concept of issue resolution, as I said, is going to pervade your exam. It's going to be big. So for that reason, let us jump into more details. Today, we're going to work a little bit differently. We're going to jump on the road, and we're going to talk about managing project issues. Let's get moving with it.
It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Welcome to day 29 of 40 days to PMP exam success. Wow. The time has really gone. And we're moving really quick. Believe it or not, we don't have a whole lot of stuff left. We've only got 2 more in process and we're done. So this is all about managing project issues, right? I'm going to turn the light off. It's late. Just wanted you to get a glimpse of me, and got to drive now. All right. So when it comes to this whole topic of managing project issues, you got to understand the enablers that are at play. Okay, there are 3 enablers at play. The first enabler is you need to recognize when a risk becomes an issue. I know that you've heard the term issue so many times that you may not have actually paused and thought of what an issue is, practically speaking. An issue is a risk that has materialized. See, that's what it is. So you as a project manager, you need to be vigilant in order to manage risks effectively, project risks, and in order to manage project issues, the key thing is vigilance, right? Now, the risk register enables you keep track of identified risks. And you need to keep your eye on the risk register at all times and ask the question, has anything here changed? Or is it status quo? Is it the same as it was yesterday, last week? Or are there changes? You always need to keep your eye on the probability and impact. And if those levels have changed, you may need to take action. Now, if the probability goes all the way to 100% certainty, and it does happen, then you as the project manager, you're going to have to be vigilant to have seen, okay, it happened, it's now an issue. Your next step, you got to attack the issue. And you got to attack the issue with the optimal action for project success, because there are some issues, if you don't attack them with optimal action, ain't none gonna happen, or something slight would happen and you're still left with a significant part of the problem. So you need to attack it with all vehemence to ensure that your project outcome is what you are looking for, which is success. Okay? Still on this topic, when we talk about attacking the issue, there's certain things you have to do as a project manager, and that is gather the team members together and seek for solutions that could actually potentially solve the problem. You don't know that they will for sure, but they have a high probability of solving the problem. You need to look for solutions like that. So, how do you do this? The PMI in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition have given us a very solid base for problem solving. And this is talked about, believe it or not, in the quality chapter. And I call this the DIGCIV approach, the DIGCIV approach, because the letters form DIGCIV. First thing you want to do is define the problem. What is the problem? What is the issue? Then you need to identify the root cause. If it's a risk that became an issue, then you've already gotten an idea of where the root cause is, because in your risk register, guess what? You should have documented the cause, the risk, and the effect. If you did that, then you've got an idea of what the root cause of that risk, which has now become an issue, is, right? After you have found the root cause, assume it's a risk that became an issue, right, that you already know, or maybe it's an issue that just came out of left field. You didn't see it coming, you didn't know that it could happen, and it just happens, right? If that's the case, then you need to look for what the root cause is. After you find out what the root cause is, you generate alternatives to solve that problem. It's so dark in here, you can barely see a thing. Okay, let's leave it on for a little bit. So, you generate alternatives, okay? After you generate alternatives with the team using a variety of methods like brainstorming, maybe you're using Ed De Bono's thinking cap, or six thinking hats, as it's called. Maybe you're using things of that nature. When all is said and done, you are going to come up with alternatives. Hopefully you're going to come up with some solid alternatives, right? Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to generate the alternatives, right? You generate these alternatives with the team, and then what do? You choose the best alternative, and then you implement the alternative. So that's the D, right? Define the problem. I, identify the root cause. G, generate alternatives. C, choose the best alternative. I, implement the alternative. And V, verify solution effectiveness. You got to verify that indeed that solution did work. And if it didn't work, then you need to go back to the drawing board. For this day, you need to view my issue data flow. I've got an issue data flow video on YouTube that goes into the flow of what happens when you are resolving an issue. Okay, so I would highly advise taking a look at that. So, as the outline says, you got to attack the issue with the optimal action to get the result that you're looking for. Okay? As part of doing this, we go to the third enabler, and this is we got to collaborate with all the relevant stakeholders. This is not a solo job, okay? You got to collaborate, you got to work with stakeholders, you got to work with the team. Hopefully the team will be able to generate ideas, like I said, using any of those standard approaches. Brainstorming, good old brainwriting, Ed De Bono's thinking hats, 6 thinking hats, things like that. But you got to collaborate with stakeholders to resolve that issue. You got to collaborate on the approach. And that's it. That's really it. Now for the exam, the tricky piece is knowing when am I dealing with a risk, and when am I dealing with an issue, and when am I dealing with an issue log, when am I dealing with a risk register, when am I dealing with a change log. Because these three things, they often are combined in some way, either in the options or the question. So you need to think about it like this. A risk has been identified, it's been documented in the risk register. The risk materializes and you have an issue. The issue is an obstacle of sorts that needs resolve. It could be that your initial response to the risk failed and then the risk becomes an issue. Or it could be that an issue that was not previously thought about just happens. If the issue just happens, you got to follow the dixiv. But if it's a risk that you already have strategies for that failed, you could think of what you need to do as a workaround. Regardless what you call it, problem must be solved, and this is time for the project manager to collaborate.
It's time for the project manager to collaborate. You got to collaborate with those stakeholders. You got to collaborate with people, team members who are going to help solve the problem. All right, my friends, it's that time of our presentation where we take a look at certain questions. So first of all, let me remind you, if you haven't signed up for hpmexam.com half-day bootcamp, go on down to hpmexam.com. We've got a bootcamp coming up pretty soon. It's just half a day. It'll get you in ship shape for the exam. You'll get this 600+ page book, and we will get you tooled and ramped up. The next thing I want to show you here is our day 29 discussion. So what is an issue? What is an issue log? All of this stuff we have talked about to some degree. A few of these we may not have gone into, so I'd like you to go into them yourself. But let's take a look right now, my friends, at open-ended questions one more time. Let's screenshot this and come back with answers. If there's anything you need to know, put it down in the comments. But let's go into our multiple choice questions. When does a risk become an issue? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. The best answer to this, my friends, is not B, C, or D. The best answer is as a result of unmanaged threats. Unmanaged risk threats may result in issues or problems such as delay, cost overruns, performance shortfall, and so on. If you take a look, residual risk is still a risk, right? Secondary risk, still talking about risk here. Positive risks are not issues. So here we're just talking about A. Let's move on to the next question. What is the difference between a risk and an issue? Make sure you hit the pause button if you need more time to answer the question. All right, I will be revealing the answer shortly. Okay, let's take a look at the answer. The answer to this, my friends, is not C, it's not B, and it's not A. The difference between a risk and an issue is one has already occurred, whereas the other is anticipated. The answer is D. Issue is a current condition or situation that may have an impact on the project objectives. Let's move on to our next question. All of the following are issue log items except what? Give it some thought. All right. Okay, 3, 2, and 1. So, who raised the issue, the priority of the issue, preventive action for the issue, or target resolution date. Remember, we're talking about the issue log. Okay. Well, let's think out of the box. What is an issue? A realized risk. In the issue log, you would have issues, but you wouldn't have preventive action in the issue log. So you got to think about it like this. The issue log is a project document where all the issues are recorded and tracked. Issues have already occurred, they cannot be prevented. Rather, actions are taken to resolve issues. All right, let's go to our next question. When should you check that there is no open issue in the issue log? I'll give you time to think about it. All right, my friend, and you do remember that on your exam, you got roughly 1 minute, 15 seconds per question. So you got to time yourself accordingly. All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer to this, my friends, is not A, and it's not C or D. The best answer is B. It's when you are closing the project or the phase. The issue log is used to check that there is no open issue during closed project or phase. During the other times, there could be open issues since the project is in progress. All right, another question. All of the following can become an issue except what? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. All right, 3, 2, and 1. The best answer to this, my friends, is not A, B, or D, it is C. It is assigning an organization's most talented resources. This actually describes exploiting an opportunity. This does not describe what can become an issue. So taking a look at the options, I hope you were able to sift through the fluff. Let's go to our final one. Which of the following stakeholder management processes involves addressing project issues? We're looking for just one answer, the best. All right. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, my friends, the best answer to this, going straight to it, is managed stakeholder engagement. That is the one where we do a lot of this stuff. Okay? I hope you found this to be helpful. Remember to take a look at associated topics. And also remember, risks, they do become issues. Risk responses fail, the risk becomes an issue, the issue needs a resolution, a workaround is required, and multiple rounds of brainstorming may be required, which could result in a change request for corrective action, preventive action, could be defect repair, could be updates. But the bottom line is there's going to be an implementation of whatever that solution is. All right? Don't forget, go on down to hpmexam.com, sign up for a half-day bootcamp. Always a pleasure to see you. And I look forward to talking to you on day 30. We're going to be 75%. Tomorrow. Wow. All right, my friends, you take care, and I'll see you there. Hello, my awesome PMP warriors. Welcome to day 30 of 40 days to PMP exam success. Today, we're talking about Domain 2, Task 16, Ensure Knowledge Transfer for Project Continuity. Now, this is a very lean and mean task. However, it is huge when you read it in the different places that the concept of knowledge sharing comes up. Let me explain in more detail. The very first enabler says, discuss project responsibilities with the team. Now, this in and of itself is a lifelong task because it just keeps going on. The responsibilities may change and morph. Outline expectations for the working environment. That's the second one. And the last one is confirm approach for knowledge transfer. So now let's break this down. Number one is all about people understanding what they're meant to be doing within the team. Number two is understanding the expectations of how work will be conducted. And number three is really about transferring knowledge from one place to the other. Now, when we talk about knowledge sharing in the world of Agile, we have different avenues to share knowledge: road mapping, sprint reviews, pairing, retrospectives, a daily scrum, backlog refinement, release planning, team chartering, and Agile project chartering. Those are all places we could share knowledge. But don't forget, the artifacts are also places where knowledge resides. So we have artifacts in the world of Agile: the backlogs, the increment, the burn charts, cumulative flows, product roadmaps, story maps, all these things you're seeing on the screen. In the world of Scrum, in particular, to use it as an example for how things work in the world of Agile, you've got the 5 ceremonies or the 5 events. Those are all platforms for you to share knowledge. Remember, this task is all about you sharing knowledge. And that means we need to talk about the process in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition that focuses on knowledge sharing. What is it? It's manage project knowledge. Now, in manage project knowledge, this is the process of using existing knowledge and creating new knowledge to achieve the project's objective and contribute to organizational learning. And the key benefit is that prior organizational knowledge is leveraged to produce or improve the project outcomes, and knowledge created by the project is available to support organizational operations and future projects or phases. Knowledge is commonly split into 2 buckets: explicit knowledge that can be readily codified using words, pictures, and numbers, and tacit knowledge, which is knowledge that is personal and difficult to express, such as beliefs, insight, experience, and know-how. So the 2 big buckets, there you have it. And here are some examples of tacit knowledge: playing the piano, riding a bike, driving a car, hitting a nail with a hammer. How do you really explain those? It takes some experience and some deeper levels of conversation. When we talk about this process managed project knowledge, it's important to understand you're reusing knowledge and you're creating knowledge. The activities that underpin both purposes are knowledge sharing and knowledge integration. Knowledge sharing helps us reuse the knowledge. Knowledge integration helps us harness the knowledge available and put it into a format that can be shared and people can learn, and the cycle continues. Knowledge integration is what we do in managed project knowledge. There are challenges, however, in knowledge management. Knowledge management is more than documenting knowledge. Knowledge management is more than obtaining lessons learned at project end for use on future endeavors. When we talk about knowledge management from a project management context for your PMP, you got to be thinking about getting the knowledge to people who need it as quickly as possible, using it efficiently, and sharing it throughout the organization, not just the project, but the organization. Only codified explicit knowledge can be documented and shared, but codified explicit knowledge lacks context and is open to different interpretations. So even though it can be easily shared, it isn't always understood or applied in the right way. Tacit knowledge, on the other hand, has context built in, but is difficult to codify. It resides in the minds of the individuals involved in the project, the social groups, or the situations, and is normally shared through conversations, interactions, and between people. I use the example of talking to a medical doctor, and he said, I've got a great example of tacit knowledge. When I do a spine tap, I cannot explain in words how I know I have hit the right spot, but there's a feeling you get, and that can be explained through rounds of conversation with younger doctors and those going through the process. So again, you got to know the challenges you face in this task. The challenge is people being transparent, people being open, and people understanding. Those pillars that we talk about in Scrum are not just for Scrum. They are useful when we are sharing knowledge with each other. So again, Ensure knowledge transfer so the project can continue. Ensure that people who have the new knowledge are sharing with those who are new to the project. That's the mindset that I need you to get into, because you will have questions about knowledge sharing baked in. Let's go through some really easy questions. Which of the following is an input to the managed project knowledge process? All right, 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, cannot be final report, because that's from closed project or phase, which happens later on. And it's not information management or knowledge management, because those are tools and techniques. So the answer is C. Let's go to the next question. You're working on a project where you need to create and connect people to information. You need an effective method for sharing simple, unambiguous, codified, explicit knowledge. Which of the following would you use as a tool and technique? All right. So the answer to this is in the sentence, connect people to information. This is known as information management. When you connect people to library services or repositories to draw the information they need, that is information management. Here's another one. Which of the following is not an input to the managed project knowledge process? All right, so if you take a look at the lineup, you quickly realize there's one that is not an input or output. There's one that sticks out. It's a tool and technique. It's knowledge management. Now, knowledge management is when you connect people to people for the purpose of knowledge sharing, okay? And those are the big ticket things I need you to be thinking about, my friends. Again, we are on to day 30. So we got to talk about the lessons learned register a little bit. The lessons learned register provides information on effective practices in knowledge management and records project challenges, problems, and successes. It contains lessons learned that will improve performance of the current or future projects. It may include the category and description of the situation along with its impact, recommendations, and proposed actions. It's day 30 and we have the open-ended questions again. Highly encourage you to know the difference between a sprint retrospective and a lessons learned. All of these questions are in here. Describe the advantage of retrospective cadence over lessons learned cadence. I'll give you the answer to this because it is important. A lesson learned typically happens at the end of the project. And then the question is, what are we going to do better on the next project? But that is delayed value. In the world of Agile, we want to get the information from a retrospective and we want to hold ourselves accountable by saying, what are we going to do to get better, like now? It doesn't even need to wait till the next sprint. So the value derived from the retrospective is quicker. You go into the next sprint with a vengeance to do better, to find ways of improvement and to actually put those back in the pipeline for the very next sprint. For lesson learned, it doesn't happen until the next project when it's not done right. My advice for anyone doing lessons learned is don't wait till the end of the project. Do lessons learned incrementally and put it back into the pipeline right away. We can borrow some stuff from the world of Agile to do better in our real world projects. Don't forget, hpmexam.com. We've got this brilliant half-day boot camp. It's coming up. It would be great to see you there. But right now, why don't we jump into the discussion about this task on the road. So let's get on the road and talk about this. Here we go.
Hello, my friends. Welcome, welcome. We're moving. Today is day 30 in the 40 days to PMP exam success. I applaud you on the great work you've been doing, keeping up with all the days. If you did miss any of the days, I encourage you to go back and look for some of those open-ended and multiple choice questions. If nothing else, if you're not able to watch all the lecture, get the questions, test your prowess, okay? So today, our task is task 16 under the process domain, and it's titled Ensure Knowledge Transfer for Project Continuity. In other words, to ensure that the project can continue when people come and go, you need to have a game plan for sharing knowledge. Game plan for understanding the project from the different perspectives, the different roles that are on the project. So the very first thing, it just says, discuss project responsibilities with the team. There has to be a discussion of who does what. Okay? If someone leaves, you know what they were doing. You could backfill versus people in the dark and no one knows what the other person was truly doing. We don't want that. So we want clarity. The second one is outline expectations for the working environment. So if we are in a team space where we are going to espouse osmotic communication, information radiation, and things like that, it's got to be very clear. If there's a virtual environment where there's a fishbowl window concept that we are employing in order to keep everyone on the same page and in sync, then that needs to be explained. All right, so outline expectations for the working environment. The third enabler here says confirm approach for knowledge transfers. So how will knowledge be transferred from person to person? That's the question. Maybe job shadowing, maybe peer reviews, obviously the retrospective. If you're not in the world of Agile, it could be a lessons learned. And many of the other meetings are opportunities to sync up daily scrums, sprint review, the backlog refinement ceremony, if there is such a ceremony in the company involved. Those are all avenues to learn, how did you make that conclusion? How did you decide to decompose that epic that way? What conclusions did you make? How were you able to code that so easily? You know, how were you able to do what you did so simply? Those are questions that need to be asked and knowledge that needs to be shared across teams, right? What are you doing? How are you doing what you're doing? What are some of the secrets? What are some of the shortcuts? That's it. And as a whole, the team wants to understand that they are a unified organism working together to achieve a common goal. So when we talk about the world of Scrum, we talk about the TIA factor: transparency, inspection, and adaptation. We want the team to have that mindset where they are transparently sharing information, there's a shared understanding, and knowledge is readily made available and shared eagerly. That's the mindset, all right? And that's pretty much it for today. You've hit day 30, 3/4 of the way there. I applaud you. This is really awesome. So, tomorrow, we'll be moving into day 31. It's going to be the last quarter starting tomorrow. All right? Don't forget to hit like on this video, subscribe, share with your friends. Let them know there is an entirely free course for PMP. This course right now is tending towards more than 16 hours. It's crazy. We've spent so much time working together on this stuff, and we're about to hit over 16 hours. That's a lot of time. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now.
All right, my friends. Well, before we go, you know the drill. We've got to talk about the questions. So the questions I showed earlier were just a tiny little sliver of what we've got. Let's jump into the questions for today, and I'm talking about the multiple choice question. So here's the very first one. Knowledge that is personal and difficult to express, such as beliefs, insights, experience, and know-how, is called what? All right, so let's take a look at the answer. The best answer to this question, my friends, based on what we just discussed, is not explicit knowledge, and implicit knowledge is not a thing. That is just made up. The best answer, my friends, is tacit knowledge, option C. So, tacit knowledge, that's the answer. Knowledge is commonly split into explicit and tacit. And tacit is personal, it's difficult to express, and you know all the hallmarks based on what we just discussed. All right. Let's go to our next one. Next one, number 92. Here we go. Okay, coming up. Knowledge management tools and techniques appropriate on a project depends on all of the following except what? Okay. Three, two, and one. Well, this is a very straightforward one. Many of the questions I share with you are, in essence, knowledge type of questions. So the best answer to this is not the duration. Everything else has some clout in the discussion, but option D, the project duration, that is not part of the considerations. Okay, it does not depend on the duration. So, the tools and techniques appropriate in a project depend on the nature of the project, especially the degree of innovation involved, project complexity, and the level of diversity, including diversity of disciplines among team members. Question 93. Information management tools and techniques such as lessons learned register, library services, web searches for published articles, or project document management systems are effective for which type of knowledge? All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. So the answer to this, my friends, based on what we already know, is not D, it's not C, and it's not B. B is bogus, D is bogus. The best answer is A, it's explicit knowledge. So here are some ideas of things you could use for explicit knowledge. Methods for codifying explicit knowledge, for example, for producing lessons to be learned, entries for the lessons learned register, library services, information gathering, and PMIS, Project Management Information System. Let's go to our next one. Which of the following describes knowledge management tools and techniques? All right. 3, 2, and 1. All right. You probably figured out the answer to this. It's pretty straightforward. Everything mentioned here is a good example of knowledge management tools and techniques. You can see on page 103 of the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, there's a laundry list of them, quite a large number. And you can pause and take a look. Knowledge fairs, storytelling, creativity and ideas management, everything. And really for your exam, my advice would be to really pay attention to the difference between knowledge management and information management. Not as though the questions are knowledge related, but the more information you have, the more you've got the vocabulary down, the better. All right, let's move on to our next question. Okay. Which of the following project documents is necessary as an input for knowledge management and provides information on the type of competencies and experience available on the project. Give it some thought. Three, two, and one. All right, so the best answer to this, my friends, is not D. The stakeholder plan, remember, it just guides how you engage stakeholders, but it does not have information about the competencies and experience of these folks. The resource breakdown structure does not have information about competencies and experience. Remember what it's saying? Competencies and experience. And neither does the lessons learned register. That is not its place. So the best answer is B. Okay, the best answer is project team assignments. As a result of the assignments, you can glean information based on their competencies and experience. Okay, the stakeholder management plan, it was truncated to read stakeholder plan, but it does not contain information that we would need based on the question. Okay, let's move on to our final question. Agile teams have the following common roles except. Three, two, and one. All right, so based on what you know about the world of Agile, which one would you not choose? Try to remove yourself from hybrid thinking and just stay in vanilla flavored Agile. The best answer, my friends, is A. And it's because we often use the word facilitator. It's a softer word. We do not have a leader, team leader. Now, even though some folks may use that language, in Agile, in the Agile Practice Guide, page 40 and 41, the overarching mindset is one of facilitation more than leadership. Okay? As far as that role that the Scrum Master is described as playing. I know it might make you scratch your head a little bit, but the word facilitator is softer. All right. Thank you, my friends, for joining. Remember, if you are struggling, do not struggle alone. Go on down to hpmexam.com. Let's help you get the exam in shipshape, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. We're going on to day 31. Wow, tomorrow. And that's the final task in process. We will be done with process tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Welcome, my friends, to our discussion final in our CAPM series, and this is about Agile. We're going to talk about Agile today. Bear in mind that in the PMBOK guide, there's a fair amount of Agile, but there's not a separate chapter for Agile. And that means you need to navigate mindfully for every chapter from 4 to 13. You're going to have a section called concepts, trends, tailoring, and considerations for Agile. You got to sink your teeth into those considerations for Agile at the end of each chapter. Our buddy who went through this course some months ago, Brandon, he talked about how there was Agile on the CAPM, and the Agile focused quite a bit more than anything else on those sections where Agile is mentioned, concepts, trends, tailoring, and considerations for Agile. The considerations for Agile is quite important. Okay, so has anyone here kind of learned about Agile in the past, heard about Agile? If so, what have you heard about Agile? What do you know about Agile? You could feel free, just give me a chat in the box there so that I'm aware of what you've been exposed to as far as Agile is concerned, or if not much, let me know it's not much. I want to know how far to go. It is here to stay. That's true. Last year, have you heard anything about Agile? I'm sure your mom has said something about Agile.
I really haven't. I'm from
Has
a
she?
different background, so
Okay, yeah, good. Let's talk about Agile. Thank you for letting me know that. So let's talk about it, and it's going to make a lot more sense. So I'm sure you can relate to this last year. Have you ever cooked a dish that is brand new to you? You've never cooked it before. You are just learning it as you go. Has that ever happened to you?
yeah, I think
Good. Okay. I remember the first time I tried, and I don't think I successfully got to the end without a whole lot of help, but trying to bake a cake, and never done it before, eaten a lot of them, but trying to do something you haven't done before, it is not a straight line from like A to B. Another example is, have you ever driven to a place that you've never been before, and each twist and turn just unfolds with something new, and it's almost like a new learning experience? You see, that's how Agile is. This is how Agile can be used. Agile is a way of you working with complex and uncertain environments, so that instead of just planning going from A to B, you, through a series of experiments, figure out how to get to where you're going. That's really what Agile is about. That's the summary. All right, so let's examine. Agile Manifesto values. This is important because the whole Agile movement, it started off with 4 values. Or let me put it this way. The Agile movement had been around for a long time, but it was made official with the introduction of 4 values. And I want to show you what these values are, and they'll make absolute sense because they're very humanistic. The values are, through working on projects, the people who wrote the manifesto values, they came to value, watch the word, it says, through the work we've done, through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Think about that for a second. Where should you place more value? The humans on the project and how they interact, or a bunch of binders and tools and software? Of course, it's going to be the people. So if you've worked on enough projects, it'll just make common sense. Yeah, we got to value the individuals, the people, and their interactions over a bunch of processes and tools. Processes and tools are great, but we got to value people more. That's all this is saying. The second one is work in software over comprehensive documentation. Think about it. Which one would you value more? A product that works. Let's not even just talk about software. Let's talk about any product. Case in point, Father's Day 2021, I believe it was, I got a gift, and it was a back massager, because a lot of my close friends, they know that I'm always using back massagers, because when I traveled very heavily on planes, I developed this back thing where I go to the chiropractor a lot. So they got me this gift, and I got really excited, plugged it in, and crickets, nothing. There was a big old document that came with the back massager, but it didn't even come on. At that point, I valued my working product, but it wasn't working. So the documentation was useless. If you don't have a working product, the documentation is useless. And that's why We value having a working product that our customer can actually be happy about over a big old binder of documents where the product is no good. And that's just common sense, right? The other one is customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Don't you love it when you go to an establishment? I don't know if this has ever happened to you. Maybe you've been to a restaurant, or maybe it's a hotel, or maybe it's some establishment, and you are getting customer service that is less than ideal, or maybe there's a blunder made in your order, and you're trying to communicate to them, hey, this is what I ordered. I did not get what I ordered. I would like what I ordered. And instead of them helping you, they say, nope, that's what you ordered. Don't you understand what the menu says? How do you feel when they do those kind of things? It makes you just say, this is probably my last visit here. Or why did I come here? See, that's an example of people valuing a contract. The menu, it's like a contract. You ordered number 7. Number 7 doesn't come with this, that. So you're not getting it. That's like valuing the contract over collaborating. No, that's horrible. What we want to do in the world of Agile is work with the customer, collaborate with the customer. Even if the customer, customer, I know, I just ain't saying it, but I know you ordered a number 7 and now you're asking for a number 9. No, you're not going to say that. A very well put together establishment will say, we're sorry we got your order wrong. They will take the fall. They will take the blame. They're not going to come at you and say, well, that's what you ordered. No, they'll work with you. Customer collaboration is valued over contract negotiation. The value in having a customer for life, you could quickly erode that with bad attitudes and just drive the customer away. So customer collaboration is valued over contract negotiation. We look at the customer as a partner. We're working together. We're working together to get you what you want, to your goals, right? And the final one says responding to change over following a plan. Now think about this scenario. Company XYZ decided they were going to build a massive facility in January of 2020. And then COVID hit. And then January rolled into February, and then COVID was really sudden, and then March, April, May, June. Now think about it. These folks had put together tens of millions of dollars for this new facility. In the event of COVID, would it make sense to still plow doggedly down that road? Well, now over half of the workforce is working from home. It wouldn't make sense to keep plowing down that road. They had to respond to change. So what did they do? They scrapped the project because they realized they know where everyone's coming back to work at this rate. So they responded to change. And in the world of Agile, we respond to change over following a plan. The great Mike Tyson said, everyone's got a plan until they're punched in the face. Isn't that true? When you're punched in the face and you're on the canvas looking up, where's your little plan now? Did your little plan have an out for that? No. And that's where Agile comes in. You got to respond to change. You should value that over following a plan. Plans are great, yes. But when uncertainty hits you, you got to be nimble. You got to be agile. So Agile, when you take a look at all of these, it's postures. It's a mindset. It's a way your mind is set to adapt, to change, to respond to complexity and the ever-changing world around you. Now, on top of those values, we have principles, 12 principles, and I'm going to go through them super quick. These probably won't be on your exam, but the mindset will help you deal with the questions. All right, so let's take a look at the first principle. It says, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable product. Imagine that. If every project had people that were obsessed with delivering value early and continuously, think about it. It's like the kid you take to the restaurant and you ask them to eat their veggies first, but they see a big old bowl of ice cream, some yummy dessert. Are you really going to win by asking them to eat the greens first? Some parents say, yes, I make them eat the greens. Well, in the world of Agile, we allow the customer to eat their dessert first because we know that's what they value. It's different. So that's our highest priority. I want our customers to be satisfied. I want to give them their dessert early because that's what they value. Number two, welcome change in requirements even late in development. So when someone asks for a change at the 99th hour in the world of Agile, we're not like, oh my goodness, why are they doing this? And that's not to say that there aren't checks and balances, they are. But if someone really needs a requirement late in development, we're going to have a mature understanding that this is going to help our customer. So we're going to do it. Number three, deliver working product frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to the shorter time scale. Why do we want to deliver early and continuously? Why do we want to deliver frequently? Well, we want to deliver frequently and we want the shorter time scale so that if there are errors, we can learn those errors and adapt, bounce back quickly. The shorter the iteration, the more likely it is we'll catch any errors before we get too far. So we want like a couple of weeks. In fact, in industry, when you're working an Agile project, you find the cadence or the rhythm to be every 2 weeks, we have a piece of working software that we show to the customer. Every 2 weeks, we have some form of functionality that we show to the customer. Number four, business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. So we encourage working round the clock. Remember, in the world of Agile, we do things in short bursts. We call them sprints or iterations. So if you're doing things in short sprints, the feedback cycle needs to be short. Next one says, build projects around motivated individuals. Let me ask you this. How many of you love being around a demotivated team? No one, right? No one. And hopefully we're not the demotivated individual, right? So we want to build projects around people who are motivated. We want to give them the environment and support they need. And we're going to trust them to get the job done. There's a difference between trusting the team and being suspicious of the team. I got to sit on top of my team because if I don't, then they're not going to deliver. Well, you got some managers who are like that, and we have a name for them, Theory X managers, right? But we don't want to be like that in this world of Agile. We want to be the empowering Theory Y manager, right? Theory X, closed stance and posture. Theory Y, open arms and grateful for the team. And that's how I want to be. That's the difference. So when you believe the team can get the job done, just let them do it. Number six, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy called Professor Emeritus Albert Mehrabian. He conducted a series of experiments at UCLA, and he discovered that when you are communicating, the summary is this: if you're communicating something with empathy, heartfelt message, something of importance, just understand that 55% of what you communicate comes across not by the words, it's the body language. So body language accounts for 55%. Tone of voice accounts for 38%. And words, just face value alone, was just 7%. It's an elaborate experiment. You could read it up on Wikipedia, but it's become a benchmark in industry. Now, it's not every communication. It's where there's a lot of skin in the game. From that, though, you can follow your instincts to know that when you have the visuals, it is so much more content rich, because someone could say, I really care about this project. Body language is dead. Tone of voice is dead. The words are good, but they don't mean anything because there's no congruence with the body language. If someone says, I really, really care about this situation, then it takes it to a whole new level. So the body language, tone of voice, they're very important. And that's all this is saying. The most effective method of conveying information, if you really want to convey information well, always put the visual. That's why I tell people, as much as possible, when you're communicating in your projects, in your company, make sure you're actually seeing those individuals. If you're all in the same place, great. If you're not, try and see them on camera. It goes a long way. Just like I choose to turn on my camera. Without the camera, you're not getting the full value, which is why as a trainer, it's something that I just have to do as much as possible. Number 7, working product is a primary measure of progress. How would you like it if someone said, we're 99.9% done? They said this last year. We're here today, a year later, and they're like, we're 99.9% done. No, working product is a primary measure of progress, not percent complete. And that's why in the world of Agile, we don't go crazy over percent complete. We say, is it done? If it's done, great. If it's not done, then what do we need to do to get it done? Number 8, Agile processes promote sustainable development. Now, when we talk about sustainable development, we mean the sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. So what do we mean by a constant pace? A pace that we can sustain for the long haul. Some people say, wow, I did 80 hours of work last week. Is that sustainable? You're going to kill yourself. You're going to have burnout. In fact, one of the people we know, he had a heart attack at work, died at work working. And the sad, sobering part is that individual is replaced the next week. So you gotta, in the world of Agile, we're big on mental health, we are big on physical health, and we want sustainable development, not crazy hours, overtime, and all that. We don't want that. We hate that. Number 9, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. So we don't want to just fly over technical excellence and say, well, let's make it half good. No. We're big on that because we know if you get a great design, whether it's software, hardware, whether it's a business solution, whether it's a medical solution, if you spend time getting technically excellent and designing that thing really well, it's going to enhance your agility. Because what's agility all about? It's about being lean and mean, cutting out the waste. If you do things in a shoddy way with a poor design, likelihood is you're going to have to go back again and fix that. So what we prefer in the world of Agile is really paying attention to technical excellence. Number 10, have you heard of this? And my friend in the military, you probably heard of keep it simple, sir. In the world of business, they keep it simple students or other things, which aren't very pleasant, right? KISS, you can Google it. But keep it simple. And what we mean by this is maximize the amount of work not done. Think about that. Maximize what you don't do. Maximize the amount of work that you didn't do. Don't maximize the amount of work done. Maximize the work not done because you're saving so much in not doing that. Someone says, but Phil, how do I maximize the work not done? By thinking, by strategy, and it's a mindset. How can I get my stakeholder as happy as can be with the minimum amount of work? That's it. In the world of Agile, there's something we say, stop starting, start finishing. So do something, get to the end zone, finish it. Does it satisfy the customer? Yes. Oh, you mean I didn't have to do this big old amount of work over here? Yeah, you didn't have to because the customer's happy. So you got to find what is the just barely good enough factor. It's a mindset, it's a concept, just barely good enough. We don't want to go overboard. Like in this world of Agile, we're not going overboard. We're giving the customer what is enough, just barely good enough. And then we can go on to the next thing and do it. And we are able to meet our goals instead of trying to build the Taj Mahal and all they wanted was a little hut at the corner, right? So you got to find out what will be just barely good enough and will delight the customer. That needs to be the mindset. All right, number 11. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. If you let the team make up its mind, find its own way, they own that way, they own that posture, and at the end of the day, they knock stuff out of the park. They get really great work done. Final one here says, at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. What are we saying here? We're saying that periodically sit back and as a team, look at what you've done and ask, how can we do better? How can we get better results? Working together. let's be honest and open, and let's talk about what we could do differently. So in the world of traditional, we call it lessons learned, but in the world of Agile, we call it a retrospective. The difference between a lessons learned and retrospective is also that the lessons learned is at the end of the project, most times, at the end of the whole thing. Then we say, what could we have done differently? But in the world of Agile, the retrospective is done at a regular cadence. So we're finding out what can we do better today, like right now? What can we do better maybe tomorrow? What can we do better maybe the next sprint? But it has to start with a now mindset. And we're going to find that thing and we're going to intentionally do better. We're going to intentionally do great, improve today, not tomorrow. Now, that needs to be the mindset. Okay. And those are the 12 Agile Manifesto principles, so this will give you a basis. But if anybody ever asks you, this has become the hallmark of me training Agile, because trust me, when I first started, no one told me what Agile is in one word. I want to tell you what Agile is in one word. Agile, first and foremost, is a mindset. That's what it is. It's a posture. It's an attitude. It's a mindset. That's the first thing. So don't let anyone tell you it's a methodology. No. Tell them, no, that's not what my buddy Phil told me. My buddy Phil told me it's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's a way you adapt to the world around you. It's a way you see the world around you. It's a way you pivot when you need to the changing dynamics around you. And it's a mindset where you persevere to stay the course. If you're finding that what you're doing as a team is working, stay the course. Don't deviate. But if it's not working, then pivot. So Agile is a mindset, okay? So in the world of traditional, we have point A, we have point B, okay? This is traditional or predictive project management. In the world of predictive, when we're going from point A to point B, it's pretty much a straight line. You know where you're going. Boom, you plan it. You plan, okay, this is phase 1, phase 2, 3, 4, 5. You plan the phases. Maybe along the way, there might be a little bit of deviation, just a little bit, but you get to where you're going. That's predictive. Agile, Agile is not like that. For Agile, it's going to be something more like this. You're going to have iteration 1, and then iteration 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. It seems like you're almost off, and then 6, and boom, you get to the end. So you got to the end, but you got to remember, Agile projects, they have high uncertainty, right? They have high levels of complexity. Sometimes Agile projects are nothing but chaos. But that's why we need Agile, because there's just no way where there's that amount of uncertainty that you're going to plot a straight line. No. And that's why we need Agile. Okay, so this will be the world of Agile. Okay. And that's why we need Agile. That is the use of Agile. All right, so let's move on. There's a few more things I have to show you about Agile. There's things we call Agile practices. And there's quite a number of them. I don't want to obsess over them, but I'll just give you some context. We do things in short bursts called iterations or sprints. We focus on getting a potentially shippable increment to the customer in a timely fashion. There's some other terminology here, like minimum viable product. What's the minimum amount of product that we need to deliver to our customer to know if this solution is what they're looking for and if it is a viable solution in the marketplace? Then we have this thing called a minimum marketable feature. Again, these are not on your exam, but a minimum marketable feature is what is the minimum feature that we need to make marketable to our customers that they'll actually buy this update or this release. We have the minimum marketable product, which is what is the minimum feature set that we need to release to put into the market that will be appealing to our customers. We have the minimum business increment. What is the minimum amount of functionality that we need to release into the business for our end users to find value from? These are just terminologies that are out there. Again, it's not going to be on your exam, I can promise you. This will not be on your exam. Maybe MVP, if that, but I highly doubt it. Everything else is more emergent and not on the CAPM. VDO just means a value delivery office. It's like the equivalent of a PMO, only that they're focused more on value. We focus on customer collaboration, working together, motivated individuals, face-to-face conversation, self-organizing teams. We have regular demos to show off what we have done so that the customer could be aware of how things are progressing. Let's go to some X's here. So the retrospective, I've talked about that. Refinement is where we refine the work to be done. We refine our plans. Refactoring just means you correct the code. You go back and clean up the code. In IT, for example, or it could be in a technical space. Whatever you did, you go back in there and clean up the work. Co-location is favored in Agile. Pairing people together to work is favored. We use the concept of burn charts that show a big amount of time that we have to do stuff. So maybe we plan, we're going to do 40 hours, and then you just show it burning down. But instead of hours, we use something called velocity in the world of Agile. It's going a little bit far because you don't really need all this minutia for CAPM, but just understanding that we use story points in the world of Agile, which has to do more with you giving each requirement or request that the customer has a certain number of points. And based on how many points that is, you're able to deduce if you can do it within a time box. So let's say a task is drinking water. I could say drinking this bottle of water is, I could say it's 20 story points. See? And then I can say, well, if that's 20 story points, then this is going to be 15 story points. So we go by the concept of, is it big as what your benchmark is? Is it smaller? Is it the same size? But you're not really going to get those on the CAPM, so I don't want to take you down that road. We plan iterations. Like I said, there's small time boxes. Every 2 weeks, for example, we could plan to get something done. We use the concept of higher level road mapping, visioning what we need to do and putting that into a type of charter called an Agile project charter. We use the concept of team charters for good behaviors and bad behaviors to be explicit so that we know this is desired, this is undesired. The definition of done, how do we know when an increment is truly done? The definition of ready. How do we know when a user story, which is a convention we use in Agile, how do we know when a story is ready to be done? Now, somebody say, Phil, what is a user story? A user story, think about it like a customer-centered request for something. So here's a story for me. It follows this format. I would like, whatever you would like, so that whatever you want to accomplish. So I could say, as a tired traveler, I would like a fully collapsible bed so that I can get good sleep and be awake and ready for my meeting when I land in Australia. In other words, I want to sleep the whole journey. Sleep and be awake when I arrive. So a story has the role, we call it the role, the goal, and the benefit. That's the user story format. Role, goal, benefit. Now, this is a little bit outside of what you need for your exam, but nonetheless, the narration helps you understand how Agile works. So in Agile, we use user stories, not for every endeavor. Some people don't. They have their own way of writing their requirements or requests. In fact, with Roy and I, my buddy Roy and I, you might have seen him on the course, we prefer using the word request. We don't like the word requirement because requirement often connotes it is required, but it doesn't mean that what a customer is asking is required. It could be a nice to have. So we use the concept of request. So as a, I would like, so that, and that's your user story. All right. In terms of estimating how long things will take, we don't do that in Agile. Instead, we use something called planning poker to decide on a story size. Once we understand the story size, we can determine if it can be done within that time box, whatever our time box is, because every group, every team has its own time box. So if your time box is 2 weeks, the question is, can we get this done in 2 weeks? And you can determine that as a team. And then we have this thing called affinity estimating, where we use the concept of bigger, smaller, same size, looking at a story. We have a benchmark story similar to what I did. This is 20. All right, if this is 20, this is a little bit smaller, so this is going to be 15. And you kind of use that idea of bigger, smaller, same size to rapidly sort out a bunch of stories. And we call it affinity estimating. So each person on the team takes a deck of stories, and based on what they think it is, they put it in categories. You know, it's big, it's extra large, it's, you know, medium, it's small, whatever it is, they sort them out. And it's just called affinity estimating because we put them in categories: extra large, large, medium, small, extra small. And it helps us decide, can this be done in a 2-week time box? And those that are extra large, it's usually no. Those that are large, it's usually no, need to split it more. Those that are medium, yeah, we could. And that's it. Very rough in a nutshell. You got to remember that this Agile section is usually 20-something hours when I teach it for the PMP. So this is really shrinking it down really small. In the world of Agile, we have a team, and we don't want the team to be one-trick ponies. I-shaped people, it's a characteristic used to describe people who have depth in one area, but they just know that one thing. It's like someone who can only code, and they can only code in Java, and that's it. They can only code, they can't test, they cannot do analysis, forget anything to do with architecture. They just code in one language. That's like an I-shaped person. Now, we have T-shaped people. T-shaped people are what we desire in Agile. Agile teams are cross-functional. The team members work together. They create a swarm effect to get things done. They swarm in on stuff to get things done. T-shape refers to a person with one deep area of specialization, but they have broad ability in the rest of the skills required by the team. This is a kind of person we want in Agile. Someone who can do a bit of everything, but they've definitely got their specialism. Then to bring this to more life, you could think about a comb, the broken comb effect. This is a person with various depth of specializations. You know, they can code, they can test, but their main thing is to do analysis. Maybe analysis is one of their main lanes, or maybe they've got two that they do really, really well. Again, it's a profile that we want. We call it the broken comb effect, or we could call it the paint drip effect. You know, it's like that person on the soccer team. They could be the goalie, they could be the striker, they could be the midfielder, they could be defense. That's kind of the broken comb effect. All right. So Agile types. We have 2 types of Agile. We have iteration-based Agile, where we have a time box of like 2 weeks, for example. And then we have flow-based Agile. It's like going with the flow. We don't have a time box. We have a steady stream of work, but the time boxes for doing stuff is different. The time it takes to complete a feature is not the same for each iteration. So we're more flexible in this world. So I want to give you a very quick example of how Agile works in a framework that is of an agile nature. It's called Scrum. Have you heard of Scrum before? Anyone heard of Scrum? Ever heard of Scrum? Outside of the rugby world? Well, Scrum is a framework. We're going to talk about it. This is how it works. Now, these folks, the yellow cutout people here, let's zoom in. These people, they got some requirements, some requests. They want to build a game. And I'm aware of the time. I'm going to try my best, like I said, to get you out of here as soon as I can. So we're close. All right. So these people, they want to build a video game machine. So they begin putting all the ideas together. They're working with this guy in the middle. This person in the middle is a product owner. It's one of the roles that exists in Scrum. Scrum is a framework that embodies a lot of the agile principles, and it just helps us to get work done in a complex environment. So these are the stories that these stakeholders have. They want this stuff to be done. So all of that is going to be put into this artifact. We call it a product backlog. The product backlog, imagine a backlog that has everything a customer wants. Maybe these customers, maybe there's hundreds of things they want. Well, you're not going to get all of them done immediately. You got to break them down to little chunks. But we first of all need to plan, what are we going to get done in these little chunks? Now, these little chunks, we're going to call them iterations. You could also refer to them as sprints. So every sprint, we have sprint planning, and we're going to decide how much of the product backlog are we going to get done. So we decide as a team what we're going to get done. That becomes a sprint backlog. We take a subset of the product backlog. It's called a sprint backlog. And now we know what we're going to do within the sprint. That's why it's called a sprint backlog. A sprint is like an iteration. And like I said, in this world, it's 4 weeks or less. But the sprint actually started the moment we got into sprint planning. I really want to make this clear. The moment we hit sprint planning here, you're already in the sprint. The moment you start sprint planning, you are in the sprint. So even though I'm showing the word sprint in the middle, I want you to remember your sprint already started in sprint planning, okay? So the sprint can be 4 weeks or less. Every day of the sprint, we're going to have what we call a daily stand-up or a daily scrum. We call it a daily scrum in the world of Scrum. In the world of Agile, but not Scrum in particular, you might hear daily stand-up meeting. The daily scrum is where we sync up. We sync together. We understand, okay, last year, what are you doing today to move us towards the goal? What did you do yesterday, by the way, to move us towards the goal? Are there any impediments? You know, Mark, what are your impediments? You know, what did you do yesterday to move us towards this goal? What are you going to do today? You know, Leroy, what did you do yesterday to move us towards the goal? What are you going to do today to move us towards the goal? Are there any impediments? You see, you ask those questions, the team members answer those questions, and they sync up. And since I know what Leroy's working on, since I know what last year's working on, since I know what Mark is working on, I, as a team member, am able to see how my own tasks fit in and where they're going to sync. And then we can work together a lot more effectively when we understand the direction of the project on a daily basis. Now, in the middle of the sprint, we are going to decide what are we going to do in the next sprint. But we need to start breaking down work that is like extra large or large. We might need to break those down, and we do that in something called a backlog refinement ceremony. So think about it. We're working, but we're also going to be involved in priming our backlog for future iterations. At the end of the day, we get our potentially shippable increment. It's potentially shippable. It doesn't mean it has to ship. Sometimes it could ship, and other times it may not be featured enough. But at the end of the day, we are going to demo this increment in what we call a sprint review. This is where the customer comes around and takes a look at what we've done and gives feedback, and maybe even introduces some new stories about what we could add to the features to be done. And when all that is done, we have a final event, and that event is called a sprint retrospective. Like I told you, it's where we look back and say, what can we improve on? What went well? What didn't go so well? And we could even have a couple of items that we put into our backlog for future sprints. And this is Scrum. Now, I don't expect you to be tested on Scrum on your exam, but being a CAPM masterclass, it would just make sense for me to talk about this. Now, for those taking the CAPM in 2023, hey, of course you need to know this. You got to know it. You got to know a lot more Agile stuff for the 2023 go forward CAPM, because PMI is up in the ante. So anyone who's watching this for the CAPM in 2023, well, you got to know your Scrum. You got to know all the other things that I said. You know, some things I said were just nice to knows. Oh, they are going to become must knows. All right, in closing, there's another framework that I like to talk about. It's called Kanban. And Kanban is very popular in today's world of Agile. It's very simple, it's lightweight. It focuses on limiting work in progress to identify issues. And all that means is we focus on doing less so that we can actually get more done. We start where we are, we refine as we go. That's the mindset. Kanban board looks something like this. So we have 3 columns: to do, doing, and done. And as we move from to do to doing, we take note of the work in progress limit. Because if it's just 2 people on a team, then this could make sense. But if you just got 1 person, we want to discourage from doing too many things. So imagine if there's just 1 team member. Maybe in the doing column, item 1 is pending something from outside, so you move to item 2. That's okay. But where you have like 5, 6 items in doing and you've got 1 person, that's a problem. So the idea is that as you start off, you could start this tomorrow, my friends. You could just go buy a board from your local convenience store, list out your to-do, doing, dones, and as you're doing them, you begin moving them, right? And as you're getting them done, you just move them into the done column. And it just gives you some focus as far as what needs to be done and what is waiting some further action. It's just that simple. Kanban boards are a low-tech, high-touch technology that may seem overly simplistic at first, but those using them soon realize their power. I'm one of them. I wrote 12 books using a Kanban system. It's so powerful, so compelling. It's right there in your face. Like you put it on the wall, that thing ain't going nowhere. It's going to keep reminding you, I need to be done. I need to be done. And you could have a long-term Kanban board for life, or you could have a Kanban board for just some short bursts, short iterations of whatever you're working on. In the Kanban method, it is more important to complete work than it is to start new work. There's no value derived from work that is not completed. So the team works together to implement and adhere to the work in progress limits, the WIP limits, and get each piece of work through the system to done. You know, I told you a few moments ago, we say in the world of Kanban, stop starting, start finishing. To close this out, my friends, let's dial back into this world of process groups and knowledge areas. So I want to give you the breakdown of Agile through knowledge area lens. So the first knowledge area is integration. The summary about this is, it's not the project manager in the world of Agile doing the integration. It's the team of experts. So that's all you need to know. The yellow stuff that I highlight, that's the killer part that you really need to know. Iterative and Agile approaches promote the engagement of team members as local domain experts in integration management. It's not the project manager in this case. So all the integration that you see done in traditional by PM, it's done by the team. All right, second one, scope. Agile methods deliberately spend less time trying to define and agree on scope in the early stage of the project. They spend more time in establishing how the process for its ongoing discovery and refinement. Remember, I talked about backlog refinement. We spend more time deciding that. Schedule. Adaptive approaches use short cycles to undertake work, review the results, and adapt as necessary. These cycles provide rapid feedback on the approach and suitability of deliverables. So the bottom line is this. We ain't spending time putting together no Gantt chart, no schedule, no. Instead, let's just understand what our cadence is, short cycles. Let's see if it can be done in the cycle. If yes, let's just do it. Same for cost. We're not creating this big old budget. And no, we got a good idea of the budget at a high level, but we're not going into granular details. Instead, lightweight estimation methods can be used to generate a fast, high-level forecast of project labor costs, which can then be easily adjusted as changes arise. Next one is quality. Recurring retrospectives allow you to check on the effectiveness of the quality processes. They look for the root cause of issues and then suggest trials of new approaches for improving quality. Next one is resources. Projects with high variability benefit from team structures and maximize focus and collaboration, such as self-organizing teams with generalizing specialists. What did I call that? T-shaped skills, right? So you got a team with T-shaped skills, generalizing specialists. They're able to do what they need to do. They collaborate, and that's how we roll. There's no project manager chasing people down with a stick in the world of Agile. Communications. What can I say other than communications must travel fast in the world of Agile? When it comes to risk, you want to intentionally ask the question, what could affect our Agile project? It says high variability environments incur more uncertainty and risk. To address this, projects managed using adaptive approaches make use of frequent reviews. So all that sprint review and the demos and the stuff I showed you where the customers check in the work, it's a risk coping mechanism. Next one is procurements. In Agile environments, instead of having a very strict fixed price incentive fee contract or fixed price contract, instead, we could have an umbrella contract with smaller, more flexible arrangements at lower levels. It says, in Agile environments, specific sellers may be used to extend the team. This collaborative working relationship can lead to a shared risk procurement model where both buyer and seller share in the risks and rewards, kind of like a partnership. In these cases, a governing agreement such as a master services agreement may be used for the overall engagement, with the adaptive work being placed in an appendix or supplement. Here's a final one. Projects experiencing a high degree of change require active engagement and participation with project stakeholders. After all, it's said in the Agile Manifesto, business people and developers should work together daily throughout the project. All right, so just remember, the last section on the knowledge areas, that is what is in the PMBOK guide. Everything else is just gravy, just trying to make it more lively and interesting for you. Okay, and that, my friends, is it. We are done with our introduction to the world of Agile. You did very well to have gone through it. I want to commend you on doing that. So now we are going to end this recording, and we're going to talk about any questions, final steps on our CAPM journey. So thank you very much.
Hello, my most awesome PMP warriors. Welcome, welcome. It's day 32. And day 32, this is where we go into a different domain. We're going into the final domain for your PMP exam prep. This is an introduction to the business environment. Now, what exactly is the business environment about? And people ask, why do I need to think about the business environment as a project manager? Isn't it people in the business that do that? But it's important that you understand the concepts of strategy and compliance and change and benefits and outcomes. So we're going to talk about these in more detail in this domain. When we talk about strategic impact or strategy, in simplest terms, we are talking about a unifying idea which links purpose and action. And that's where project management comes in, because project management involves the action. The hatching of the idea is more on the business side, but the execution of this idea is all about us as project managers. Strategy, as Colin White says, is any course of action for achieving an organization's purpose. In the words of Alfred Chandler,
the first modern business strategy theorist. He says strategy in the area of business is defined as the determination of the basic long-term goals and objectives of an enterprise and the adaptation of courses of action and the allocation of resources necessary for those goals. So when you think about it, strategy combines articulation of human goals, the organization of human activity to achieve those goals. And where does project management come in? It is a big part of that. So when you think about the business domain, my friends, you got to think about compliance, got to think about strategy, got to think about change, benefits, and outcomes. One of the documents that you encounter earlier on in project management is the project charter. And the project charter is really important because it establishes the authorization of a project. It makes it clear at a high level what exactly the project is meant to do. And if there are any key ideas about compliance, this is where we can begin to glean those. While working on the project, who is authorized to work on it? What is the high-level scope? What are the high-level risks? What is the summary milestone schedule? The other two tasks in the business domain are rather strategic and overarching. And then we have the concept of change, which we'll go into. So we've got 4 tasks, but we're starting off with the very first one on compliance. Now, before we jump into compliance, my friends, I want you to understand there's an overarching mindset, and I call it the business mindset mantra. 1, observe and respond to the external and internal environment in order to support the business, in order to get to the future goals, the future state. Think about outcomes, focus on outcomes, value, and benefits over output. So at the business level, we're thinking about outcomes over deliverables. Focus also on organization change. In other words, set the stage for organizational change. Do you know your project could transform the entire organization? For that reason, you should be building alliances and setting the stage for that change. Project impact. You should be assessing your project's impact on the organization and navigate accordingly. Also, assess the organization's impact on your project. Things like culture, mindset of the firm. It could affect the project you're working on. Benefits. Proactively ensure management of benefits and their realization. This is one of the tasks we'll look at. Value swap. Swap out the backlog with the work of comparable value where necessary. Value delivery. Strategically plan the value delivery system. That's talked about in PMBOK Guide 7. Projects, programs, portfolios form your value delivery system along with operations. Compliance. Proactively manage compliance. Harness the power of communities of practice, PMOs, project management offices, VDOs, value delivery offices for the firm's strategic goals. Think and be lean to eliminate waste at all levels of the value delivery system. Last but not least, use toll gates, stage gates, kill points, and phase end reviews to deliver only value. And this, my friends, takes us into the topic of business task 1, plan and manage project compliance. So let's talk about this in some more detail. When we talk about compliance, there's a set of words that should come to your mind. Let's take a look at this. What is compliance? Compliance, the state or fact of according with or meeting rules or standards. All imports of timber, for example, are in compliance with regulations is a statement you can make. Now, like a document from the PMI, it's a white paper of theirs, and I'll endeavor to put a link below, and it simply breaks down compliance into pillars to support compliance, to help us better understand it. The first one is compliance documentation. And this document, this paper is by Rincon ID. You can find it, the link below. My project should be compliant. What do I do now? I advise you to just read the paper to kind of put compliance in context. So we got the concept of compliance documentation. The proposed tool is a set of draft documents that will dynamically change in each of the stages and for each of the components, it is necessary that the documentation be aligned with principles of quality. So when we talk about documentation in compliance, it just helps us know what we need to be in compliance with and all the other variables. Then we have a concept of a compliance council. Now, it's not likely that a functional organization provides resources in the area of control or audit to the project, but it's essential for us as project managers to ask the question, could we harness experts from legal, environmental, technical, socioeconomic, and those could help us better understand the variables in compliance. This could be incorporated into the project. So consider the establishment of a compliance council, especially where the stakes are high. Then we have the topic of compliance risk. Project managers are used to handling project risk, but when it comes to compliance risk, a lot of times you find a company having to bring in an expert. Whatever the way it's done, it should be handled, it should be addressed. Now, the project manager is not responsible for the results of operational problems, but all risks should be understood as they involve the project, and they should be addressed. These risks that we find in the area of compliance should be thoroughly analyzed, and we should continue asking ourselves, have we identified all the possible risks to compliance? And this is one of the tasks that the PMI talks about in the compliance area. Then we have the concept of compliance audit. Audits, these are talked about in quality and in procurement. An audit is one of the key elements in the framework of compliance, and it's reflected in the establishment of a specific audit for the project when it comes to compliance. This is another thing project managers should be thinking about. And then we have compliance responsibilities. We need to make it very clear who is doing what as it pertains to compliance. To the extent that the various members of the team understand the importance of compliance activities and their corresponding compliance objectives, we're going to allocate those as part of project tasks so that people know what they are truly responsible and even accountable for. Now, highly recommend going to hpmexam.com to get the context of the entire spectrum of the exam in half a day. Here are open-ended questions for compliance. Highly advise you to take note of these and make sure you close any gaps. And if you've got questions, make sure you put them in the comments below. So let's take a look at some of our questions for today. You're in the process of creating a document along with the project sponsor that authorizes the project and authorizes you to apply resources to the project. What is the next best thing to do? Okay. If you need more time, don't forget to hit the pause button. All right. 3, 2, and 1. So if you take a look at all the options, let's start from the bottom. Creating a documented economic feasibility study. Well, that is talking about the business case. And if you explore that, what do you recognize? The business case has already been done. So it can't be D. If you take a look at C, it said check project reports and actual results against planned performance. Well, that cannot be the answer because, again, that's too far out in the future. It may not be the next best thing to do. So let's take a look at B. Documenting the team performance, schedule records, project performance, and re-baselining KPIs. It's not a bad thing, but we're just here in initiating. Let's take a look at A. Documenting how the project will demonstrate compliance with quality requirements and/or standards. Well, that, my friends, is a better option because you are still within the realms of planning, whereas all the other stuff is in the realms of executing. So that is the best option. Everything else has already been done or cannot be done immediately. Here's the next one. Without a project manager's knowledge, an unofficial communications platform on social media was established to ensure effective communication among team members. The project manager learns that the platform is being used inappropriately. What should the project manager do? Now, those of you who've seen this question before, you know this is from our friends at the Project Management Institute. It's a very good one for you to practice in terms of length and content. If you need more time, hit the pause button. Okay. So, my friends, in looking at the options, please hit that pause button if you haven't decided. In looking at these, we can see that, first of all, disciplining all individuals involved is draconian rule. We don't go like that in the world of PMI. C, terminate the platform as it is not part of the communications management plan. Now, that's not a bad thing, but do they know why you're doing that? Do they understand what they should be doing? So we're going to get rid of that option as well. Let's take a look at B. Assign an administrator to monitor communications on this platform. Well, it's been used inappropriately, so we are not in compliance with our communications plan, so it would be foolish to continue on a system that is not compliant with our communications plan. Let's take a look at A. Direct the project team to discontinue use of the platform. That's good. And then review the communications management plan, and at least now they know why they shouldn't be doing that. So that's a very good way of solving the solution, the problem, the solution to the problem. All right, let's go to our next one. During a project's initiating phase, the project manager reviews a lessons learned repository. Project manager learns that a previous project failed due to constant scope creep. This project cannot afford additional time or budget. What should the project manager do to avoid project failure? Okay. So if you need more time, hit that button. I really want you to put your ideas to use here. So let's begin with the very bottom. Manage key stakeholders' expectations. So how do we avoid project failure? Okay. Manage key stakeholders' expectations. What about the other stakeholders though? See what I'm saying? A project could fail for not handling expectations of the wider body of stakeholders, not just key stakeholders. But let's move on to C and see if there's something better. Escalate this information to the sponsor. There's no need to escalate a lessons learned repository findings to the sponsor. It's up to the project manager to use that to solve whatever issue. So we're going to move on from that. B says, reject all out of scope change requests. Well, change requests are generally out of scope. That will be rather myopic to do that. See? I know it says due to constant scope creep, but just saying anything that is not related to scope, we're going to reject it. That's rather draconian right there. It's not a good mindset. We're going to cancel it. A, include strict and formal process approval changes. Now, if you take a look at what the problem is, the problem here in the previous project, if you look very carefully, is the constant scope creep. So we got to address that. Managing key stakeholders' expectations, if it relates to scope creep, is not really going to help us if we keep on scope creeping because the stakeholders want us to do that. So in comparing A and D, D may get you into trouble. A will better solve the problem because it's looking specifically about these changes. All right, so the best answer, my friends, in this case is A. The PMI say having strict and formal process approvals is the best way to ensure compliance to the project plan and to minimize scope creep. All right, here's another one. A project manager is working on a system data conversion project while in the development stage of a project that involves handling sensitive client data. The compliance manager raises an issue of project non-compliance. What should the project manager review first? Give it some thought. All right, 3, 2, and 1. All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. So let's take a close look at this. Issue of non-compliance. So, to be in compliance, it means there's some boundaries, some rules, some restrictions we should be aware of. So let's start from the first one. Statement of work is what the customer wants. But the statement of work is preliminary. You could also look at a statement of work as something you issue to a contractor. So whether it's coming to you or from you, it may not have compliance information. The likelihood is it won't, because that's not what it's for. So we can cancel that. B, risk register. Remember, it says project. This is entire project non-compliance. So taking a look at a risk register for a project, it says what document should the project manager review first? It said you're in the development stage. See that? So how do you know what you're supposed to do? How do you know what you're supposed to comply with? Is it really the risk register where you identify risks that you would find what you should comply with? No. What you're meant to be in compliance with is not in the risk register, but risks to compliance could be. So we're going to cancel B. Let's look at C. Business case. Remember, the business case is created outside of the project. It creates a case for the project. So we're going to go ahead and cancel this because it's outside of the project. It's not the best one. The better option is D, the project charter. And it's because the project charter is defined as a document issued by the sponsor that formally authorizes the project. And remember, as far as high-level ideas, it is likely to be this document out of all the ones mentioned that gives you the best idea of non-compliance, because this is overarching across the entire project, created to kick off, if you will, the authorization process and to establish the authorization process. And therefore, it's better than any of the others. Outside of the project, created by findings of people not in a position of compliance authorization, because the team and stakeholders, right, pretty much do this. And then the statement of work, again, this is not one of those documents that establishes compliance. So the PMI give you option D as being your best bet. Let's go on to the next one. I'll let you read it. All right, let's take a look at this one. And let's really look into the questions first. The answers, I beg your pardon, first. So let's look at option B. Log the issue in the risk log for further action. Well, that cannot be right. Why is that? It cannot be right because you wouldn't log an issue in the risk log. You would log an issue in an issue log. So B is wrong. Let's take a look at option C. Tell your sponsor about the problems. What good does that do? That doesn't move the issue away. It doesn't move the situation forward. So we're going to cancel that. And it says in the question, a problem has been discovered and solutions generated and implemented. So solutions have been implemented. It cannot be this, right? And then it says the solution did not work. So in other words, you can infer that the best solution did not work. What should happen next? The best option is brainstorm for better solutions with your team. All right, and I hope that gave you a good idea of what you could face as topics in Domain 3, Task 1. This is a very long session because it's the beginning. We're just kind of getting into the swing of this stuff, all right? So, you know what happens next. As usual, we're going to get on the road and let's talk about the compliance area. Here we go.
Hello, my awesome friends. I hope you're doing well. Today, we are moving into the business domain. Business is a domain that I have to be frank about. A lot of people, they struggle with it. Some even get needs improvement below target on the actual exam. So just be aware that it's not a cakewalk. And the reason why the business domain is so challenging to some people is because the PMI in the PMBOK Guide 6 and 7 does not go into a whole lot of detail about these concepts. So a book like the PMP Exam Immersion from Praizion Media goes into a whole lot more than any of these publications. I mean, we're covering everything in detail. So just be aware that today's episode is high level. If you really want more content, I would highly advise that you get the PMP Exam Immersion book. All right, so it says plan and manage compliance. But what is compliance? Compliance means complying with certain laws, certain regulations, certain rules in whatever industry you're in. So in the world of project management, we need to confirm what the compliance categories are that we need to be adhering to. We need to understand what compliance, for example, in the United States, we have different types of compliance. We have OSHA compliance, which is health and safety. We have Americans with Disability Act. We have SOX compliance. We have all sorts of compliance clauses. It really depends on your background, whichever industry you're working on, but you could have various kinds of compliance, and it differs by country. Okay, so just be aware of that. We also have, in the world of healthcare, we have compliance about patient records, right? Things like patient records and patient information. We take that very seriously in the United States and other countries. Okay, so HIPAA laws, HIPAA rules, some of you are familiar with things like that. Secondly, you got to classify compliance categories. What are the categories of compliance? Like I said, health, safety, security, and so on. Then we should, as project managers, determine if there are any threats to compliance. Are there any threats? If they are, what are they? And what are we going to do about them? It's important that as a project manager, every aspect of the project is effectively thought of, and check the box on all of those things, So it's just one of those things that the project manager is also expected to do. It's called project management professional. So it's one of our responsibilities. And then we want to use methods to support compliance. Whichever way you're going to do it, whether it's by assigning a third party to audit you, whether it is assigning various individuals on the team to carry out certain compliance related tasks, those are things the PM should be thinking about, brainstorming with the team, understanding what the best practices are. A lot of companies, they get third party companies to do audits for these reasons, right? for integrity's sake. All right, and then analyze the consequences of non-compliance. There are some instances in which the cost of being compliant is actually more than the cost of the penalty for not being compliant for a period, and for that reason some people say, okay, we're not going to be in compliance, we'll just pay the penalty. But for your exam, be aware that most of the time you hear the word compliance, you do want to be in compliance. I'm yet to see a question that says don't be in compliance, right? That word, PMI takes it very seriously. Okay? And then lastly, you want to determine the approach to address compliance needs, be they risks, legal risks, operational risks, because some firms, you're not in compliance, you're going to be paying hefty fines. So, be aware of things like that. And then measure the extent to which the project is in compliance. It's like an audit, So all of these are things that you should be thinking about as a project manager. I'm going to cover them one more time. Number one, the task is called Plan and Manage Project Compliance. You want to confirm project compliance requirements. You want to classify compliance categories. You want to determine potential threats to compliance. You want to use methods to support compliance. You want to analyze the consequences of non-compliance. You want to determine necessary approaches and actions to address compliance needs, be they risk, legal, or other. And you want to measure the extent to which the project is in compliance. Again, you have very little information in the PMBOK guide, I'll tell you that straight up. So your best bet might be, like I said, get the PMP exam immersion book from Praizion. We cover the business area quite thoroughly from a predictive standpoint, also from an agile standpoint. I would also advise looking into chapter 2 of the PMBOK guide, 6th edition. Chapter 2 has got some business and compliance related information that I would advise you to pay attention to. All right. Okay, my friends. Well, I think we made it. That's the end of today's journey. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, okay? Don't forget, chapter 2. And you could also read Agile Practice Guide, chapter 6, where we have the talk about PMOs and change in organizations and all that stuff. And there might be a few patches in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition that have compliance as a word. I would search for that word and I would look for chapters that relate to it. Hello, my friends. Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. On day 34, we are tackling evaluate and address the business environment changes for impact on scope. In other words, as the business landscape changes in any industry, in any market space, it is important that we re-evaluate our projects and pay close attention to scope, because as a result of business changes in the environment, in the marketplace, and actually it's not just business, it's beyond business. We're talking about changes to the political environment, changes to the environment at large, right? It is important that we constantly survey the environment and try to understand how our scope will change as a result of the business landscape. Again, it's everything. It's business, it's political, it's geopolitical, it's everything, right? And that is exactly what PMI wants us to do, wants us to evaluate and address these aspects. Okay, so it starts off with survey the changes and then assess and prioritize the impact of these changes. Because one thing to survey the changes and to understand what the changes are, but it's another thing to effectively assess and prioritize the impact to the scope, project scope. And when I say project scope in the world of predictive, we're talking about scope baseline, WBS, project scope statement, things like that. But when we address the topic of Agile, we're talking about the backlogs. So how does the business environment impact your product backlog? How does it impact, perhaps there's a current sprint? And if what is happening in the business space, in the marketplace, is changing so drastically and radically, it could actually necessitate a change in your sprint backlog for you to do something different, or for you not to do what you were thinking of doing at all, you know. So after you have surveyed the changes to the external business environment, talking about regulations, technology, geopolitical, market, and you have assessed and prioritized the impact on project scope based on changes in the external business environment and the environment at large, we then talk about recommending options for scope or backlog changes. We also talk about changes that may need to be as a result of these environments, such as changes to the schedule, changes that may relate to costs, budgetary changes. For example, if there's inflation, that could cause changes to the budget. If you're working in different economies, you then have that variability of interest rates and so on that you may need to deal with. The final thing that is talked about here is continually review external business environment for impacts on project scope or the backlog. In other words, not only are you going to do this in the beginning, you're going to do this in the middle, you're going to do this at the end, you're going to do this all throughout that cycle of life of whatever you're working on. Whatever the endeavor is part of your job as a project manager to be sensitive and aware of the environment. Now, in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, mention is made of the environment that the project manager is in. I would say to get a firmer grasp of this task, again, you want to read chapter 2, which is more about systems, organizational systems, management elements, all that great stuff. It's going to help you kind of warm up a little bit more to this. Again, the business environment and the business domain at large is pretty weak in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. Despite chapter 2 and chapter 3 being great chapters to read, it still doesn't bring it together in a realistic, pragmatic context. So I would suggest, in lieu of that, just go for the immersion book, the PMP exam immersion book from Praizion. If you go to Praizion.com, that's Praizion.com, and just look around there, look towards the bottom, you're going to find the PMP exam immersion book. The language is very straightforward. It's very everyday, easy to understand, easy to absorb. And there we cover everything that you need to know about business domain, going through all the tasks and enablers in great detail, and also covering them from an agile and a hybrid and predictive perspective. Okay, so that would be my suggestion. On top of that, again, you might want to search for the word business. You might want to search for the word environment in the 7th edition, because the PMI did announce that the 7th edition is a worthy reference, so just do a search. It doesn't hurt. I'm not saying read the entire 7th edition, because everyone's getting certified these days without even remotely opening up the 7th edition. But as far as this topic in business is concerned, you need all the information that is available from our friends at PMI. Okay, so that would be my 2 cents. grab the immersion book, make reference to chapter 2 and 3 in the 6th edition, and make reference to the references mentioned in the 7th edition with the word business. All right. Wow, we've come a long way, and there you have it. It's day 34. Tomorrow is the final day. Tomorrow is the big finale. All right. And not the finale for the course, but the finale for this entire content outline, because for the next number of days we're going to be hammering on mock exams, we're going to be hammering on quizzes, we're going to be hammering on some of the major concepts that you need to really get down tight for your test. All right, thanks for joining me. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. All the best, and bye for now.
All right, my friends, so you've gotten a dose of On the Road, and I jumped into On the Road straight away. But, you know, I haven't shown you the open-ended questions. I have not shown you any multiple choice questions. So we're going to jump straight into the open-ended questions, which are pretty straightforward today. And here are the day 34 questions. Very lean, not a whole lot. Take a screenshot, make sure you internalize this. And now to questions. Here is the first question. Having just converted to Agile approaches, your team is involved in the progressive elaboration of project requirements. They are involved in the ongoing activity in which the team collaboratively reviews, updates, and writes user stories and requirements to satisfy the need of the customer request. Which action does this best describe? If you need more time, hit the pause button. 3, 2, and 1. So, taking a look at these, it's not A. That would be something entirely different. It is also not product road mapping, because in product road mapping, we don't write user stories and requirements. The answer is also not story writing, because in story writing, we're not involved in ongoing activities to collaboratively review, update, and write stories. The word update kind of gives it away. So the best option here is backlog refinement. Option C. Moving on to our next question. All right, as the product owner prioritizes the product backlog and surveys environmental changes, which of the following external factors should she survey and pay close attention to? All right. So the best answer to this, my friends, would have to be something that the question is asking for. If you need more time, hit the pause button and do it. But for now, the key word is external factors. This is not an external factor. Company employees is not. Business policies are internal. Practices are internal. That is not. So D cannot be correct. So the best answer would have to be C, geopolitical and market. Okay? Got to keep your eye on what is internal and what is not. Moving on to our next question. Having just converted to Agile approaches, your team is struggling with a sporadic demand pattern. What is the best thing to do?
All right, my friends. So some things clearly don't solve the problem. They may even make it worse. So obviously they're struggling with a sporadic demand pattern. This would not be a good time to lock them in to an iterative based agile arrangement. So A is not going to help them because demand is sporadic. It's the same as B pretty much, strict adherence to a cadence. D, quality audits to enforce short sprints would again mean putting them into a rigid box. So the best answer, my friends, is flow-based agile, option C. If you don't know the difference between flow-based agile and iterative-based agile, iteration-based agile, highly advise you read that up in the Agile Practice Guide. Next question. As a product owner, you realize that the business landscape has so dramatically changed. As a result of this, several backlog features are no longer needed in the organization. What will likely happen? All right, you can hit the pause button if you need more time. So let's take a look at the answers. A, more releases. Well, it said several backlog features are no longer needed. So it wouldn't be more releases. If anything, you likely would have less, so it can't be A. B says impact on scope leading to more tasks. Again, it's likely you will have less tasks since a lot of the features aren't needed. Let's go to option C and D. C says a reduction in story size within the backlog. Think about that. Having a smaller story does not mean that the story is being removed, whereas that should be the case if certain backlog features are no longer needed. It wouldn't be a reduction in the size of the story alone, it will be an outright removal. So this is talking about how big a story is, whereas it should be the removal of a story because those features aren't needed. So the best answer here is not going to be C, it's actually going to be D, which is a reduction in project scope. Now, even though this sounds a little bit predictive, it actually isn't. Scope is a generic word, and the bottom line is there's a reduction in the scope. So the best answer is D. All right, my friends, let's move on to our next one. And this is the final one. Having just converted to Agile approaches, your team is building a new product. The team may need feedback on a prototype to glean customer feedback to understand what they need to provide for subsequent delivery of the final finished feature. What is the best thing to do? 3, 2, and 1. All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. The best answer here is actually the one where you are looking for feedback, right? The best answer here is the minimum viable product, MVP. This is on page 23 of the Agile Practice Guide. MVP is tied to the feedback that we get from our stakeholders, our customers. So that would be the best option. One more. During an iteration review meeting, deliverables are demonstrated by the team, and they are either accepted or rejected. What does acceptance mean in this context? All right. Let's take a look at the options. So, in the world of Agile, you know the customer's acceptance is important. So A, the customer and the team have approved the deliverable. at this point, we're not talking about team's approval. So it's not A. We're going to cancel that. B, the customer and product owner have approved the deliverable. That sounds rather believable because a product owner should have a say. But let's go to C. The customer has inspected the deliverables and has authorized scope. Well, this isn't about the authorization of scope, so we're going to cancel that. D, the sponsor and the developers have approved the deliverables. So this isn't about a sponsor and developers, it's more about the customer and the product owner. So you got to know who does what and what is most reasonable from an agile lens. Okay, so I hope this has made sense and been helpful to you so far. I know a lot of what we've looked at is of a rather agile nature, but I would advise you again to open up your immersion book because it has some more context that could really help you as you study. I also want to point you to my recommendation of reading the 6th edition, read the business case, read the benefits management plan, make sure you know those documents really well. And of course, go on down to hpmexam.com to sign up for training or coaching. And at the same time, let me know if you got any questions that are stumping you on this topic, all right? And there you have it, my friends. Evaluate and address external business environment changes for impact on scope. And that concludes our study for day 34. Thank you very much. I'll talk to you soon. Welcome, my awesome friends. It's day 35, and I have with me my friends from the PMP Exam Immersion Daily Scrum. You want to say hi to everyone? Hello. Let's hear your voices. Come on now. Those in the background trying to be all cute. Come on.
Hi.
Hi.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So those of you who have never met us before, we are getting ready for the PMP exam. And we've been going through the journey using the PMP exam immersion. And I saw Miguel for a quick second. We've got our friends Cynthia and Trace and a whole lot of other folks who are also on this call that you cannot see. But it's a pleasure to be with you here on day 35. Day 35 is when we wrap up the entire 35 tasks. Wow. How did it feel going through 35 tasks? Anyone? Any comments? Was it easy? Trey says no. Cynthia says it wasn't. So my recommendation for everyone is you got 7 days in a week. Even if you were studying just one every day, you would be done in 35 days. You'd be done in a month and 5 days. So welcome to day 35. Let's jump straight in and see what this day has for us. So on the final day, day 35, I always open up with a discussion. So what is organizational culture? Because PMI talks about it a lot. It's here in the immersion book. Give some examples of organizational changes. How could organizational change affect the project? How could a project impact an organization? How should the project manager support organizational change? And then I say, read up about the change models covered in the video on Praizion's YouTube channel. I have the methods, models, and artifacts in the 7th edition talked about at length. All right, so these questions, you could find answers to them, but let's go into task 35.
Now, day 35 is simply titled Support Organizational Change. So let's jump into the enablers.
Now, have you ever been in a firm that was shifting from one way of working to another way of working? I have. And to be quite honest, it wasn't really embraced because the people doing the work hadn't been brought on board to say, this is what we're going to be doing and this is why. They were just told, a command is coming from on high, thou shalt do this. And of course, people fought against it. So have you ever been involved in a change in an organization that went well? Anyone that actually was well implemented, that everyone said, yeah, we welcome this? Have you? Not really, right? Because a lot of times people don't do what PMI advocates in the practice guide for change management in organizations. They've got an entire different guide for managing change in organizations. And one of the things they talk about is formulating the change and really crafting it and planning and understanding and having sense-making sessions. So you got to assess your organization's culture and know
where your organization's at, those who are resistant to certain things. I remember a firm that they invited us to a while back, Roy and I, and we were given the warning up front, hey, engineers don't like this topic. So when you're training them, you better watch it. You better be careful because our culture is a little bit different. So Roy, being the expert he was, he went in there, did his magic, and everyone was lapping up Agile within a few days. But it's important to assess your organization's culture. All right, number 2, evaluate the impact of organizational change to your project. Is your organization going through some turmoil, some turbulence? That could affect your project. You got to know about it. If there's some unrest, if there's a change in power, change of the guard, you got to be aware of that. CEO is leaving, new CEO is coming in, or there's been some sort of takeover. You got to be aware of all that stuff. I see you, Mark. I see you. Good to see you. So you got to be aware of all those things. And number 3, evaluate the impact of the project, this time to the organization. So it goes both ways. The firm's change and turmoil could affect the project, or maybe it's good times. Maybe people have just received a big old bonus. Everyone's in good spirits, or maybe it's the reverse. And then on the flip side, if your project is implementing some monumental change to the firm, you're not going to be the most popular person. So this is just helping you to see the landscape of business on the PMP exam. And you know what? For this area, not only do you need business acumen, you also need tact to be able to solve problems, to build alliances and things like that. All right, so that's it. Let's move on to talk about organizational change management essentials. So when we talk about organizational change, like I said, I would like for you folks to take a look at PMI's Managing Change in Organizations. If you are a member of the PMI, I want you to just browse it really quick. It's actually talked about in this book. I mean, sooner or later, this book is going to be talked about more because the 6th edition is going out of print. And I'm not saying go buy it. I'm just showing you where some of this stuff is when it comes to managing organizational change. It's talked about on page 160. I'm just going to read a few for you. So we have PMI's Managing Change in Organizations. Step 1, formulate the change. This element focuses on building the rationale. You see, that's what's missing in a lot of firms. You see, they don't build the rationale. People don't know why they're changing. And then we have plan change. It says, this helps prepare people for the transition. Number 3, implement the change. Number 4, manage the transition. This element considers how to address needs related to the change that may surface. And then sustain the change. So if there's a few pages that will help you for business in this, it's going to be page 160, 161, 162, 163. And believe it or not, I've talked about all of these on YouTube. So I'll endeavor to put some links to this video when it posts. We have the John Cotter's model, which is on page 162. We have the Virginia Serta model on page 163. I talk about this a lot on that video. And then page 164, William Bridges transition model. It's not as though PMI is going to ask you questions that map directly back to any of these names or terminology, but just understanding the concepts behind change management can really help you to grasp this area. You do know that this new exam does not have a fixed chapter in the PMBOK guide for change management in organizations, which is why I'm recommending reading it here. Check out a few easy questions. These are not difficult, I promise. Here we go. And these were written by one of my question writers who is excited about the 7th edition. So let's see what he put together. You become aware that the FAA is planning to change the flight path for a major airport located just 2 miles from your nuclear plant. The new flight path would reduce airline noise for residents, but would require more than 50% of the air traffic to fly directly over the cooling towers. What should you do? Let's go ahead and launch a poll and spend about a minute. Let me know what you would do. All right. Thank you for your participation. Let's go ahead and end it. 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll and let's share the results. It's rather polarized. So this question writer, in his rationale, believes that you should uphold PMI's principle of stewardship. Now I'm going to read this for you. This is on page 27. And it reads, under compliance, stewards comply with laws, rules, regulations, and requirements that are properly authorized within or outside of the organization. However, high-performing projects seek ways to integrate compliance more fully into project culture, creating more alignment with diverse and potentially conflicting guidelines. Stewards strive for compliance with guidelines intended to protect them, their organization, their stakeholders, and the public at large. In instances where stewards face conflicting guidelines or questions regarding whether or not actions align with established guidelines, stewards seek appropriate counsel and direction. So you can probably guess where this is going. This project manager who wrote these questions believes that doing nothing will be docile. So don't do nothing, okay? Support the FAA plans for change, but it's just 2 miles, see? So you need to get proper insights as to whether what the FAA is planning to do could affect you. Remember, it's a nuclear plant, and there could be some adverse variables that could impact your business. It would be best, instead of doing nothing, instead of just fully supporting without doing research, and instead of saying the change should not occur because that's presumptuous, you should seek appropriate counsel and guidance and go from there. So doing nothing, not good. Supporting without understanding is not good. And telling them not to do it is not good either. You got to have a better understanding of what is at play. So that was the answer given. A little bit different from questions you're used to, huh? Okay, let's go to our next question. You're managing a construction project. One of your stakeholders has suggested a change in requirements. The change seems pretty minor, but because you apply systems thinking, what should you do? Again, this is one of PMI's principles. We're looking at a higher level view of the world. I'll give you a minute. All right, we're just about a minute. Let's go ahead and the poll. Everyone nailed this one. Well done. Yeah, so it's a minor change, but saying nothing needs to be done is presumptuous and bad practice, like malpractice, if you ask me. Ignoring the change and rejecting are both negative, so the correct answer is D. Awesome. Very good. For those of my friends who have had a rodeo with the exam on occasions past, just chat into me if you think that the length of these questions is on par, or are they longer? Just chat into me in the chat box. I know what you think. All right, let's move on. Okay. You are leading a project involving highly competent and engaged staff. Things have been progressing rather smoothly on the project, but senior management just approved a change for the project that includes new scope to be delivered within the next 2 weeks. What leadership style would work best with this latest change? Let's go ahead and relaunch. All right, my friends, let us go ahead and begin to round up. There's a page in the 7th, and I want to point out to you, just for context purposes. Okay. Let's go ahead and end the poll. And let's share the results. Okay, so think about it. You're leading a project involving highly competent and engaged staff. Yeah, they're competent, they're engaged. Things have been progressing smoothly, but there's a change, as it says, for the project that includes new scope on top of what they're already doing. So there's a disruption here of sorts. Okay, when there's a disruption, it would be presumptuous to say the team's going to be good. Let's just move on, because this is a major difference from what has been happening. You're asking for new scope to be delivered, probably changing the configuration of things. So no change in style is required. That's highly debatable. Let's take a look at page 156. Can Blanchard's situational leadership 2 model, it measures project team member development using competence and commitment as 2 main variables. Competence is a combination of ability, knowledge, and skills. Commitment speaks to the confidence and motivation an individual has. As an individual's competence and commitment evolve, leadership styles evolve from directing to coaching to supporting to delegating in order to meet the individual's needs. So the PM who wrote this question does not think you should not change your style when there's a major change on the project. This individual believes that as a result of a change in direction, your leadership needs to be situational and change in accordance. So the stakes are higher, stuff needs to be done. You're going to go from more delegating or laissez-faire to be more directing. You wouldn't be totalitarian, thank goodness no one chose that. That is totally negative. Empowered delegation, again, because the stakes are high, it's not the best one to use in this case. Not changing your style will be presumptuous. So do you remember how the situational leadership model looks? Looks something like this. You got the y-axis, which is support, and the x-axis, which is more of the direction. And this is in the immersion book. So if you take a look at this, you got 4 quadrants, and the first quadrant is where you're more directing. This is where you're more coaching. This is where you're more supporting in terms of leadership style, and this is more delegating. So the argument is, if you're here or somewhere else, and the stakes change and things need to be done in a time crunch, it is likely that your approach is going to be more directive. That is not to say micromanaging, there's a difference. You're just going to be more directive in what needs to be done, okay? So That's the answer to that one. All right, let's take a look. And I'm glad that you're taking more questions from a number of question writers. You do know that our mock exam was written by 8 question writers. So it's not just me writing the questions. So it's good to take things in perspective. For those people who are not on hpmexam.com, if you haven't been for one of our immersion programs, then you don't have access to mock exam. So what we're going to do now, we're going to make an offer to those people who have not come on the program to take one of our mock exams. It's a limited offer. You can take it. You can find it for purchase at mock.hpmexam.com. So 180 questions is brutal. It's a very brutal exam. If you're able to sail through this, and you're probably good. Okay. And all our friends on the call, they've got access to that mock. So it's nothing that you haven't seen before. All right, let's move to our next question. Your project was running late, so the subject matter experts recommended that user acceptance tests on a project should be omitted since the technology is operational at other factories. The project plan was adjusted with this modification. However, after implementation, the technology is not working as expected. What should the project manager do? Let's go ahead and launch the poll. There you go. All right, 5 seconds. Well done. Let's end the poll and share the results. Everyone got this one right. I'm really excited you got it right. There's one that used to trip people up, but I genetically modified it. This question is a PMI back in the day question. So option B did not have in the daily scrum. I added that to have mercy on everyone, because if I take this out, then it becomes so plausible an option. And I had a lot of people getting this one wrong. But just be aware, the real exam could be that brutal. It could just take this out. But you need to know that reviewing a defect report with a team really does nothing. You need to understand the root cause, right? And because it says the tests on a project were omitted, and we're talking about technology and so on, there's no guarantee that there are even any defect reports, because defects are usually for a product. In this case, it sounds more like an implementation. So the chance of having a defect report are a lot less in a situation like this. All right, you would have defective machinery, but not necessarily a report. But even then, the best thing to do, because this is reactive, it's like saying, all right, review the report, but the action is not conclusive. This says review the report, conduct a root cause analysis, and identify corrective action. This is a lot more robust. So the one that tells you to do something that results in moving the situation forward is always a better option. All right, here we go. Here's another one. You're in the final stages of building a software product for your organization that an existing customer has agreed to purchase once it is complete. You have been approached by another potential customer who states they too would be willing to buy the product if it had one additional feature that is not currently in scope. What is the first thing you should do? So do you get the scenario here? Read it again. I'm going to go ahead and launch the poll. Let's launch. Give you a minute. All right, time just hit 1 minute. Let's go ahead and round it up. 3, 2, and 1. All right, so a little bit polarized. So let's go through the logic. We're making this tool and it's for client A.
And then another client B off the street says, hey, if you get that thing with this additional feature, we would buy it too. That's an opportunity. It's a positive risk. It's not absolutely guaranteed, but it is a positive risk. So what should you do first? You should log the positive risk. You should assess if it's something that is going to be done, count the cost, and if it is something that makes sense, just the same way you do negative risks, with positive risks, if it makes sense, then you have a risk response. It might require a change request, but at this point, the first thing you should do is not to submit a change request. The first thing is to log it as a positive risk, and then you want to begin counting, okay, what will this cost? And then it goes to CCB and all that stuff. Okay, so that one is like the chicken and the egg. What should come first is this. Because it didn't really allude to that happening. It just said you've been approached by another potential customer who states they too would be willing to buy the product if it had one additional feature. It's not currently in scope, so you can't do it. That's true, but you got to log it as an opportunity. It's not a negative risk. It's an opportunity. Very trickily worded.
Quick question. Why can't we do both in tangent, both A and B?
You have to do one first. You have to follow the protocol. It's like a process map.
Loop. Yeah, you always have to log first. That's right.
Yeah, you log first. Great question. If it was a negative risk, no problem. If it was a negative risk and it said the customer is upset and wants an additional feature, customer A, not B. Let's say there's no customer B on the scene, just a customer A. And customer A says they want this. Well, it's not a risk. It's actually something that needs to be logged as a change request. But in this case, it's not a legitimate change request because it's, hey, I would do this if something, and they're not even part of the project. Does that make sense? Why it's an opportunity? Not a change?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, because it's not legitimate. Yeah. You're welcome. All right. Shout out to my buddy who wrote these funny questions. All right, let's go to our next one. In backlog refinement meetings, we discuss requirements coming up in the next increment to gain valuable feedback from the customer. Is that true or false? Let's go ahead and have a very quick launch here with a true or false poll. What do you think? True or false? Thank you. A few more seconds. True or falses don't really appear on the exam, but they're very notorious in the, for those of you who have taken the PSM. I have a friend on the call that took PSM. You got true or falses, didn't you? She knows who she is.
A lot.
Yep. You gotta love the true or falses from Ken's company.
Yeah, very tricky.
Yeah,
Very
they are
tricky.
tricky. Yeah, they're quite tricky. They're not user friendly at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, thank you for pitching in. All right, so let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. A little bit polarized. So let's read what exactly is here in PMI's Agile Practice Guide under demos or reviews, right? Oh, not demos or reviews, I beg your pardon. Backlog refinement. This is on page 52. All right, so let's read. In iteration-based Agile, the product owner often works with the team to prepare some stories for the upcoming iteration during one or more sessions in the middle of the iteration. The purpose of these meetings is to refine enough stories so the team understands what the stories are and how large the stories are in relation to each other. And then it goes into, you could do this using just in time. You could time box it to a 1 hour discussion midway. And then it says multiple refinement discussions for iteration-based Agile teams. Teams can use this when they are new to the product.
the product area, or the problem domain. And then it says refinement meetings allow the product owner to present story ideas to the team, for the team to learn about the potential challenges or problems in the stories. If the product owner is unsure of the dependencies, the product owner can request the team to spike the feature in order to understand the risks. Now, the unspoken truth about backlog refinement is that the product owner could invite people from the business to be part of those discussions, right? Right? In backlog refinement. But this says we discuss requirements coming up in the next increment to gain valuable feedback. So who do you think the customer is? Who do you think is representing the customer?
The product owner.
The PO.
Yeah, so would you say this is a stretch, or would you say it's just calling the customer or looking at the product owner as the customer? Would you say it's a stretch? It's not a stretch. So there's absolutely nothing false. Does anyone want to tell me what you think might be false here? Because you do know backlog refinement is for the next, it's really for the next go round. It's not for this go round. So we can establish that is true. And then as far as feedback from the customer, that's really just making you think, oh, there's no customer. Yeah, but the product owner could stand as the customer, and the product owner could actually invite other people from the business. So this is not a far-fetched question. And as majority chose true, it is indeed true. So does anyone want to comment on what might be false if you want to? If it makes sense, that's fine. We can move on. It makes sense?
Yeah, Phil, just before you go ahead, I would like to ask two questions. If you can just explain again what they mean by spike the features, and also on the backlog refinement, I was doing the assessment from the Scrum.org, and I got a question, and it said refinement is not time boxed, like.
Yes, so refinement is not even a formal event. So if you're looking in the context of Scrum as presented by Ken Schwaber's company, Scrum.org, or even Jeff Sutherland in the Scrum Guide, you don't find any time boxing for backlog refinement. In fact, you don't even see it as a formal ceremony. It is expected to happen throughout organically. It doesn't have to be a hard and fast rule. However, in the Agile Practice Guide, we see a little bit different, but there's no Agilist professional who will tell you backlog refinement must be time boxed to this. No, because backlogs are different. That's one. Regarding the topic of spikes, the way PMI defines it, let's just take a look really quick. But spikes are just research or additional mechanisms or enablements that you need to carry out. It could be prototypes, it could be research, it could be additional work that needs to be done before a story is actually carried out. So it's on page 154. And PMI say a short time interval within a project, usually of fixed length, during which a team conducts research or prototypes, an aspect of a solution to prove its viability. So before you actually carry out a story, you might need to do some research or prototyping, and then you can do it. Does that make sense? Cool. All right, let's move on. I think we got about 4 more questions. So this is another one. You're leading a project to remodel an art museum. You're in the final stages of planning with the team and the customer. The customer has only been able to provide requirements at a high level as they feel they need to see some of the completed work before providing more details. You are worried about some of the more detailed requirements that may come on this project. In order to embrace adaptability while simultaneously delivering value, what is the best thing you could do? Let's go ahead and launch the poll. Feel free to reread it. I'm going to give you a minute, 15 seconds, a little bit long, this one.
Phil, that's a true or false poll.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and get a regular poll. Let's relaunch. All right, there you go.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and end the poll. I appreciate you participating. So let's see which words are not agile or PMP minded. You know, a PMP minded view is you got to always think about the customer, but at the same time, you also need to be adaptable and resilient. Let's read page 55. I'm going to read page 55 in the 7th. Now, don't freak out. Don't go get in the 7th. This is just for demonstrative purposes. I'm not saying go buy it. Build adaptability and resiliency into the organizations and project teams' approaches to help the project accommodate change, recover from setbacks, and advance the work of the project. Adaptability is the ability to respond to changing conditions. Resiliency is the ability to absorb impacts and to recover quickly from a setback or failure. A focus on outcomes rather than outputs facilitates adaptability. And then it goes into most projects encounter challenges or obstacles at some stage. The combined attributes of adaptability and resiliency in the project team's approach to a project help the project accommodate impacts and thrive. If you turn the page over to 56, it has a number of ideas about how you can be resilient. Talks about short feedback loops, continuous improvement, having a broad set of skills, T-shaped skills, inspect, adapt, diverse project teams, open and transparent planning, which is the stage this question is in, planning. Did you catch that? Did you catch that this question actually said final planning? Final planning. And then if you continue reading all the way through, you get an idea that you got to be intentional in how you become resilient and how you are adaptable. However, let's read. It says you're in the final stages of planning. Based on that statement, which kind of project do you think you're working on? Based on that one statement. You're in the final stages of planning.
Traditional predictive.
It's traditional, exactly. It's traditional predictive. And you do know that if you're working on a traditional predictive type of project, as on page 14 of the Agile Practice Guide, in the Stacy complexity model, it shows you the simple zone. If you're working on the simple zone, what does it say? It says your requirements should be well defined. Your technical methods should also be kind of clear, well defined. So in this instance, if you're worried about detailed requirements coming out of the woodworks, it would only make sense to do something about it. So let's take a look at the words which are just outrightly not PMP. Force the customer. No. No, you don't force the customer to do anything. This says to provide the detailed requirements to enable progress. That's not being PMP minded. That's not being a servant leader. No. So the word force, even if it said encourage, you would still be putting your customer in a box because these things are going to unfold, but forcing them is not really a good way of saying it. It's not an agile mindset. C, thank goodness no one chose C. We don't want to pad. We want to intentionally assess reserves. What are the two types of reserves? Who remembers?
Contingency and management.
Thank you. Mark is on it. He's on it. Thank you. Management reserves and contingency reserves. So we're going to cancel C. We don't pad. We do intentional reserve analysis. So we've got A and D. D, simply add the detailed requirements to the project as they become known. That would be pretty dangerous because if you're working on a project of this nature and you just keep adding stuff, not really good. There could be arguments, there could be misunderstandings. What PMI would want you to know is that there's absolutely nothing wrong in option A, establishing a change control process. Because if you're working on predictive stuff, it is what you should do. And did you know that in the world of Scrum, a lot of people don't know, but there is hidden change control. A lot of people don't see it as that, but do you know that locking down the sprint plan airborne, that is change control. You're not just going to make a change midway in the sprint. That is all part of changing plans that are midway and putting controls in place to prevent that. Now, it's not to say that sprint plans couldn't change. A product owner could very well be persuaded to do it for one reason or another, but it's still a line of defense, some sort of control. So it wouldn't be D. The best option is A. All right, so well done. Those of you who kind of analyzed it without going through all of my analyses, I hope you also gained something from my analysis of the question.
Hey, Phil.
That sounds like Taji.
Yeah, it is.
I know that voice. How
I
you
look at
doing?
it differently.
Go for it.
Because in the beginning, as you said, it says you're in the final stages of planning. So it looks like you're in predictive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then the second paragraph, it says you're worried about some more detailed requirement. It says in order to embrace adaptability while simultaneously delivering value, that's all agile right there, right?
Not necessarily.
Adaptability, delivering value, what is the best thing you should do? So to me, I was looking at it as more of, agile, where you could add requirements to the product backlog as the project becomes known, not the first part where it was started off as predictive. I was looking at it as maybe, like that sandwich you talked about, predictive in the beginning and then, or not sandwich, where it was predictive in the beginning and then agile in the end.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I was looking at it, more of a hybrid approach.
I get your point.
I chose D.
I get your point. It's tricky.
And then I was thinking, if it's a predictive, you would already have a change control process in place. Why do you need to establish a change? You're predictive. You already have that.
But that is an assumption.
But having a change control process when you're predictive, that's an integration. It's in perform integrated change control. So why do you need to establish a change control process?
So it didn't say, what should you do next? It said, what is the best thing you could do? So even if you had done it before, well, that would have been the best thing you could do, which has been done. But it didn't say, what should you do next? And it didn't allude to having change control in place. So simply adding detailed requirements. And since it says project, it didn't say to the sprint or to the backlog. You got to just take it at face value, you see. So wherever you are, change control is not a bad thing. What PMI really wants you to pay attention to is the fact that you got to build in adaptability and resiliency, and you also have to have a game plan. Even if it was in the world of predictive, you still would deliver value where possible. It's all about delivering value. That should be our mindset in general. And we should still embrace some sort of adaptability. Do you know that adaptability doesn't just have to be in the world of Agile? Like you said, okay, it's a hybrid. Let's say it's a hybrid, but still there should be some sort of change control, So that would be the best thing to do. That would be the best. Simply adding them, it's going to eat you alive, especially even if it's a hybrid project. You get what I'm saying? So this kind of forces you into final stages of planning. That means we're planning, then we're going to execute. So it's definitely not agile, totally. But nonetheless, it's a trickily worded question, and I give it to my question writer who wrote it, not me. So it's not one of those failed questions. I decided that I would give you a different dose of questions on this final run. Actually, this is a different question writer that wrote than the one who wrote all of the other 40-day questions, which you've been seeing over time. That's a different guy. Excuse me. This one is in the United States. The other one is in Asia. So you kind of get feel for different kinds of questions. All right, here's another one. You just left your boss's office. He spoke with you about possibly leading a new project. He gave you a high-level overview of the project and explained how the outcome of this project would have a major impact on your organization. He has asked you to write up a one-pager on how best to deal with the change related to this project. What would you write about? Give you some time and give you a poll. All right. Well done. Let's go ahead and end this one. 3, 2, and 1. All right. So, very polarized. Well, let's read. You left your boss's office. He spoke with you about possibly leading a new project. So this is not even a project, it's possible. He gave you a high-level overview about the project, so you don't really have an in-depth view of it, and explained how the outcome of this project would have a major impact on your organization. He has asked you to write up a one-page on how best to deal with change related to the project. Think about that. Change, not change on the project, change related to this project. So you know there are different types of change. You have project change, you have organization change, and all sorts of other change. So I want to show you some definitions, some mindsets. It's in the immersion book, but let's see. Change management, also referred to as CM, is a collective term for how to prepare and support individuals, teams, and organizations in making organizational change. The most important or common change drivers are technology, process crises, consumer habit changes, and pressure from the business environment. Other drivers could include mergers and acquisitions and reorgs, also called organizational restructuring. Change management includes methods that enable the organization to redirect resources, budgets, processes, and other modes of operation. Executives in our business world today are aware of the ever-changing business environment, the exponential growth and global availability of information, the expanding global marketplace. All of these are triggers for change. Today's C-level executives should understand how important it is to have a clear strategy to guide their organizations in reaching their goals. Executive strategy requires successful delivery of project programs and portfolios that drive performance improvement. This is all from the immersion book, by the way. So with that in mind, my friends, this is talking more about an organizational change. Okay, so let me go back to the question. Okay, here we go. So how a risk mitigation plan could result in a change request is too lower level. This is a much higher level view. You see, this is really what you should be focusing on. Change related to the project, not change in the project. So how a risk mitigation plan could result in a change request is lower level. That's at the project level. The scope of the new project and how people should embrace it, we're going to leave that. We'll deal with that later. Project change control, again, this is too lower level. Higher level business, we're talking about change related to the project, not change on or within the project. So the importance of having a plan is not bad, but it's not at the right level. So you're faced with B and D. What is wrong with option B is it says how people should embrace it. So that kind of language is not giving people room to express themselves as far as not being on board with the change, and that's okay. So there's one more thing I want to show you as far as this change. You might want to look for the William Bridges transition model. I think I just talked about it. William Bridges transition model. This whole thing about the William Bridges transition model is on page 164. So let's read it. William Bridges' transition model provides an understanding of what occurs to individuals psychologically when an organizational change takes place. This model differentiates between change and transition. And then it talks about the model identifying 3 stages: ending, losing, and letting go. That's one stage. And then it says it is often associated with fear, anger, upset, uncertainty, denial, and resistance to change. So it's okay if people feel, adverse about the change. Then we have the neutral zone where people are now almost coming to terms. It says productivity may drop as people learn new ways of doing work. And then we have the new beginning. Not everyone gets completely to the new beginning. Some people leave the firm and so on. But the scope of this new project and how people should embrace it is not in the spirit of understanding the William Bridges transition model, and not in the spirit of formulating the change. And it's getting people to discuss, not necessarily saying that they should embrace it. So that one is not a very good choice. The best one, which is at the right level, is the concept of change management, much higher level, and the concept of enablement. So this whole thing about change management and enablement, this is principle number 12 in the 7th edition, okay? Again, if you have the 7th edition, I am not telling you to go read the entire thing. That has never been my message. What I do want you to do is to at least know the principles. It's 12 of them. I'm not saying you should cram them. Just read them and just have some familiarity. I think it would add value to your prep. I also ask that you go to YouTube and look for my video on all of the models, methods, and artifacts talked about in the 7th edition. I cover all of these in about 1.5 hours, so you can definitely finish it in a couple of days. All right, but I just want you to be aware of such things. So let's read page 58. Change. Prepare those impacted for the adoption and sustainment of new and different behaviors and processes required for the transition from the current state to the intended future state created by the project outcomes. It's actually not a bad one to kind of be aware of. And that's why the answer is D. All right. Any questions about this? Any concerns? Does the explanation make sense? All right. We've got only one more question and you will be free. It's like going through immersion all over again. All right. Here's the final question. You're the project manager in a firm where resistance to change has been very high. Now you are leading a high-profile project which has been seen as a threat to many departments. As a project manager, what is one of the key things you can do to address this problem in your firm? Here we go. Let us relaunch. What do you think? All right. 3, 2, 1. Okay, my friends, you were not fooled. Well done. Nobody's going for a reward system to motivate, to bribe people. That's really what it's saying. Well done. Bribery, that's what it boils down to. So well done. The answer to this one is obviously C, communicate the vision. Want to do it early. Okay. Well, you folks have done really well, and it's been our longest day yet.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Remember to go on down to Praizion.com and take a look at our offerings for PMP, CAPM, Microsoft Project, and other trainings. We've got trainings on scaling, training on Agile, Jira, risk management, and you can get the immersion books as well. Don't forget, subscribe to the PMP Exam Radio Show. Just click on that link and it'll take you to where you can listen to the PMP Exam Radio Show on any of the platforms. Thank you very much and all the best as you continue this journey with us.
Hello, my awesome PMP warriors. Let's jump into a pop quiz. On Agile teams, management of work and accountability is an important role that is accomplished in various ways, including decentralized leadership. What is the role of the project manager on an Agile project? Now, I'm giving you 75 seconds to answer this, so hit the pause button for more time because I will show you the answers pretty quick. I will reveal the answer. The answer is not A, because you do not manage the team in the world of Agile. That is anti-Agile. B, check to ensure human resource assignments. Again, we don't do that. We have a team that uses a pull mechanism to pull the work to themselves. C, monitor velocity and team effort. This option sounds good, but it actually is not. We don't monitor velocity and team effort. The team can do that for themselves. Our job is to provide support for the team and stakeholders as needed. So the best option based on the Agile mindset is D. Everything else sounds good and it could be argued, but the best option is D. Let's move on to our next question. As in the work done on traditional projects, roles are often defined. Also in Scrum, there are specific roles. What are the roles on a Scrum team? Select all that apply. Again, hit the pause button for more time. Okay, my friends. In the world of Agile, there's one role that does not exist. And the best answer to this, because it says, what are the roles on a Scrum team? We don't have a project manager on a Scrum team. So the best answer is A, C, and D. Next question. You are a Scrum Master in an Agile organization. It is important to practice Agile frameworks and practices such as backlog preparation, backlog refinement, training, and work distribution with proper focus and direction. Which of the following teams would you spend more time coaching and mentoring? Give yourself 75 seconds. I will reveal the answer shortly. Okay. The best answer, my friends, is not A. There's nothing wrong with A. And it's not D. There's nothing wrong in using a pull technique to select your own work in the world of Agile. That leaves us with B and C. So, we know it's not A and we know it's not D. Let's take a look at option C. The cross-functional team is receiving training from an outside source. There's actually nothing wrong in that, going for training. So, option B, stakeholders changing sprint backlogs frequently is anti-agile. This is problematic. We shouldn't be changing our sprint backlogs frequently because once we get our sprint backlog, we're airborne heading towards our destination and someone opens the cabin door wanting to make changes, add in more passengers. No, it doesn't happen.
So with that analogy, bear in mind that once the sprint has been locked in, we avoid making changes. Could change happen? It could. But when you've got sprint backlogs frequently changing every sprint, that shows we've got an issue. Might need some coaching. All right, let's move to our next one. While working in the Scrum framework, product ownership, impediment resolution, and decision making is very important for smooth flow and team collaboration. A Scrum Master heard that the daily Scrum did not hold. Who should attend this meeting during the iterations? Again, give yourself 75 seconds. Hit the pause button for more time. I will reveal the answer. The answer to this is actually not D. The Scrum Master does not have to attend the daily Scrum perpetually. The Scrum Master should actually look to transition facilitation over to the team in the long run. So the Scrum Master does not have to attend to record all impediments. That is something the team could do. The Scrum Master just needs to know the impediments and seek resolve, but not necessarily attend the daily Scrum to do that. And I know a lot of jobs in the real world demand that the Scrum Master should be a facilitator in every event, but that is not the truth. Option C, the developers or the cross-functional team doing the work. It would make sense to have the people doing the work in the room, right? Let's take a look at option A. The product owner should attend as they make major decisions. That is true, they make major decisions, but they don't need to attend the daily Scrum. Remember, it's a sync up meeting. If they need the product owner in attendance, then, of course, team members should request that the product owner be there, but the product owner doesn't have to be there. Let's take a look at option B. All team members on the Scrum team. That would mean the product owner and the Scrum Master. In actual fact, they don't have to be there. The best option is the developers or the cross-functional team doing the work. So the answer is C. Let's move on. In an iteration-based Agile setting, your Scrum team just completed a major deliverable release, concluding the sprint. When should the next iteration commence? Again, give yourself 75 seconds. Let's take a look at the answer. The answer to this is not A. It's not C or D. Because as soon as we get done with the sprint, the next one commences immediately. So it's not the following week. Who said you must finish every sprint on a Friday? No. Some sprints could finish midweek or at the beginning for any reason. So A is not ideal. C says when the sprint backlog is ready for work. And again, it says your Scrum team. So you know that this is the world of Scrum in particular. So in the world of Scrum, we do it immediately. It's not when the sprint backlog is ready for work, because the sprint backlog, we should have already been working on the product backlog. The sprint backlog is ready when we conclude our sprint planning session. And that happens at the beginning of the next sprint. So C doesn't make sense. We would already have started the sprint, right, as we are working on the sprint backlog. D, at the direction of the product owner after prioritization is complete. That's bogus. That is not the case. So the best answer is immediately. Let's move on to our next one. Courage is a key value needed by team members to practice Scrum with a mindset of empiricism. What are the empirical Scrum pillars? Select all that apply. All right, I will reveal the answer. So if you take a close look at E and F and A, what you realize is that these are Scrum values, but they are not the empirical Scrum pillars. The empirical Scrum pillars are actually transparency, inspection, and adaptation. Here's our final one. Part of the work carried out by the Scrum Master involves a lot of collaboration and team facilitation. As a servant leader and Scrum Master, how should you serve a team? There's one correct answer. Okay? 3, 2, and 1. If you need more time, hit the pause button. So certain things here look nice, but they're actually not a good way of serving the team in the world of Agile. And remember, we said, how should you serve a team? It didn't say how should you serve the world or the community. We're talking about a team. So this one that talks about coaching organizations, other organizations, not even yours, is not the best answer. Okay? The one that says creating the product backlog is bogus. That is not what the Scrum Master does. D, resolve conflict between team members. You could facilitate conflict resolution, but resolving conflict is not what you want to do. People can solve conflict themselves, but you could facilitate. That is a better word. So the best option here is remove obstacles and blockers, really alluding more towards the impediment removal role. So this is the best option. And that, my friends, concludes our pop quiz for day 33. Now, remember, day 33 is all about business, and it's all about evaluating and delivering project benefits and value. The words benefit and value are huge, so this is going to be quite a long session. We have a lot more to talk about in Domain 3, Task 2. So let's jump into the quick summary. Evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. Here are the enablers. Investigate that benefits are identified. Document agreement on ownership for ongoing benefit realization. Verify that a measurement system is in place to track benefits. Evaluate delivery options to demonstrate value. And lastly, appraise stakeholders of value gain progress. Now, to really ace this area, you need to understand what benefits are. Projects enable business value creation, and business value is a net quantifiable benefit derived from a business endeavor. The benefits could be tangible, intangible, or both. In business analysis, business value is considered the return in form of elements such as time, money, goods, or intangibles in return for something exchanged. Advise you take a look at the PMBOK guide, page 7. Also take a look at page 33. And if you've got the business analysis for practitioners guide, it's on page 185. You can glean some information to this end. Business value in projects refers to the benefit that the results of a specific project provide to its stakeholders. The benefit from projects may be tangible, intangible, or both. Let's take a look at some tangible elements. Tangible elements are monetary assets, for example, stockholder equity, utility, fixtures, tools, and market share. Examples of intangible elements are goodwill, brand recognition, public benefit, trademarks, strategic alignment, reputation. And that is a high-level view to a lot of what we need to know for today. Moving further, I want to sensitize you to the business case. The business case is talked about on page 28. And we refer to it as a documented economic feasibility study used to establish the validity of the benefits of a selected component lacking sufficient definition that is used as a basis for the authorization of further project management activities. You also need to know the definition for the benefits management plan. It's a documented explanation defining the processes for creating, maximizing, and sustaining the benefits provided by a project. So if you don't have these definitions down, really hone in on them and understand the essence. Let's take a look at questions on top of what we already discussed. Here are the questions that are open-ended for day 33.
Ever since we started this journey, my friends, I have been sharing with you various open-ended questions. This is a continuation of that thought of open-ended questions, and I highly encourage you to keep on in this vein, answering these questions and looking for gaps, because I think you will find a ton of value from it. The more you do this, the better it will be. Again, this is a bit of a long session because there's a lot more we need to talk about as we jump on the road. That's one. Secondly, I have 5 more questions to ask you in this area. So what we're going to do right now is jump on the road and begin talking about this task under the business domain. So let's get moving. Let's jump on the road.
Hello friends, how you doing? Welcome to 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. Today we're going to take a look at the business area, and this is task 2, and it simply states evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. Sounds like a bit of a loaded one, so let's think about this progressively. Evaluate project benefits and value, and then deliver project benefits and value. But what exactly is value? In order for there to be value, there needs to be benefits. So we can say value is the net quantifiable benefits that a customer, a stakeholder, an end user experiences from the deliverable at hand. So for there to be value, there must be some sort of benefit. Now, if you've read the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, you might recall that there is such a thing as a benefits owner. The benefits owner is the individual who ensures that the benefits being sought have been identified and documented. It's not enough to have an idea of the benefits. We need to document them intentionally, put that into a benefits management plan, and we also say a benefits register. They are often used interchangeably. The benefits register is where the benefits will be registered. The benefits management plan, which sometimes doubles as a benefits register, is a document that tells us how those benefits and when those benefits will be realized. So it's twofold. What are the benefits? When and how will they be realized? And again, we refer to the individual that is responsible for this as a benefits owner, or you might hear the term benefits manager. Whatever the case, benefits need to be managed. Okay? So going a little bit deeper into the task for today, we have enablers. And the enabler that comes up first is investigate benefits are identified. And that means as a benefits owner or benefits manager, you're ensuring that you are documenting these benefits in a benefits register. Okay. The next one states document agreement on ownership for ongoing benefits realization. In other words, document who is responsible to be the benefits owner, to be the benefits manager, to be the person who ensures that the benefits are realized. So document agreement on ownership. Who owns the benefits? Who owns this endeavor for the ongoing benefits realization? Because it's an ongoing thing. You do know that at the end of a project, you do get a deliverable in the traditional world, but it doesn't mean that you're going to get the benefits of using that deliverable. For example, we produce a system that's meant to help us get work done in operations. If operations is not using the system, then they will not realize the benefits.
perhaps the benefits owner can understand why are they not using the system, and how can the benefits owner accelerate things such that the benefits are indeed realized. That's the whole idea behind this. The next enabler states verify measurement system is in place to track benefits. So how do we track benefits? Well, we often talk about benefits and revenue. Sometimes benefits are attached to that revenue. So whatever the measurement system you want to use, whether it is efficiency, improvements in how work is done, maybe it's reducing a defect rate, whatever those benefits are, it's important that we do have a system in place for measuring those benefits. And it just says document agreement on ownership and then verify that the measurement system is in place to track those benefits. So the benefits owner should be tracking the benefits using the metrics, the measurements, the approaches that have been decided on in the benefits management plan. Next, we have an enabler that says evaluate delivery options to demonstrate value. So let's ponder on that for a little bit. Delivery options to demonstrate value. It's simple. If you're working on an incremental project, you're going to get incremental value. Perhaps you might get incremental benefits. See? And you want to look at delivery options as far as how can we deliver so that the benefits are realized as expediently as possible. That needs to be a question. How can we deliver such that the benefits are experienced, realized, harvested as expediently as possible? So it does require some thinking. And this is where the benefits owner or benefits manager should do their job. This is where they should be thinking. What is the best way of demonstrating this? What is the best way of showing that value has been achieved? There are many ways. You need metrics, you need measurements, you need a system, you need processes and procedures to show improvement. For example, if I wanted to demonstrate benefits of a learning system for the PMP exam, I could show that the passing rate of students has increased, thereby demonstrating the benefits, if you get what I mean. The final one here is appraise stakeholders of value gain progress. So if we've discovered some value, in my example of more students are able to pass the exam without incident, let's say I work for a company where we're measuring this, then I'm appraising my stakeholders of the value gain progress. We are experiencing 10% more success, 20% more success, whatever those numbers look like. So this one here is really a business kind of thinking to show the business people, to show senior management stakeholders that indeed value is being experienced. We have realized benefits from this project as expected. All right? And that's just how to think it. So let's recap. Evaluate and deliver project benefits and value. Investigate benefits identified. Document agreement on ownership for ongoing benefits realization. Verify a measurement system is in place to track the benefits. Evaluate delivery options to demonstrate value. And lastly, appraise stakeholders of value gain progress. These are all things that you should be thinking about as a project manager from the business angle. Now, just remember, there's a lot more that could go into this as far as evaluating the benefits and value and showing them. It doesn't just have to be this list. The PMI tell you that the enablers are not meant to be an exhaustive list. They're just meant to give you an example of things to think about under this task. All right? I hope this helped you today, my friends. Remember, look out for the open-ended questions. I always give you open-ended questions for a reason. I want you to find gaps. The more of these open-ended questions you look at, the more you'll be able to identify any gaps. So please do the open-ended questions. And if you have a question about anything I've discussed or anything about the exam, make sure you put it in the comments below. All right, you take care, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, well, why don't we get into the extra questions we have, my friends? We still have a few questions before this is done and dusted, and then when we get done with that, we have another healthy serving of benefits talk. So here we go. Here's the very first question. You are the project manager on a large-scale information technology project. You are working with the product owner to prioritize the backlog. Which of the following should be the primary factor used to prioritize a backlog? All right, 3, 2, and 1. So even though you could prioritize a backlog using a number of considerations, the number one consideration from this perspective of the product owner has got to be the concept of value. It's all about value. Now, risk could come in for sure, okay? Cost could be a factor to consider, but number one factor is value. Let's go to our next one. You're the project manager on a large-scale information technology project. You're working with the product owner to prioritize the backlog. Whose primary responsibility is it to prioritize the backlog? All right, hit the pause button for more time. So the answer to this, it's not the project manager, neither is it the Scrum Master, and it's not the team. It says primary responsibility. Primary responsibility is the product owner as far as prioritizing the backlog. Could other people work with the product owner? Yes, but it's their primary responsibility. They are ultimately answerable for this, so just keep that in mind. Okay, let's move on. Next question. You're the project manager on a large-scale information technology project. You're working with the product owner to prioritize the backlog. Whose responsibility is it to ensure that the value of the benefits on a project are realized? All right, if you need more time, hit the pause button. So remember, this is going into PMI territory. It's very unique to PMI. The best answer for this, my friends, is actually not A, B, or C. It's the benefits owner. Remember, we talked about the benefits owner. That would be the best answer. Okay, let's move on. You're the project manager on an information technology project. You're working with the project sponsor to create a document that serves as an economic feasibility study. What does this best describe? All right. The best answer for this, my friends, is actually none other than the business case. This was part of our lesson for today, and I hope you took note of it. Read pages 37 and 33. In other words, page 30, page 33, and page 7 in the PMBOK 6. Okay, next one. You are the project manager on an information technology project. You're working with the product owner to prioritize the backlog. Which of the following intangible value items may be used? Select all that apply. All right, so again, intangible value. You might recall this from our lesson. The best answers are B and C, goodwill and brand recognition. Remember, my friends, if you are struggling at all, you need to go on down to hpmexam.com, look for help, look for assistance. We'll be more than happy to help you as you firm up your exam knowledge. Okay?
So we're moving to the final section of today. I know it's a lot of stuff, yes, but business has terrorized a lot of people on the exam. It's beasted up on people. So it's very important that we hone in really solidly on the concept of business. And to do that, I am going to share with you a lesson on the importance of features versus benefits versus value. It's features versus benefits versus value. So let's get into that, and I'm sure you're going to find a lot of value from this, okay? I'm going to be referring to the PMBOK guide pretty heavily, so just stay tuned, have your PMBOK guide to hand, and remember, you're always welcome to ask questions. This is put together for you. So I want to hear from you. I want to know how your studying is proceeding. I want you to be as transparent as possible and letting me know if you have problems as you're studying. All right, well, let's jump in to this video on features and benefits. Let's go. Hello, welcome to our projects, products, features, benefits, value discussion. As you study for your exam, you're probably wondering, what's the difference between features and benefits? Or how do you view features, benefits, and value within the context of a product and projects? This video is brought to you on behalf of projectmanagementmasterclass.com, your one-stop shop for PMP exam training. Value begets benefits is what I typically say. It's not a benefit if there's no value in it. In order for it to be a benefit, there must be some value. One of the topics talked about in the current PMP exam is benefits management. The benefits management plan hits you straight away as you get to page 33. But let's discuss a little bit more what exactly benefits and value are. So the first topic, value. Focus on value, the PMI say. Value is the ultimate indicator of project success. Value can be realized throughout the project, at the end of the project, or well after the project is complete. Value and the benefits that contribute to value can be defined in quantitative and or qualitative terms. A focus on outcomes allows teams to support the intended benefits that lead to value creation. In other words, focus on outcomes. Outcomes are the most important ingredient in the company, not the project. The project will come to an end, not the product. There's no good in having a product or a deliverable if there's no value from it. Project teams evaluate progress and adapt to ensure the expected value can be realized. But let's go a little bit further and talk about the difference between features and benefits at a very layman level. You take a look at a feature, it talks about productability, what the product can do, a technical specification or something your product can achieve. When you talk about a benefit, it goes a step further to put some value on whatever that feature delivers. So the feature enables you to do something. The value derived from the feature is a benefit. What a product can do for the customer in order for the customer to realize delight, value, or help in some way to the customer's living, the customer's way of doing things. It elevates the customer to a higher level of satisfaction, to a higher level of efficiency. That is exactly what a benefit is. And that's why I say value begets benefits. A project benefit is defined as an outcome of actions, behaviors, products, services, or results that provide value, that word again, to the sponsoring organization, as well as to the project's intended beneficiaries. The PMI know this all too well, and that's why in their recent publication of the PMP exam content outline, they have task 3.2, which states, evaluate and deliver project benefits and value, project manager. This is something you should do. 1, investigate that benefits are identified. 2, document the agreement on ownership for ongoing benefit realization. In other words, who is going to be responsible
for realizing these benefits. 3, verify the measurement system is in place to track these benefits. And 4, evaluate delivery options to demonstrate value. And lastly, appraise stakeholders of value gained as you proceed in time. Now, in order to do this, the PMI talk about the benefits management plan on page 33. It goes into it rather deep. Let's take a look at some of the things that are mentioned here. In order to understand the benefits management plan, my advice is to think about the 5 W's and the H. Think about the what, when, where, why, who, and how of benefits. In other words, what are the benefits that we're looking to realize? What is the time frame? When do we expect to see these benefits? Is there a period or a place that we expect to find these? And also, how are we going to realize these benefits, and who is responsible? In other words, who is the benefits manager? So the benefits management plan talked about in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition is the document that describes how and when the benefits of the project are going to be delivered. It describes the mechanisms for this delivery. And a project benefit, like I said, is defined as an outcome of actions, behaviors, products, services, or results that provide value to the sponsoring organization as well as to the project's intended beneficiaries. Development of the benefits management plan starts early in the life cycle of the project, and it could go on for a while and, of course, evolve as more benefits are found, as more benefits are decided upon. Think about it in one fluid step across many time periods. It is not a one-time thing, but it's fluid. It happens. When we talk about the benefits management plan being updated, you can expect that. Think about an Agile project or a hybrid project. As you're changing out items in the product backlog, what do you expect to happen? More benefits, right? So the benefits management plan, it evolves and it describes the key elements of the benefits and may include, but is not limited to, the following items. We could talk about target benefits, that is the expected tangible and intangible value to be gained by the implementation of the project. Bear in mind that financial value is expressed in net present value, NPV. We also talk about strategic alignment in this document. How well do the benefits align to the business strategies of the organization? Also, time frame for realizing benefits. When will those benefits be realized? Short-term, long-term, ongoing. Who is the benefits owner? The accountable person to monitor, record, and report those realized benefits throughout the time frame. Metrics, the measures to be used to show benefits realized, direct measures and indirect measures. Also, assumptions, factors that we consider to be in place in order for us to reap these benefits. And don't forget uncertainty, risks. What are the risks that could affect these benefits from being realized? Developing the benefits management plan should make use of the data and information documented in the business case and needs assessment. These are well talked about on page 30 in the PMBOK Guide. Now, when you talk about benefits, tangible and intangible value, what comes to mind? The PMI defines business value as the net quantifiable benefit derived from a business endeavor. Just remember, we could be talking about a wide array of tangible and intangible elements. Let's talk about tangible value. Talking about tangible value, you could refer to monetary assets, stockholder equity, utility fixtures, tools, and market share. And intangible elements could be goodwill, brand recognition, public benefit, trademarks, strategic alignment, reputation, share of wallet. How much of your stakeholder or company's wallet do you acquire over a period of time? How much of their wallet do you occupy? These are all ways of seeing benefits. Now, again, this is talked about on page 33. For those of you who are going through exam prep, I want you to go check out page 33 and it will help you. But again, as my colleague Roy has put together, there is a spin on benefits, and it's more upfront in the discussion when it comes to Agile. Evaluate and deliver project benefits and value in Agile. My buddy Roy says we try to favor lightweight ways of doing it with very few calculations. We tend to do it in a more collaborative approach so we can get consensus quickly. So we need to identify what the return or benefit is going to be of the items within the project. We don't just do requirements because they're in a requirements document. We look at the outcome. In other words, we don't just throw things into our product backlog. They are there for the V reason, value reason. All right. So we put them there because we're expecting a return from that feature, from that requirement. Then we analyze and we factor that into our project as well. And we don't just move along blindly. As we're going through an Agile project, one of the things that will come up is the topic of MVP, the minimum viable product. And the minimum viable product helps us get feedback in a proactive way in order to understand if this is indeed what the customer wants, and if indeed this will deliver the value that the customer is looking. The value of getting incremental return from the customer in that way, piecemeal through feedback, is huge. One is we get feedback from our customers. They get to look at the thing, whatever we're building, and they tell us if it's what they want or not. Imagine how many dollars would be saved if companies did this. Going back to exam prep, for those folks who are thinking about benefits and value from a predictive standpoint, the documents mentioned in the PMBOK guide, the benefits management plan, the business case that I talked about on page 30, all the way down to 33 thereabouts, the project charter, project management plan, and lessons learned register, all of these are components that help us tie benefits into the project in a tighter fashion and really understand what are these benefits and how are they going to be realized. Project managers are meant to investigate that benefits are identified. Benefits are identified during project initiation. They're taken from the business case, and they should be realized by project completion, but it's not uncommon to have benefits being realized far after the project is complete, and that's why we have the benefits owner who should be realizing these benefits. So create the benefits management plan. It's going to help you keep track of these things. Now, in closing, one more task that the PMI talk about are the tasks towards the business side. Let's go to that one. Execute the project with the urgency required to deliver business value. So when you're thinking about benefits, you want to deliver the benefits early. Think about it. Someone likes dessert. Well, why don't you deliver dessert first? Why don't you put dessert first on the menu? Eat dessert first, as my buddy Roy would say. So execute the project with the urgency required to deliver business value so that your customer can begin to get benefits from that. That is another mindset that we need to have. It's a different way of thinking than how we think on predictive projects, where there's a big bang at the end, and that's where the delight comes. But no, we want as much delight to be delivered upfront incrementally as possible. And that's why PMI say, assess opportunities to deliver value incrementally, examine the business value throughout the project, support the team to subdivide the project tasks as necessary to find the MVP, as necessary to find the minimum viable product. So divide it into tiny pieces, decide on this is what we're going to deliver to our customer now, and from this, we'll begin to get feedback as to if we're building the right thing or not. So there are many things to talk about when it comes to benefits. Questions to ask about benefits identification. Are the benefits aligned with organizational goals? Does the benefits management plan outline how the benefits will be measured and when they will be delivered? Have key stakeholders signed off on the benefits realization plan or management plan? Are the benefits tangible, intangible, and or long-term, explicitly defined in the business case? Are all the benefits documented in a benefits register and benefits realization roadmap?
The project manager should document the agreement on ownership for ongoing benefit realization. In other words, who is the benefits owner? Who will own these benefits and ensure that they are realized? Acceptance can be inferred from project scope statements. However, the best practice is to provide key stakeholders with a benefits ownership explanation. Issue a benefits management plan. Benefits realization is a means to ensuring benefits are derived from outputs. Quick question for you as you get ready for your test. The DASH is a documented economic feasibility study used to establish the validity of the benefits of a selected component lacking sufficient definition, and that is used as a basis for the authorization of further project management activities. What do you think? 3, 2, and 1. You can pause the recording if you want to think a little bit more, but the answer to this is the business case. The business case is a documented economic feasibility study, PMP 101. Here's your final question. Which of these best describes a user story? Pause the recording if you need more time. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, of course, has the benefits word in it. It's A, something that benefits the user directly or enables a future benefit. And remember, this is brought to you on behalf of projectmanagementmasterclass.com. If you're getting ready for your PMP exam and you want a course that will drive you through Agile, Predictive, Scrum, the 35 tasks in the PMP exam content outline, the PMBOK guide, hybrid stuff, you need to be on our next course that is starting in April. So go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com. And if you happen to watch this after the fact, don't worry, we have these classes year round. Just go to the website and check out when next we'll be having one of these classes. All right, my friends, so you can absolutely do that. We have different layers. We have a 35 contact hour course, but we also have the PMP exam immersion. So if you need a very quick top up and you don't need the full 35 hours, you can actually go on down to hpmexam.com. But if you need something that is more along the lines of the 35 contact hours, then definitely go on down to PMP exam masterclass page, which is projectmanagementmasterclass.com. All right, my friends. Well, that concludes the longest yet of all our episodes. This is over 45 minutes and it's day 33. The reason why we had to go hard here, let's not forget, a lot of the Agile mindset is all about value, value, value. That's why we had to do it this way, my friends. Thank you very much. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and take a look at all the other videos that are on this platform for your PMP exam prep. Talk to you soon. Bye for now. Hello, my awesome project managers. Welcome to the homework for day 4 on 40 days to PMP exam success. I hope you're doing well, and I do hope you were able to study and close any gaps and solidify answers for the questions I gave you. Let's take a look at the questions one by one. The very first question, what is empowerment? Now, like I told you, you got to read the book to understand what exactly it is. But if you're talking about empowerment, it just means giving power to someone, giving authority, giving power to someone to do something. So people are given power on projects to make decisions, or they're given power to manage their own work, lead themselves. That's what empowerment is. So you see the word empowerment quite a lot in the world of Agile, where teams are given autonomy. They are given the ability to lead and manage themselves. Self-led, self-managed, self-organized. Number 2, why should management care about the topic of empowerment? Major reason is empowerment equals the beginnings of growth. When you are ready to empower a team,
It means that you trust the team. You trust them to be able to make certain decisions and to take certain actions without micromanagement. It shows growth. Number 3, give some practical examples of how you would organize around team strength. Now, if you didn't already read the book, chapter 4, I want to take you to chapter 4 because we have an answer, or I should say answers for you here. So, how do you support team task accountability? Accountability is something you make clear right from the get-go. You could use a RACI chart to make it very clear who is accountable for what. I also talked about the 5 C's in the last meeting that we had. The kickoff meeting is also where you could give stakeholders an idea of what they are meant to be doing on the project. This is where you begin to get buy-in. So organizing around team strength means you are intentionally empowering the team based on the strength that you know. Let's move on to the next question. How would you support team task accountability in an agile environment? Well, the Agile Manifesto says, give the team the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. So to support team task accountability, you have to make that accountability obvious. You have to enable that accountability by giving the team that environment and support needed. Number 5, as an Agile leader, how would you evaluate demonstration of task accountability? So as a leader, you should allow the team decide this question for themselves, especially if it's a mature team. If it's a younger team, you may need to guide them in some direction. But as far as mature teams, they know if they're doing a great job or if they're not. Let's read the book to find out a little bit more. The enabler addresses the question, how do you know that team members have been accountable? That word evaluate. There are ways that we can build accountability, but as far as evaluating that accountability, it's by taking a look at results. Now, a less than ideal result from a team does not mean the team has failed. It just means the team has learned. So while evaluating, don't just look at the data and the reports, but understand if the team knows why their performance was less than ideal. And ask the team, what are you going to do to get better? And let the team speak for themselves. See, Agile is all about trust. And the way we tackle this area of evaluating task accountability is different from how we might in the world of traditional. Traditional, we use a lot of centralized leadership, but in Agile, we look at the team as being the leaders as well. So we look at team accountability. Let's move on to number 6. Who is in the best position to bestow levels of decision-making authority? It really depends on the situation, but it's always the individual who is in management or who is in a higher position. Only an individual in a higher position can bestow decision-making authority. So if I am used to making all the decisions, it's up to me to bestow that decision-making authority on someone else, likely someone who reports into me or someone who I may have jurisdiction over. Number 7, describe the profile of an organization willing to empower its people. So an organization willing to empower its people is one that trusts the teams that work in the firm. A firm that is willing to empower its people is one that builds the team, develops them, gives them an opportunity to make mistakes, gives them the ability to grow, and things such as that. It is an organization that is empathetic and understands what is needed for each team on a case-by-case basis. Number 8, describe the profile of an individual unwilling to empower their people. Draconian rule, Theory X management, carrot and sticks. Need I say more? You get the idea. Number 9, is it possible to go overboard in empowerment? And the reason for this question is, while empowerment is good, premature empowerment could be destructive and detrimental. So when you think about this question, just think about giving too much power to someone who is not used to handling that power. The words of Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility, is true. With little power comes little responsibility. So one could go overboard when it comes to this. Number 10, your project manager, you are a project manager on a project that has had a lot of restrictions placed upon it. How do you practicalize the essence of this task to empower team members and stakeholders? Well, if you are a project manager on a project that has a lot of restrictions, you need to develop a culture of trust. You need to be the change agent. You need to be the one who enables the team grow by trusting them to do things. Might be small at first, but that needs to grow in economies of scale for them to take on more. Number 11, which process in the PMBOK guide will be appropriate to address this topic? Mention at least one. So I'm curious to know what you came up with, but if you came up with anything in resource management, I'm hoping that it's either manage team or develop team. When it comes to acquire resources, you haven't gotten the team yet. The two processes that deal with you as the project manager, having the team in your corner, are develop team and manage team. Number 12, which of the Agile Manifesto principles espouses this idea? Well, you've heard me say it quite a number of times. Give the team the environment and support they need. That support, even in the face of adversity, and then trusting them to get the job done, is big. So that is the one that comes to me in the Agile Manifesto. Give the environment and support to the team, trust them to get the job done. That's empowerment. From an Agile perspective, our next question says, in order to succeed, should come from outside the team. Let's read that again. From an Agile perspective, empowerment, in order to succeed, should come from outside the team. And this is really getting you to understand the culture in many organizations that still try to control Agile teams by telling them how to do their work, telling them the frameworks and the methods that they must use. Now that, in my mind, is not complete empowerment. It's still holding on to some sort of power and control. So from an Agile perspective, in order to succeed, the empowerment needs to come from senior management. That's all I'm saying. It needs to come from senior management. So I'm curious to know what you came up with in your explanation. Did you do this question number 13? I'd like to know what you came up with. All right, number 14. Only secure leaders give power to others is a quote from my mentor, John C. Maxwell. Explain it. What do you think that means? Only someone who is secure and comfortable in his or her own skin, who does not fear the people working for or with them, is the person who can give power to others. And empowerment is all about feeling comfortable, not feeling threatened, but realizing we're all collaborating and working together. Number 15, what are the major barriers to empowerment in a predictive environment? In a predictive environment, by its very nature, we have centralized leadership. And as a result of the centralized leadership, you find that very often encroaching into the topic of what is my responsibility, what is your responsibility, what is my accountability, don't do what I'm supposed to do, and things such as that. In the world of Agile, it is more collaborative. It's more generalizing specialists, code ownership from the team, and things such as that. So in a predictive environment, just the very nature of doing things in a more prescriptive way, it could come in between empowerment and the team. Number 16, what are the major barriers to empowerment in an agile environment? The major barriers here are similar. It goes back to people. It's all about the choice people make, and it has to do more with trust. If management doesn't trust the team, they continue to rule and use carrot and sticks and use, in quote, scaling approaches to get the team into rank and file. Number 17, explain the concept of mutual accountability in Agile. So mutual accountability just means, as a team member, I hold myself accountable, you hold me accountable, I hold you accountable, we hold each other accountable, we hold the entire team accountable as members on the team. So it's a 360-degree view of accountability. Number 18, explain how decisions are made on an Agile team. On an Agile team, you first of all have divergence, and then from divergence, we have consensus direction. It's not absolute consensus, but we have from divergence to explaining and dialogue to get towards consensus, a convergence towards consensus. It doesn't mean that every single person needs to say it's a 5 in terms of I absolutely agree. It just means we should see the convergence of the team towards a certain direction. That takes us to number 19. Explain the Hersey-Smith decision spectrum. The Hersey-Smith decision spectrum allows a spectrum of decisions, a spectrum of perspectives. And instead of being focused on just the top or the bottom, as far as who and how many people said yes, how many people said no, let's just go with that. No, we look for outliers. So assuming most people are towards the green, which is absolutely agree, but we have some people that are outliers towards red, veto, I don't agree. Well, those folks can share their perspective. And the idea is to reason and rationalize and collaborate and get to a point where everyone on the team understands the picture and they could revote. And as long as we see that tendency towards convergence, towards consensus, then we're good to go. Number 20, explain the concept of fist of 5 and dot voting. The concept of fist of 5, you got a fist, got 5 fingers, no fingers up means absolutely do not agree. 1 finger up, a little bit better than 0, all the way to 5. When you get to a 5, it's full agreement. Now, dot voting. Dot voting is used in Agile. In dot voting, participants vote on their chosen options using a limited number of dots or sticker dots, or they could just mark with pens. And based on how many dots they place on a chosen option, they could either indicate, I think this is a great idea or not. So the number of dots on each of those options ends up telling you what the team wants to go with. And it's just a great way for each individual using their tokens or dots that they assign to whatever is being decided on. All right, and that, my friends, brings us to the end of day 4. I know it's a lot of heavy homework. I know it's a lot of stuff for us to go over, but at the end of it all, you're only going to be more solid. Remember, my answers to you about this is not the be-all end-all. It's just the beginning of you thinking more in depth about what you've already done. So I really ask you, if you've not done the homework, then probably don't watch the video so that you can get the full value from it, because I really am looking for you to do some research, as it were, do some investigations, And as a result of the investigations you do, you're going to have solid answers yourself when coming into this discussion. All right. Thank you very much. If you have not already signed up for any of the immersion programs or gotten the book, you can always do so by going to the Praizion website, or just look in the links below and you'll be able to get the book. It's there at the 40-day plan. Download the plan, and tomorrow, day 5, we're talking about ensuring team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Today, we are covering day 3's homework in the 40 days to PMP exam success. I asked you 20 questions, so why don't we jump straight in and take a look at what those 20 questions are. For those of you that are joining the program newly, make sure you hit these links such as this. You will not find this on the main page where you've got the other videos. So take quizzes like this. And by main page, I'm talking about the projectmanagementdoctor.com/40-day plan. So let's take a look at day 3's questions. Number 1 was, how can a servant leader support team performance? A servant leader can support team performance by thinking about environmental, mental, and moral support of the team, impediment removal, being a diversion shield, promoting the intelligence of others, and putting yourself out there, right? Taking a hit for the team. This is how you can support their performance. When management is about to bully on them, that's when you put yourself out there and say, okay, I'm going to take the hit. Whatever I need to do to divert this unnecessary attention and attack, I'm going to do it. Number 2, explain how team members should be appraised against KPIs. So the general idea is to use metrics that matter. Use metrics that actually make sense. The PMBOK Guide 7th edition is a good look at some of the pitfalls when it comes to KPIs and metrics. You know, we've got a domain in the 7th edition, which is called the measurement domain. I want to just open up real quick to the measurement aspect under the domains. I just want to read something really quickly for you, if I can find it. And that's under 2 point, see where that is. Again, it's the 7th edition. And let me locate the page. Here we go. What is that page? So the narrative begins from page 93 in part 2. You know, the PMBOK Guide 7th has 2 parts, so it's, you know, kind of tricky to find the page you're looking for, but it's on 93 in part 2. And it says key performance indicators. This is page 95 I'm reading now. It says KPIs for projects are quantifiable measures used to evaluate the success of a project. There are 2 types of indicators, leading indicators and lagging indicators. So those are definitions that are good to know. Page 97 goes into the importance of using SMART KPIs, talks about things that you could measure, deliverable metrics, delivery, baseline performance, resources, business value, stakeholders, forecasts. Those are good. And then we have things we call deliverable metrics. We have baseline performance, and then we get into resources. So we've got planned utilization compared to actual utilization, things like that. And then we get to stakeholders, and some of the metrics we have here are like the net promoter score, mood chart, things like that. Under business value, we have some metrics such as cost benefit ratio, benefit cost ratio, ROI, MPV, and so on. And then it gets into forecasts. And there's another one here, which is morale. This is actually on page 104. So since mood boards can be subjective, another option is to measure project team morale, you see. So when we talk about being appraised, we're not talking about being judged. We're just trying to understand where the team is. And then we have other ones like forecasting metrics and all that kind of stuff. All right. So if you keep reading, you will get to page 112. And this is where we talk about certain metrics. In other words, think KPIs as well, where we need to be aware of how we measure what we measure. This part is called measurement pitfalls. It reads on page 111, awareness of these pitfalls can help minimize their negative effect. We've got the Hawthorne effect, and that states that the very act of measuring something influences behavior. So be careful what you're measuring. If you read in our book, Roy talks about a team that was measuring the wrong thing and what the result was, bad behaviors. We have vanity metrics. A vanity metric is a measure that shows data but does not provide useful information. We don't want those KPIs. We have demoralization. If measures and goals are set that are not achievable, project team morale may fall. And then we have misusing the metrics. You know, one of the examples is abusing the use of velocity and capacity, using them wrongly to judge teams. All right, and then we have confirmation bias. As humans, we tend to look for and see information that supports our pre-existing point of view. This can lead to a false interpretation of data. So this whole thing about KPI is a very touchy subject, and you got to be careful what you're measuring, especially when it comes to the team. Remember, this is the people domain. Even though we're in the people domain, it does not negate talking about metrics, because KPIs could be misused. All right, you get the idea. I hope that gave you more to think about. Let's go to the third question. How are team members assessed in an agile environment? Team members are assessed by themselves, and they are assessed in a transparent fashion. So we have retrospectives, we have dailies, the daily scrum. That is another opportunity to inspect and adapt and assess where we're at, what we're doing, how we're doing it. Transparency, not velocity, is what we're looking for. So we're not trying to assess the team based on, oh, how much did you get done? No, we want to be transparent about how team members are being assessed. But the better thing is to assess at the team level as opposed to assessing at the individual level. You let the individual team members do that for themselves, and you let the team do it for itself as a whole in the world of Agile. Next, could velocity and capacity be used as benchmarks to measure team performance? It could in ignorant companies, but this is an anti-pattern and it's not a good practice. Number 5, what is the best way to give feedback to a team if you're someone in senior management? Well, if you are someone in senior management, my advice would be a posture of servant leadership, still one in which you are serving whoever you are giving that feedback to. But then you need to tailor it according to the culture and the team. I would recommend giving feedback out of the public eye for unsatisfactory performance or touchy issues. I would say in full view of the firm and other teams when the feedback is great and when the team has done something awesome. You got to give them that pat on the back, got to catch them doing something good and give them kudos. Number 6, explain how performance improvements, let's go back. Explain how performance improvements could be verified in an agile environment. So you could do this in a number of ways. You could verify performance improvements through retrospectives, just the very art of being empirical in your approach, empiricism, good data collection and analysis practices, and leveraging expert judgment whenever you're in doubt. Number 7, explain how performance improvements could be verified in a predictive environment. So in a predictive environment, you could harness lessons learned. You could use reporting to verify that there have been improvements in performance. You could use reports. You could use reviews. Number 8, be sure to take the Myers-Briggs drag and drop exercise. Here's the link. If you have not been to this page, put it down. projectmanagementdoctor.com/free PMP course. When we talk about these indicators, something that comes to mind is Myers-Briggs. Definitely make sure you're familiar with that entire topic, okay? So take that drag and drop quiz. Next, we have explain the 5 stages of team development, the Tuckman ladder. This is in 4261, and we're talking about the 7th edition, I believe, 4261. I'm going to read what is here for you. And I'm definitely not advocating that you go spending time reading the whole thing. What we're doing here is enough. All right. So we have forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. And that's why I say FSNPA.
Forming is where the team forms. Everyone's trying to be all good, doesn't want to show bad behaviors. Then storming happens and you got to start addressing work together. You're jockeying for position. And this is where we see people's personality, strength, and weaknesses start to come out. Then we get to norming. The team starts to function as a collective body. They begin to normalize. And then you get to performing, optimum, right? And lastly, you have the adjourning stage where you do not want to disperse as a team. Not good. We've talked about this in a previous day. Number 10, explain the Drexler-Sibert team performance model. This is in 4262. So if you just turn the page over, you see it's the next model. So let's talk about it. What exactly is it? Let's read what PMI says. Alan Drexler and David Sibert developed a team performance model with 7 steps. Steps 1 to 4 describe the stages in creating a project team, and step 5 through 7 cover project team sustainability and performance. Now, I'm not telling you you're going to get a Drexler-Sibert question. I'm just saying that it makes sense understanding what these folks have been up to. For 10 years, they refined a comprehensive model of team performance that shows the predictable stages involved in both creating and sustaining teams. So let's take a look at what these gents came up with. Well, the very first one is orientation. Orientation answers the question of why. In this stage, the project team learns the purpose and the mission of the project. Where there's no vision, people perish. There needs to be a vision. People need to understand the why. That's part of orientation. Next, you need trust. Trust answers the question of who is on the project. Who are you? It's a good question. Who am I working with? Right? It can also include information about key stakeholders who may not be part of the project team, but can influence the project team. Next is the goal. When you understand who's working with you, get goal clarification. This answers the what. In this stage, the project team elaborates the higher level project information. And this may include finding out more about stakeholder expectations, requirements, assumptions, deliverables, and so on. Then we get into the commitment. The commitment is all about the how. In this stage, the project team starts to define plans to achieve the goals. This can include milestone schedules, release plans, high-level budgets, resource needs, and so forth. Now, a skilled individual already thinks about the 5 W's and the H. You should be thinking about these all the time, whether you are in the world of Agile or in the world of predictive or even hybrid. You should think about these things. But the good thing about this model is it makes it more intentional and makes you focus on these things so that the team can better optimize, get to that optimum performance. Now, on the second part of this, the last 3, as PMI mentioned in the PMBOK guide, page 167, it says steps 5 through 7 cover project team sustainability and performance. So we have the implementation. These are high-level plans decomposed into greater levels of detail. And we have things like a detailed schedule backlog. The team starts working together to produce deliverables. And as you're doing this, you need to understand the who, what, when, and where. This is where you really need to focus on how it's all going to come together. That's the implementation. Next one here, we have high performance, and we call this the wow, and lastly, the renewal. So let's talk about the high performance first. High performance is after the team has worked together for some time, team members reach a high level of performance. They work well together. They don't need much oversight. And that again maps smack dab on the 5 stages of team development where the team is performing. So you see some similarities and you could probably overlap them. One brings out what you need to do to go more smoothly and more speedily through the forming and storming. So forming, things like your orientation and your trust building, those are going to help you when you hit storming. So it's good to spend time up front in the orientation and trust building, and that helps you when you're looking at the 5 stages of team development to get to norming. You want to get to norming, and ultimately, you want to get to performing as quickly as possible. So if you spend less time in the storming stage and the norming stage, get to performing quick, it will be as a result of you doing steps 1, 2, and 3 in the Drexler-Sibert model. Last but not least, we've got renewal. Renewal here, it says, it's a stage of working through changes on the project team or the project. The deliverable stakeholders, environment, project team leadership, or team membership may change. This causes a project team to consider if past behavior and actions are still sufficient
or if the project team needs to go back to a previous stage. Sounds familiar? Just like the 5 stages where things happen in cycles, you bring someone new in, then you're going back. But instead, this is a renewal of, should we continue? Should we continue what we're doing? Let's reset expectations and let's work together still with a renewed sense of commitment. Number 11 in the questions asks, give examples of how team member performance can be recognized. So think about it. How would you like to be recognized in your company? Well, you've got the employee of the month, you've got plaques, gift cards, the pat on the back, kudos or thumbs up, recognition, and other rewards. Number 12, what is the role of a project manager in Agile? Where the team is concerned. So think about that. Role of the project manager. Well, the Agile practice guide tells you it's a bit of an unknown, but be ready to be a servant leader. Go from being the center to a servant. So go from being the center of attention, like on a traditional project, to being a servant. Think about service, whatever that looks like. Next question. How can management support team performance in an Agile environment? Give the team the environment and support they need. Trust them to get the job done. That's a direct lift from the Agile manifesto. Allow failure. Allow people to fail forward, fail fast, fail often, learn from their failures. Make it a safe space and don't shoot the messenger. A lot of companies, you got senior management that are just disgruntled and upset when they get bad news. Don't do that. To support team performance, allow the team to fail, let them learn, nurture them. You know, on your exam, when you get questions, it's not going to be asking you to fire the team. It's going to be asking you to mentor, train, coach, build a team. That's how you deal with failure. Next one, number 14, which Agile principles espouse the concept of supporting team performance? Well, believe it or not, there's quite a number of them. Deliver working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to show the timescale. Think about that. It's talking about performance here. It's talking about the time scale. It's talking about the frequency of delivery. That's performance. This one says build projects around motivated individuals, give them the environment and support they need, and trust them to get the job done. That's performance. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. What are we talking about? Team performance. Effectiveness, that word, team performance. Working software is a primary measure of progress. Again, progress, team performance. Agile processes promote sustainable development. That's performance. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. You see that? Constant pace. We're talking about performance here. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. We're talking about technical excellence. Team performance. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. Maximizing work not done. It's a reverse thinking thing, but it makes you pay attention to where your focus needs to be. Maximizing what you don't do, not maximizing what you do. You see, it's lean performance. That's what we're thinking. Whatever you do, make sure it is absolutely essential. We talk about the just barely good enough mindset. That's exactly what we're talking about here. That helps you be a high performer. The best architectures, requirements, and designs, the best. You see that word, the best? We're talking about performance. All right. And lastly, at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. How to become more, you see that word again, effective. We've seen that word effective a couple of times. This, my friends, is how you need to be thinking. When you're talking about supporting team performance, you got to create the environment. And part of creating the environment is all of this Agile stuff we're looking at. All right, let's go on to number 15. Discuss the concept of giving feedback to a team. Well, the basic concept is feedback is needed for growth. So if you are reluctant to give feedback to your team, well, don't you want them to grow? Do you want them to stay in the same position? Well, giving feedback to a team on the management side, we need to have a positive mental attitude about feedback, not doing it in a draconian way to beat them over the head, but we're doing this to help the team, to help them grow. Affirmation, give them direction, expansion, even recalibration. You know, we talked about the renew stage in Drexler Sibbett. Well, this is where we can recalibrate. Think about, We on the right track? Oh, we are. Well, thank you for letting us know. Feedback. Doing it in a collaborative fashion. The next one says, which process in the PMBOK guide deals with team feedback? It's manage team. That's where the team gets feedback. All right. Next one here says, which process deals with working with stakeholders to support team performance? And the answer is manage stakeholder engagement, because you're working with the team, you're working with stakeholders, and you're communicating with stakeholders. And that's the best one for that. Moving on, number 18. So I got a couple of things here, actually 3 things. Which KPIs are most inspiring to team morale, least damaging, and most valuable to the firm? The question is, what do you think? It's very subjective, but when we talk about most inspiring to team morale, it's one that is productive. It's one that is constructive. We could look at the KPI and get an idea of truly where we're at as a team and what we could do better. It just opens the gateway of good thinking. And which ones are the least damaging? Those that have SMART goals attached to them and those that don't call out a particular individual. See? And most valuable to the firm, those that focus all about outcomes, not just value and benefits, but metrics that really focus on the outcomes. So in all the benefits that we identified, how many of them have we realized? See, overarching outcome. What is the general disposition of the end user populace? See that? So here we just have some answers, group accomplishments, right? Those that are SMART goals, those that are sensible and achievable KPIs, and those that are more about value while respecting the team. Number 19, explain how burn down charts can be used to enhance team mindset and performance, seeing how much you've done. So explain how burn down charts, let me take that again because this is a little bit out of whack. Explain how burn down charts can be used to enhance team mindset and performance. So the answer is what you see there. The first answer is seeing how much you've done. And that's better. So let's go through it one more time. So how burn down charts can be used to enhance team mindset and performance is the burn down charts. It helps you see how much you have done. Whether you're talking about burn ups, burn downs, you just turn it the other way around. Same thing. You know, I'm not really all about seeing how much you have left versus how much you've done. They're both important. So seeing how much you've done is a good thing. And not only could you do that with a burn up, you can also, when you're educated on how to use a burn down, yeah, you can appreciate how many story points have been done. Moving on, the second bullet here is understanding why what was or was not achieved. Why did we achieve what we did? Why didn't we achieve? So it's not enough to look at a burn chart. You also want to look at the flatlining. You also want to look at the incredibly steep gradients to understand why did that happen? These could all be used to enhance team mindset. Wow, if we could do that, just as a result of us getting this information or this impediment being removed, then, and you can make some positive conclusions from whatever you're seeing. Number 3, seeing the work as the team's work and not as individual work. After all, no one says, those 5 story points on Thursday, those are all mine. No one says that. It's a poor mindset. But if you look at group teamwork, brilliant. Just seeing the great things that were done, it's inspiring, and knowing the story behind flatlining, crazy gradients, or otherwise. All right, moving to the final one, number 20. Which Agile Manifesto principle deals with team well-being and life balance? So there's one in particular I was looking for you to dig out, and that one is Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain. I'm going to expand on it. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a realistic, constant pace that does not kill any team members or give them a heart attack because you're putting in so many overtime hours during the weekend indefinitely. It's this one. This is where you understand that the team are human and you're not looking for them to do the impossible just to satisfy someone. No.
Our mindset needs to be one of realism. Is this realistic or not? All right. So, my friends, we have come to the end of day 3. I know it looks like the homework is a lot. I know it looks like the work is a lot. Well, guess what? It's the PMP. It is the most in-demand certification in the world. You got to keep your eye on what you're trying to do, my friends. I think a lot of you have forgotten the end goal. Your end goal is not just to get PMP certified. Your end goal is for you to begin to influence in leaps and bounds in great ways. It's for you to begin to affect your company. Also, for some of you, I dare say it's for you to begin to affect the bottom line, your salary level, right? So don't get all despondent and mad when I'm giving you all this work to do. I have to give you a decent amount of work for you to learn this humongous amount of content. It just comes with the territory. Okay. All right. Now, in closing, I really want to make sure you've got the page where all of this stuff is. If you have not downloaded the 40-day plan and you're not following the plan, let me encourage you, go on down to the link in the chat. I'm going to put the link in the chat, and I'm going to do my best to put the link in the conversation and the description. Let's go on down to that page. This is where you need to go. All right over here, 40 days to PMP exam success. That is the plan. Let me make it bigger. Okay, you see this big old breakdown here. Okay, each day is accounted for. So this is day 3, right? We're almost on hitting 10%. It's not bad. We've covered some ground. Today, also read 9.4, develop team, 9.5, manage team, and then read chapters 4 and 5 in the Agile Practice Guide on page 93, if you haven't already, under the resource area. A lot of this stuff is under resource management. So when you're reading these days where I highlight page 93, that's really the one I want you to hit the most, because resource is huge. If you didn't already know, everything regarding people in the PMBOK guide, pretty much under the resource area and stakeholder areas. And then in the Agile Practice Guide, pretty much page 4 and 5. You got to know these really, really well. All right. If you haven't already gotten the book, go on down to any of these links. Just click on one of these links and it'll take you straight there. That if you want a hard copy, it could take longer to arrive, but you could very well go on down to this website and purchase a hard copy. But if you want to get rocking and rolling, just hit that link. And then you can go straight to our provider and download the book immediately. All right. And every day, like I told you, there's going to be homework. There's going to be reading. You know, for today, it's reading the immersion book, chapter 3. And hopefully you did that. And this makes a lot more sense to you. All right, my friends, going to hop off here. We've got some exciting news to announce soon. Those of you on our other programs, on the masterclass, on the immersion chill outs, those of you who are subscribed and registered members, because it's 2 things, right? You got to be a registered member on YouTube, right? For that, there's an additional step you need to take. Just look on our channel. But if you fall into any of those categories, we're going to be inviting you to our Praizion Masterclass dailies. And those dailies, we are running them like a daily scrum. You will learn so much just from the good behaviors, the avoidance of anti-patterns. You want to be in those. There's going to be an announcement soon. We're starting on Monday every single day. Every day. For the next 40 days, we're going to do these like sprints. So the intent is to have 3 sprints. We're going to use people as our PSI, process as our PSI, and business as our PSI. And at the end of each iteration, there's a test at the back of the book. We're going to do that test. And in order for it to fly in our demos or our reviews, we need to get at least in the 90s. So we're going to challenge each other. You're going to meet like-minded individuals, other project managers coming along for the ride. And we're really going all out on this stuff. This is, at this point, it's not just PMP anymore. It's getting to be a better project manager. All right. So if you've enjoyed the content that I've shared with you, my friends,
I want you to smash that like button. I want you to put this on social. I want you to share with your friends. And I want us to create some traction for massive action so that you can get certified for your satisfaction. Let's do it. I'll speak to you tomorrow, my friends. Take care. Bye for now.
Hello, my awesome friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management training coach. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing great today. This is day 5 homework for 40 days to PMP exam success. Now, if you're new to the program, this is an aggressive push for us to get certified within that span of 40 days. We have a curriculum that we're using. The curriculum is based on this, the PMP exam content outline. Newsflash, if you're getting ready for the PMP exam and you are not paying attention to this document, you're doing it wrong. If all you're doing is opening up study guides without taking a look at this as you prepare, that is not the way to do it. Your exam is broken down into these categories, and your exam is mapped back to this blueprint. So what we are doing for the next 40 days, this is day 5, is taking a look at the tasks one by one, a task a day, so that there's no way you could be confused about how to handle that task from an agile perspective, from a hybrid perspective, or from a predictive perspective. The goal is to help you. So if you're not tapping into this program and sending in questions or aha moments, you're not doing it right. This is an engagement program. I need to see engagement, right? So we've put out 5 videos. Let there be some traction. Share with me, what have you done for the first 5 days? I want you to drop me a comment below, and I want you to let me know that this is helping you so that I am motivated to continue this. Think about it. How many channels do you see that are geared to helping you ace the exam? Very few. And I mean, really ace the exam. We've got over 2,000 videos. So this is designed to help you, okay? This could be used with any study guide. You don't need to get our study guide, but it would be good if you did, because it would help you to better follow along, okay? So here's a reminder. If you have not taken this quiz, type in the information, take the quiz. It is going to help you discover some gaps. If you need to grab the book, you can do it at tinyurl.com/PMP immersion. Grab the book and let's begin your journey. Now, to go to the plan, click that link and it'll take you to the plan. And in addition to the breakdown that I just showed you, you will be able to day by day follow. You see right here, we have a chapter in the PMBOK guide, or sections in the PMBOK guide 6th edition, and we have the Agile practice guide. And of course, the immersion book is smack dab on the chapters that we're reading. So chapter 5 is what this homework is based on. Let's get into the homework. First question is, explain this task. Ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. Well, it's a very simple task to understand. Ensure that the people working on the project team and stakeholders who need training are adequately trained. It's that simple. But who is responsible for this? Who is accountable for this? In the world of Agile and in the world of predictive, you need to ask yourself that question. So in the world of traditional, we would say it's the project manager. In the world of Agile, the team members need to be accountable and responsible for themselves. The team as an organism also is accountable for itself. So if a need is seen in the world of Agile, team members need to jump in and say, hey, I need training. Or team members can say, is there anyone on the team who can train me? Or team members could say, stakeholders need training in Agile. How is that going to be done? A lot of the time it falls on the lap of the servant leader. That could be the Scrum Master, facilitator, project manager, some other type of role. If you haven't read page 41 in the Agile practice guide at the bottom to understand the 3 roles as PMI sees them in the Agile practice guide, you should. Let's move on to the next one. Number 2, explain the enabler. Determine training options based on training needs. So based on what the training needs are, the team, project manager, Scrum Master, whoever it is, could come up with ideas on how that training could be delivered. So training options are the what, when, where, why, how, and who. Where will the training take place? Who's going to deliver it? Who's going to attend it? And questions such as that. Could be on the job training, could be job shadowing, could be peer-to-peer work, whatever it is. Number 3, explain the enabler, allocate resources for training. So in the world of traditional, the project manager should intentionally allocate resources for training. The project manager working with functional managers will do this. In the world of Agile, this could be done by the team working with other stakeholders. It could be done with a Scrum Master working with other stakeholders, or any servant leader who identifies the need for training could raise that request for training. But the allocation of resources, we find that being more with the functional managers. In the world of Agile, functional managers could do that. In the world of traditional, also functional managers, but the project manager may have a little bit more clout in this. It could be program manager, anyone. The bottom line is, we as a company should allocate the resources, human resources, monetary resources, facilities, whatever is needed to get people adequately trained. Number 4, explain the enabler. Measure training outcomes. You measure training outcomes by taking tests at the end of training, viewing results from those tests, and also viewing team output. Sometimes team output could be an indicator that the training has been less than ideal. If there's certain SLAs, service level agreements, that a team is meant to uphold, and they are not upholding them, what does that tell you? Especially if they're just coming from training on those same service level agreement clauses. So if you go to your PMBOK Guide 6th edition, my friends, and you go on down to develop team, there's one of the outputs I want to stress as far as measuring the training outcomes, and it's called team performance assessments. So let's read on page 343. It says, as project team development efforts such as training are implemented, the project management team makes formal or informal assessments of the project team's effectiveness. Effective team development strategies and activities are expected to increase the team's performance. You see that? And it says the evaluation of a team's effectiveness could include indicators such as improvements in skills that allow individuals to perform assignments more effectively, improvements in competencies that help team members perform better as a team, reduce staff turnover rates, increase team cohesiveness. It goes on and on. Now, if you go to manage team, I want you to take a look at one of the major inputs to manage team. And remember, I always tell you, manage team is a leadership inside job. It's really leads team. So if you look at page 347, it says the project management team makes ongoing formal or informal assessments. You see that? So your measurement could be formal. It could be an informal observation. Formal or informal assessments of the project team's performance. By continually assessing the project team's performance, actions can be taken to resolve issues, modify communication, address conflict, and improve team interaction. So that is one mention. The second mention of this, I want you to go on down to individual and team assessments, page 342. And it says individual and team assessment tools give the project manager and the project team insight into areas of strength and weaknesses. These tools help project managers assess team members' preferences, aspirations, how they process and organize information, how they make decisions, how they interact with people. Various tools are available, such as attitudinal surveys, specific assessments, structured reviews, interviews, ability tests, and focus groups. It goes on and on, but that is the tool and technique. So individual and team assessments is a tool and technique. Team performance assessments is an output. And that output from developed team is used in managed team. All right, that was a bit of a long one, but I hope it clarifies things for you. Next, how can a project manager ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained? Again, you take a look at the results. The team performance assessments, the individual and team assessments tool and technique will help you. Okay, simple observations, observation and conversation can help you do that. Number 6, whose job is it to ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained in an agile environment? What does a team do? It self-inspects. When? At the retrospective. Where else? All throughout. The team should habitually be in inspect, adapt, check ourselves, check the product, check the integration. It should be continuous. So when it comes to training, making sure that it's done thoroughly, the team can call out the team. The team calls out itself. The team inspects itself. Number 7, how should a project manager determine required competencies and elements of training? Well, let's go on down back to the PMBOK guide. It's amazing how much stuff is actually in the PMBOK guide, because most times we just fly through chapter 9 without focusing on some of the great stuff that's here. So let's go to acquire resources. And I want you to pay close attention to the output known as project team assignments. So let's read. Documentation of team assignments records the team members and their roles and responsibilities for the project. Documentation can include a project team directory and names inserted into the project management plan, such as the project organization charts and schedules. So these performance assessments, what did it say? Records the team members and their roles and responsibilities. Based on the roles and responsibilities, we then need to intentionally plan for how to equip these folks, because we can find out what they are meant to be doing and ensure they are equipped to do that. Let's take a look at page 339. It says, project team assignments identify the team and member roles and responsibilities coming in to develop team as an input. Why is that? Because understanding what the team members are meant to do is going to help us with their training. Know what to train them on. Know the competencies. Number 8, who is responsible to determine required competencies and elements of training on an Agile project? The team. Remember, we assign this team to a team of adults. If they are lacking in any way, they know what they need to do. They go do it. If they have the autonomy to do it, if they have the resources, then teams should be given the resources, they can go off and get the training they need. They don't need someone to point and direct them to do it. Remember, it's a self-organized, self-led, self-managed team. But if what they need to do is beyond what they've been given the abilities and the authority to, then of course a functional manager may need to step in to authorize training of a certain expense. Number 9, whose responsibility is it to determine training options based on training needs? Again, in the world of Agile, the team, and that's why we talk about the skills marketplace first in the world of Agile, to look inwardly for what skills we have and how we can transfer those skills to other people. And then when it comes to predictive, again, the project manager. But that is not to negate the team. The team as well could have some say in what they need, even in a traditional environment. They're not dummies forbidden from speaking, even in traditional. So keep that in mind. A lot of the questions on your test may be of a hybrid nature. Who should allocate resources for training on a predictive project? Again, project manager, functional manager, could be anyone at a higher level, such as the program, portfolio, managers, sponsor, anyone. Number 11, who is responsible for resource allocation for training on another project? So think about it like this. Let's assume you are a project manager and you need to assign a team member to another project to learn. It's collaboration with the program manager. So if you talk about resource allocation for training on a project that is not yours, if it belongs to a program, it's going to be a program manager. But if it doesn't belong to a program, it obviously belongs to a portfolio, could be a portfolio manager, or depending on the authority given to the project manager on the other project, could very well be. So you need to be imaginative and get ready to roll with questions you've never even thought of when you face the PMP exam. How are training outcomes measured? We covered this. So we have various metrics. We have various KPIs, to call them that. We could send our team members to training where they take a test after. And based on the outcome from that test, we expect to see even higher level outcomes on the project. So we expect to see team members working together, better equipped, synergies going up, the team being a lot more efficient, overcoming conflict and just unnecessary conflict and squabbles, just working together as a well-oiled unit. That's how we expect to measure the outcomes. And to get more specific, you could talk about several service level agreements. You could talk about KPIs that are peculiar to the organization. And if in doubt, just take a look at page 343, where we take a look at the evaluation of a team's effectiveness and what it includes. So improvement in skills, improvement in competencies, reduced staff turnover rates, increased team cohesiveness. But as a team, we also expect to see some improvements in the output and efficiencies, whatever that may look like. It's very important, though, that in the world of Agile, we don't immediately jump to, story points, velocity. No, that's not right. You don't do that. But to measure training outcomes, you could be very specific with a test at the end of the training, or you could look for signs such as increased cohesiveness, increased competencies, increased skills, and so on. All right. Number 13, which PMBOK guide process deals with training? Develop team. That's it. Number 14, what are some of the ways training can be delivered? Well, let's take a look. PMBOK Guide 342. It says, examples of training methods include classroom, online, computer-based, on-the-job training from another project team member, mentoring and coaching, so on. In the world of Agile, we talk about pairing and pairing a team member with another. We talk about the concept of job shadowing or peer-to-peer collaborations and things such as that. In the world of Agile, we're a lot more collaborative when it comes to training. We immediately look at the skills marketplace. And you can just pair someone to work with a peer. Number 15, explain the advantage and internal Agile coach. It should read an, not and. Explain the advantage an internal Agile coach has over an external Agile coach. This, again, is talked about somewhere in the Agile Practice Guide. While I don't have the exact page to hand, at a high level, the major advantage is that internal coaches know the landscape, they know the politics, they have stronger relationships in the organization. They may not have the breadth of experience an external coach would have, but they definitely have those relationships that are key in building confidence and trust from people inside the organization. Now, talking about an external Agile coach, an external coach has the advantage of experience, but the disadvantage of weak relationships in the client organization. That's on page 41, which I've already quoted today. Let's move on to question 16. What do you do as a project manager when an employee who you have sent for training comes back sounding clueless? Well, you ask meaningful questions. You support that individual because we all learn differently. It could very well be that the training solution didn't work for the person. We do not fire the individual. Bear that in mind for your exam. Someone's not performing after going for training. Your first line of action is not immediately to fire that individual. You use coaching and training and mentoring further to better understand, okay, what went wrong? Did this work for you? Did it not? How can we support you to learn better? So it's going to be one of support. That's your first instinct. Number 17, explain how project team assignments affects training on a project. So we went over this previously. Based on the project team assignments, you know where to send the individual to for training. You understand what kind of training they need to be able to function on the project. Number 18, explain how resource calendars affects project team member training. So when we are sending team members for training, one of the things that we need to observe is the resource calendar. So let's go to develop team again, 9.4, and let's take a look at the input to develop team called project documents. And on page 339, let's read. Project calendars, beg your pardon, resource calendars. Resource calendars identify times when the project team members can participate in development activities. It also helps illustrate team availability during the entire project. So based on the availability, send them for training. All right. Number 19. Explain how team performance assessments are generated. So we've already gone over this. Send the team for training, take a test, you get your assessments, or send the team for training, view performance, gauge performance, could be informal or informal, and then you can glean your conclusions from what you've observed. Final question, number 20. What is the difference between coaching and mentoring? Very simple. Coaching elicits the answers to the questions at hand from the client. It does not suggest the answers. Mentoring, on the other hand, does use one's pool of experience to suggest answers to the mentee. So there's a difference between drawing out versus telling. I hope this gave you some further insights into our task for today. Ensure team members and stakeholders are adequately trained. There's a lot that goes into training. There's a lot that goes into coaching. You know, some teams, they have full-on plans for how to pair people together for coaching and mentoring. We go into a lot more detail in the book, PMP Exam Immersion. Hit that link, tinyurl.com/PMP Immersion to download an instant copy. And to follow this curriculum a lot closer, go on down to projectmanagementdoctor.com/40-day plan. Wish you all the very best, and I'll see you on day 6. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. Your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. Welcome to day 6 homework. Thank you very much for those of you who have sent in comments and you've sent in assurance that this is helping you. It's always good to know that this is helping. So another piece of feedback that I want to take action on is speed up a little bit of these reviews so that you can actually get back to studying and do some work. All right. If you're new to this, don't forget to take the Leader 2 quiz at that link. If you're looking for the book that we're using for this 40-day study, you can get it at tinyurl.com/PMP Immersion. And to join the journey, just go on down to projectmanagementdoctor.com/40-day plan, download the PDF and follow along. If you want to use your study guide, that's great, but it would be really cool if you got the immersion book because it goes into this topic like no other book I know. It's different from the PMBOK guide, different from the 6th and the 7th, and even the Agile practice guide. The cool thing is it brings it all together. Let's go into questions for day 6. Explain the task, build a team. This is all about putting together like-minded individuals to work towards a common goal. How do you build a team? Exactly that. Find people with similar abilities or diverse abilities, but similar thoughts. See, there's a difference there. We could have diverse skills, but we could have similar ideas and similar visions and similar purposes. The key thing about making a team gel is getting people with all of these different abilities and getting them to align towards a common goal. Because if everyone was a coder, what good is it? If everyone was a tester, what good is it? If everyone was the architect, you get what I'm saying? So it makes sense to bring together people with different skills, but they're complementary skills. And that's why we say T-shaped skills. They're diverse skills, but they're complementary. Different people, that also espouses the idea of diversity, but we're bringing them together for a common purpose, a common goal. What does it mean to appraise stakeholder skills? It's like going through an inventory of skills and asking what skills does this stakeholder bring to the table? Does this stakeholder have the ability to work in this capacity? Yes, they're on the team, but what do we need to do to get them to the level that they're supposed to be? This is step 1. So as you appraise the skills, you're looking through and seeing what is the skill inventory of the team. Number 4, explain the term T-shaped skills. T-shaped skills are complementary skills that are on a team. We use the term T-shaped to refer to a broad set of skills, but a specialism. So think about it like this. I'm going to draw the letter T on the screen just for the sake of this illustration. So when we think about T-shaped, think about someone with a broad set of skills, but they've got a deep specialism. So it could be, I'm good at many things, but I'm really a master of one. Or we also use the term broken comb. So broken comb means varying degrees of depth across your skill set. So it's not to say that everything's at zero. They are varying degrees of depth, and we call that either broken comb or paint drip. All right, and that takes us into our next question. What are two other terms for T-shaped skills? Broken comb or paint drip profile? Question 6, is an I-shaped profile good for Agile teams? Explain. No, this is not good for Agile teams, because when we talk about a team of generalizing specialists, there's no generalizing in an I-shape, right? An I-shape just means you're a one-trick pony and that's all you can do. You cannot do anything else. You can't jump in to save the team. And that's why instead of just having an I-shape, we want a T-shape, right? One of my students, Karishi, says there's no I in team. It's a very interesting play on that quote, because on an Agile team, there really shouldn't be an I-shape. You want T-shape. Now, there might be occasions where you have an I-shaped person, but you can beef up their prowess over time. You can help them see the importance of that on an Agile team. Number 7, how does one deduce project resource requirements? You deduce these requirements by going through the roles and responsibilities and understanding if each team member has what they need to function in a particular role, in a particular job, on a task. So when we talk about resource requirements, before we even deduce what the skills are, we first of all need to know the tasks. And when we know which tasks the team is meant to be doing, we can from there deduce what kind of skill set do we need to be able to carry out that task. Number 8, give examples of how one could continuously assess and refresh team skills to meet project needs. So this is a constant check from the team itself in the world of Agile. On a predictive project, it's a constant check of the project manager and other individuals, continually asking the question, how have we improved in our skills to deliver value? What can we do to improve on our skills to deliver value? Yeah, the team is all right, they're performing, they're doing good, but how can we improve? How can we take it a level up? What skills do we need to take it a level up? Number 9, explain how to maintain team and knowledge transfer in a traditional environment. So in a traditional environment, I would expect a team to have meetings. Those meetings are forum for sharing knowledge, transferring knowledge. I would also expect some more intentionality in kickoff meetings, in weekly meetings, also in a lessons learned session, and those should be held frequently. In a lessons learned session, the team can glean knowledge, they can transfer knowledge from one person to another. Number 10, explain how to maintain team and knowledge transfer in an Agile environment. Every event, every ceremony, every minute on an Agile team is an opportunity to do so. We talk about information radiators, we talk about osmotic communication, talk about the fishbowl window concept, talk about team remote pairing, talk about pair programming, talk about the ceremonies or the events, the backlog refinement, sprint planning, sprint review, sprint retrospective. Those are all vehicles for you to transfer knowledge. It doesn't have to be relegated to just lessons learned in traditional or retrospectives in Agile. Number 11, which process is dedicated to knowledge transfer? In traditional, it is the managed project knowledge process, and the output of that is the lessons learned register. Number 12, which of the tasks are associated with building a team? Building a team is pretty much the developed team process. And that's not to say that we cannot seize opportunities to build a team all throughout a project. Number 13, briefly comment on what organizational theories exist. Think of Maslow, McGregor, Herzberg, Vroom, and McClelland. While these will not explicitly come out on the exam, I hope, the mindset or idea behind this is useful to mastering the people domain. So have you studied those? So really super quick, let's talk about Maslow. 5 levels in the pyramid. People sing lullabies every Sunday is a mnemonic. Physiological safety, love of belonging. Remember? People sing lullabies every Sunday. Physiological, love of belonging. Oh, I beg your pardon. Physiological safety, love of belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. Sometimes it takes a moment for it to kick in. This is on page 56. Let me actually open up the page in the immersion book. Page 56, physiological safety, love of belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. McGregor's theories of X and Y. Theory X person is an impediment to the employee's morale. Theory Y person is liberating, believes the best in the employee. Hersberg is all about hygiene factors. And Hersberg says these hygiene factors are not motivators. You know, the things that motivate people are the motivators themselves, like challenging work and things such as that. Examples of the hygiene factors could be something like salary. Now, while this is not talked about a whole lot in the PMBOK guide, we have it on page 55 of our immersion book. And I'm just going to read a little bit. Maslow's hierarchy of needs and Hersberg's hygiene factors are great examples of what really serves as motivation for people and teams. Hersberg's argument was that poor hygiene factors destroy motivation, but increase in those hygiene factors under most circumstances does not improve motivation. Improving hygiene factors such as salary, fringe benefits, company policies, supervision, and relationships under most circumstances is not what motivates people. However, taking them away from these people will demotivate the typical employee. What motivates people are things like achievement, recognition, the work itself, responsibility, advancement, and growth. The hygiene factors, if not present, will demotivate people, but improving them under most circumstances will not motivate people any further. And that's on page 55 of the immersion book. Vroom, Victor Vroom just says people expect to be rewarded when they put in good work. McClellan's is a little bit different. McClellan says there are 3 things that serve as motivators for people. And these 3 things are, I'm going to remember this, achievement, affiliation, and power are the 3 things that people are motivated by. It's been a while because I don't really teach a lot of this stuff anymore since the PMI took it out of the out of focus. They just have organizational theory, but it is worth knowing what these organizational theories are. And the mindset behind these is helpful to mastering the people domain. Oh my goodness, that took a little bit. Let's move on. Number 14, review the 5 stages of team development and Tuckman's ladder if you're not familiar with it. So forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. Know that adjourning is not desired because it breaks teams apart. After all, that synergy and effort has been put into the team. Not good. Number 15, which artifacts or documents are most helpful when building a team? So when building a team, you first of all need to think about ground rules that may exist in the team or maybe in the organization, and then build a team charter. You also call the team charter a social contract, a team agreement. So the number 1 thing should be a team charter or social contract. And then you could also have things like a staff in management plan in traditional, a staff release plan, and things like that. What is the benefit of the skills marketplace? The benefit is you have resources right there in-house that can help with training for individuals who need it. All right. Key ingredient in building a team is to find help, and you got help right there within. Number 17, discuss the concept of job shadowing. Job shadowing is a concept of pretty much following the person who is doing the work. So if someone's doing the work and you got a new person on the team, that new individual is going to shadow the person who is more experienced in the firm and doing the work. And it's a great way of getting the other employee trained. Think about it like on-the-job training. So you're able to follow that individual closely. You're able to observe the other employee who is performing that role. And it's a great way of you bringing people on board in a firm without having to break the bank in training. You know, it's free. Just learn on the job. All right, let's move on to the next one. Number 18, discuss remote pairing. So to talk about this, let's open up our Agile practice guide and let's see if it's in the glossary. So it's basically putting together two individuals who are remote so that they can get work done and so that they can work together. So let's see, remote pairing. I don't see it here. I'm going to guess is it on page 46? Yes, page 46 in the Agile practice guide. And it reads, set up remote pairing by using virtual conferencing tools to share screens, include voice and video links. As long as the time zone differences are accounted for, this may prove almost as effective as face-to-face pairing. So you got to just know that terminology, pairing, remote pairing versus face-to-face pairing. Here's our next one. This is on pair programming. So let's talk about what pair programming is. Let's see if the PMI gave us a definition. Yes, they did. All right, this is on page 153. So 153 of the Agile Practice Guide says pair programming, pair work that is focused on programming. So when you put two people together to program together, what is the advantage? The advantage is they learn off each other, but quality-wise, there's a higher level of quality because they're looking over each other's shoulder as they're working, and synergy of ideas. It's